up your gear, I ain't got no room on stage for no amateur pop stars. Me and my clique don't fear, trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end, I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy, you make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you'll tag along. I'm sorry my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost man, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly wrong. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience, I think it's time. The man of the year, so you're right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up, They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking, yeah, my ish, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Instead of becoming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that, yeah, I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Hold up. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making them play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jumped in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Open Finals Day 3 of the Swiss rounds, which means we are now at Swiss 4. You're here with us once more. My name is Husky, and of course, alongside me is Kid and Q.
Good to see everybody back here today, late in the afternoon, as we are going towards the later stages of this tournament. We're expecting some of the best teams to continue to perform. Consistency is going to be key here at Swiss 4.
We have already eliminated 8 out of the 32 teams, so we are down to 24 for day number 3. But the good news is we will get rid of another 8 teams by the end of this evening to cut it down to 16.
I definitely thought it was going to be a little bit more bright rather than morbid in this case, but just in case you are just tuning in to Snapdragon Pro Series, let's talk about the tournament format. Kicking things off for 3 teams all the way from MYSG, PHID, and as well as Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos all together had to play through the open qualifiers to try to make it to where we are today in the open finals.
And in the open finals, these teams will be joined by 12 other teams that are invited from across different MPL regions to play for just 4 slots, which will advance them to the challenge season.
Once we get to the challenge season, those 4 teams from the open finals will then have to face another set of 12 MPL invited teams, making a total of 16 teams in a double elimination format.
So we'll have top 6 teams from that stage to move to the challenge finals, where they face another 6 MPL invited teams, the cream of the crop for real this time, to battle it out for the title of challenge finals champions.
Now this is going to be a live event in Jakarta, so if you've missed out all the live events, you want to go back to a land, you want to see an international tournament where the grassroots rise up to take on the tier 1 teams, this is your opportunity to do so.
Yeah, and it's going to be happening at the Istora Senayan in Jakarta, Indonesia as well. So if you want to embrace the atmosphere where the M Series was held not long ago, that is the location that you want to go to. We would talk to you guys about the ticket sales, because this event is happening on the 21st to 23rd in July, again at Istora Senayan, Jakarta. And you can get the tickets for a price starting at 20,000 rupiah. Just check them out at esl.gg/SPS MLBB tickets.
We were already so deep inside the tournament, and luckily, if you guys were wondering, hey, what about MSC? What the heck is going on with that? This is going to be after MSC, the mid-season tournament. So secure your tickets now while you still can. You've got 2 events that you can think about, one in Cambodia, and then fly over to check out the SBS in Jakarta. So if you want to look at those tickets, go scan that QR code right now.
Yeah, a lot of people online, I know we have the tendency to talk about, oh, I need a long break, I need a getaway, I don't really like my work, I need to get my mind off of things. Well, you can plan 2 trips at once, right? To Cambodia for MSC and then to Jakarta for the SBS Challenge Finals. But let's talk about the teams that happened eliminated yesterday. From the Philippines, Maharlika was knocked out by Madness Esports. All the Singaporean teams have been eliminated as well, so we bid farewell to SMG Singapore, Alchemy Singapore, and EVO. And from Malaysia, we also have to say goodbye to MLBB and Hello Hello.
Now, unfortunately, the Swiss format is it's a little brutal. You don't know who you're going to be playing next. Some of these teams may have gotten the shorter end of the stick, but at the end of the day, some of these teams will have to take on the big dogs at some point, like the Big City Boys from Vietnam. They did a decent run, bringing majority of the games 2-1, but still having to face against some of the stronger teams.
Yeah, and for Cambodia, they also have lost Logis Esports. But for Cambodians, don't worry, you still have, I think, 2 Cambodia teams that are playing in the tournament. You have a See You Soon and Team Max. This is the current state of the Swiss round. Again, 8 teams have been eliminated. Today, we'll look at the remaining 24. And out of the 24 teams, 16 of these teams will face eliminations today in that neutral bracket.
Oh boy, so many teams already getting eliminated here. That's why we're keeping a big focus on the teams who have already scored a 2-0 in the last 2 matchups because they are getting very close to the qualification for the next stage.
Any surprises to you in that 2-0 bracket? Teams that you thought would have at least been in the 1-1 side?
I definitely think, Daewoo United has stepped up significantly. It's one of the few teams that I was excited to see about, and now we're actually seeing them crushing some of the tier 1 teams across the region, TNC Pro being one of the notable names.
Yeah, and they actually, Geek Slate, you mean Geek Slate?
Oh yes,
yeah,
Geek
they
Slate.
beat Geek Slate 2-1, then they beat Game Lab yesterday 2-0,
Yes.
and that one was a very, very quick one. But we also have, from the tier 2 scene, Euphoria Esports having a 2-0 streak so far. EVOS Icon also having a pretty decent run with that 2-0 in that 2-0 bracket. A lot to be expected today, but most importantly is those in the neutral pool, the 1-1 teams, because again, out of the 16, we're cutting the population by half.
Yep, they are at risk of elimination. They've already lost their very first life. The second life is going to be by far the most valuable one here. It does mean they will have to play an extra game to qualify into those last 2 slots later down the line. But for now, here's today's schedule. Match number 1, our 4th set of games: EVOS Icon versus Daewoo United Esports, GPX versus See You Soon, Rebellion Zion versus Game Lab, and the one that we're going to be streaming and watching, Red Esports versus Archives Esports.
And the only elimination series out of this set will be Rebellion Zion against Game Lab. That is the one that is in the 1-1 bracket. For the rest, they are still in the 2-0 bracket, so even if the teams lose, they still get to play for another day. I mean, Red Esports against Archives Esports will be something that we can talk about a lot more later on, but for the Aura Fire against Euphoria Esports, which is what we'll be focusing on. Team Hawk takes on Bigatron Beta, and TNC Pro Team against Mr. Esports Pro.
Now, I mentioned it yesterday. I was very excited to see how Aura Fire was going to do it against Euphoria Esports. Euphoria has been taking down some big names already, but let's have a look at the set of match number 3 that we're going to be having here today. Alter Ego X versus Team Max, Madness Esports versus RSG MY, Minana Esports versus Xia Esports, and Anarchy H versus Z4 Pegasi.
Yeah, and just to have a bit of a correction, there's actually a mistake with the graphic. For set 2, we are going to be looking at Team Hawk series against Bigatron Beta, and for match 3, we will be keeping our eyes out for Madness Esports against RSG Malaysia. So the Malaysian teams, tournament lives on the line as well. But on the side, I personally want to see if Xia Esports can survive another day, right? Because this is a neutral bracket. They're taking on Minana Esports, which we've been told was the next play from Philippines.
EVOS next play, or next play, depending on how you want to kind of categorize them. And yeah, I think, a roster like that, it's strange to see them not under the banner. They've kind of come in a little bit under the radar here, but thanks to you guys and the fans, we're up to date to a degree here, because there's still a lot of teams like Archives, for an example, right? I want to see how they kind of play like. Let's get a bit of a first taste of them.
I wonder how many teams are actually coming in under a pseudo, a different name. Right? I think thanks to all the fans out there, because I have mad respects for fans who just follow everything about a team, right? They know the players' life routine, they know the players' hobbies or whatever. We'll talk about it in a bit, because for those who didn't get to watch the series yesterday, well, we have a short highlight reel for you guys. On Loisa, he will be able to buy some time. Zev does loses that immortality as Ares does go down. Big damage from Zage, but it's insufficient. Loisa somehow still gets the kill onto Zev, and Van unleashes the blazing duet. Triple kill for Zorus, but Zorus fall, and Van helps his team to hold the fort. Xia Esports with a miraculous defense.
Masih bisa mempertahankan nyawanya. Immortal dipecahkan, tapi dari belakang King Kong. Ritz kena backline dari EVOS Icon. Coba untuk berputar, tapi King Kongnya tertangkap. Immortal berhasil dipecahkan. Bentings lagi-lagi masuk ke bagian depan, tapi Bentings dan juga King Kongnya down. EVOS Icon mendapatkan momennya.
ពីអានគាត់បានតែទេគាត់កាប់ផ្ដាច់ទៅលើសេនស្វីផ្តែជាមួយនឹងណែនជាមួយនឹងអ្នកខាងក្រៅជាប់ជាមួយនឹងការឈូតទឹកមួយផ្តែមកក្រៅចេញពីឆាពីការបុគីគឺឡងខ្លាំងមែនតែផ្លីកាមួយជាមួយការផ្ដាច់បាន1 ឡូអាយ៉ាអាចផ្ដាច់បាន2 ឡូត្រីបគៀបានទាំងខាងធីមប៉ាអូរ៉ាហ្វាយក៏ដូចអាចយកជាមួយនឹងមេននេះអត់ទាន់បញ្ចប់ទេជាមួយការផ្ដាច់បាន
Oke, dan di belakang kali ini lotnya berhasil dicuri oleh Nova. Pertempuran masih terus berlanjut. Satu player down, Super MJ di sana. Was mirip pertukaran dan juga Fredo Kitty. Oh no, Ray pun hilang. Triple kill disegel oleh One Six. Ini pecah
Well, the teams are fighting for something, that's for sure, because at the end of this journey, it would be the Covenant prize pool, a total of $150,000 split amongst the top 12 teams, with the first place walking away with $65,000.
Keep in mind that the money is only available once you get to the later stages of the tournament. So up till then, nobody's getting that cash out.
Yeah, you're not getting anything. You're getting some exposure, some pride and glory, some recognition, but the journey has just begun for our remaining 24 teams. And Swiss 3 is still a dangerous spot, right? Because we only would see the first set of teams to make it through tomorrow.
Yes, and that's the thing, right? When we're looking at the Swiss format, you never know who your next opponent is. You always got to stay on your toes. And I think this is going to be a very good showing for the backups of the teams if they want a piece of the pie in terms of just raw information gathering that they can do. We've seen teams with a support system actually take full advantage of the VODs being shown at the SPS.
Yeah, and you can see some teams really did their homework, right? They saw one or two series, and suddenly the next day, the bans immediately shifted, and we've seen some teams bring out a very interesting composition. I think Xia Esports comes to mind immediately. But we also want to give you guys some good news. We've been hinting at Novaria, the latest hero, having an embargo that is going to be lifted. That embargo gets lifted today.
Finally, after so very long. This is like one of the big things that we wanted to talk about the patch, but we couldn't until the embargo was lifted. That being the case, that means that that Novaria is going to be legal in these upcoming matches here. I don't know whether teams want to try it out or if they think it's too risky or maybe too situational.
With the amount of Francos getting picked up, I would love to see Novaria in the team. You can land some nasty Franco hook without actually landing the hook.
Increasing your hitbox all of a sudden. We'll see what else is going to be abusable in these cases, but I'm curious to know what some of the players here at the SPS kind of think about Novaria.
It's definitely overpowered because it gives too much vision.
Wow.
And it's unreachable.
Novaria is good hero, I think, because we can open map, can press damage, many utility lah. Novaria, I think, is a OP hero.
Good lah, because she can free hit from very far, just like Farsa, but more farther.
This Novaria hero is quite good, but in early or late game, RT cooldown so fast. Like revealing area, we can see everybody. And second skill, as long as we use, we can still buff 2 in early game.
Nice.
I like, yeah.
Novaria ni bagi saya sebab hero baru kan, mungkin sebab dia hero baru, sebab itulah dia macam OP lah. Dia punya skill boleh keluar map. Lepas tu dia punya skill shot tu jauh. Boleh open map semua skill. OP. Kuat.
Alright, OP. That is the feedback that we got regarding this new hero. But Ground Maze, well, you can rest a bit more, right? You can take the back seat. You don't need to walk in and face check bushes anymore or get blown up by Kadida. No, the Novaria can do that job.
Yeah, the Novaria is going to be able to do a lot more. I don't know whether people are even considering to throw her into the support section with the amount of, open map capabilities that she actually has inbuilt into the kit. So we'll see whether or not that's going to be a relevant strategy. I do think that she is kind of slow, though, in terms of like just scaling up.
Depending on what you want from her, right? I guess in a support role, opening up the map, that would be the primary focus. But I also wonder if this would affect how the teams draft, right? Because when heroes like Arlott, for example, was introduced, that one was perma-ban. When Minseta was reworked, Minseta was perma-ban. Will Novaria fall into the same category?
I don't think Novaria actually fits into that category, unfortunately. I do think that Novaria does require a certain level of mechanics to play, and one of them being skill shots, it's a very big margin of error.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we'll see if the teams for this series will consider Novaria as an option. Let's take a look at Red Esports, the representative from Malaysia. Currently the only team from Malaysia that is having a 2-0 record, if memory serves. So,
yes.
They're in the lead for sure. We have Ren QT, A-Mao, Kim, Melkuti, and Mao.
Yep, the rookies for Red Esports definitely helping to elevate the team with their raw mechanics. Kim and Melkuti in particular have been quite, flashy in their own senses, especially when they feel confident. But I think what's really holding this team together is the leadership coming in from Ren QT, and as well as the capabilities mechanical capabilities, might I add, from Amal. That Paquito yesterday, woo!
Ooh, that is some sweet 1-2 punches. You love to see that. Hope we get to see more of that from Red Esports, because they did crush. I mean, crush feels like an understatement, right? They absolutely destroyed Red Esports. In day one, we get to talk a little bit, we get to hear a little bit about what our Red Esports thinks about Mao, right? Kind of the role switch, the guy that went from gold laner to roamer. After yesterday, has any opinions changed? Do you think that he's really fitting into this role?
I do think there's a lot. Well, I do think he's not exactly the best roamer in the world, and he still has some adjusting to do. So it does feel that he has that mentality of a gold laner still, where he's sitting a little further backwards than he's supposed to be, not taking as many shots as I would like to see him. But when you're going up against a team like Archives Esports, I think this is where he's really going to be tested, right? It's going to be a team that has proven that they can 2-0 some of the best of the best. The fact that they are here and challenging Red Esports with Lord JM, KZen, Lacency, Sumpak, and as well as Spider Miles. And Spider Miles, I definitely would imagine that this is going to be a much tougher game, because there's not a lot of information around Archives Esports, especially in the realm where Red Esports is comfortable with.
Yeah, they came in, and you look at their past record, right? I believe they took down Evo 2-1 on day 1, and they took down Banana Esports day 2. Another case of kind of a tier 2 team taking down Banana, I can consider tier 1, right? They played the circuit before, so taking down the ex-Evo's next play roster 2-0, very, very clean fashion. So this mysterious team has already slightly made an impression for themselves off screen, and now we get to see them on the big stage, on the silver screen.
Absolutely. Again, with these teams, I love seeing the identity, the thought processes, whether it's in the draft or in game itself. A lot of those decision makings kind of tell you the level of polish, or at least give you a good judgment of the power level.
Yeah, this is another case of tier 2 against MPL team, right? Will this one be the same as what we witnessed, I think, on day 1, where you just have Game Lab slaying an MPL team?
I mean, we say that, but then there's been a lot of upsets that have been happening throughout the groups.
Yeah, I mean, Zia did take 1 game off of TNC Pro team, right? So that is also a bit of an unexpected result.
Yeah, again, I don't think anybody is ready to actually deal with whether or not the tier 2 is closing in on that gap. But what about you guys at home? Be confident. Try to look for the answers here. Which team do you think is going to be taking the cake this time round? You can cast your vote in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, and remember, these teams are not at risk of elimination, so you can just freely cast your vote, whether you're a Red Esports fan or an Archives Esports supporter. You can even switch that vote around, because they still get to play at least for 1 more day.
Exactly.
But if there are any fans of these teams, I also want to see what you guys, any fun facts, right? What do the players do during their downtime? What is their favorite music? What is the hero that they are always playing in competitive, but they actually don't like the hero? They're just forced to play it. And there's some case of that as well. I'd love to hear all of that.
I would love to hear that too. Looking at the Novaria video, it's kind of interesting that we saw a majority of the players that were asked that question not actually in the mid lane itself. They're like, most of them are like, I'm a gold laner. I kind of don't like playing against Novaria. You snipe me out of nowhere. I can't really free hit you. I just have to sit back and pray that you miss.
And people who are camera shy, right? People who don't want to get seen on the map. So that is an interesting point. I didn't even notice that. But I guess, if you ask the majors, then they'll you don't want to hear from the majors. You want to hear from people who don't know as much.
Who are on the receiving end of it.
the receiving end of it. The victims, right? They give victim testimonies. We gotta thank our partners as well as Snapdragon Elite Gaming for making this happen. When winning matters, you would want the best chipset in your device, and Snapdragon provides just that.
Snapdragon provides everything that you're going to need, whether it's a smooth experience or an optimized gameplay. Their chipset is going to make sure that you're in tip-top shape. But let's not forget some of our other sponsors as well, because if you're looking for the Snapdragon Elite Gaming chipset, you can immediately find it in the phone of the Samsung Galaxy 2 and a number of products.
Absolutely, and alongside that, also quick shout out to Monster Energy and DHL for being a part of this journey. We have, we welcome DHL for the first time, and I think they've been very, very fantastic.
They've been crazy fast. I just, for fun, I thought, what, I would order some random coffee, grind it up, wake up in the morning feeling fresh. Next thing you know, I came down to the office, it was already at the front door, and I was like, what? I just hit send. I just paid for it. How is it already here?
Yeah, I placed an order for this weekend, and it arrived yesterday. And that's how fast it is. And also all the other partners that you saw on screen just now. I mean, for again, Samsung Galaxy. If you guys haven't checked out the Galaxy S23 Ultra yet, do so, because in terms of gaming, in terms of performance, in terms of photography, and every single thing that you want from a device that you can carry around, they have it.
Yep, it's their flagship phone, so obviously they're giving you guys the best specs that they can possibly fit into these. I won't even say that it's a tiny phone anymore. We've kind of evolved as the human race from that. We like our phones a little bit bigger this time, bigger screens.
Yeah, deep pockets used to mean that you have a lot of cash, but deep pockets now means that you can fit bigger phones.
Yeah, if you can fit like a tablet in there, I'll be like, man, your pockets are deep, bruh.
Our perception of finances have definitely changed. I want to quickly talk about our predictions just now. Right? That was flashed on the screen. You know, this time again we have differing opinions. You're looking at a Red Esports getting a 2-0. I personally think Archive will take it, but in a 2-1 fashion. I expect Red Esports to put up a good fight.
I think it's really tough because, you know, Red Esports have been playing against teams that they feel generally comfortable with or weaker than them, right? One or the other. There hasn't been a team that has really, you know, stepped up to the plate and really challenged them and made them feel like they have to go out of their comfort zone. I think Archives might be able to do that, and until I see the gameplay, my opinions are going to stand with Red Esports.
Do you think that this is going to be a game that pushes Red Esports to the limit? I mean, you look at the previous series, right? They played SNG Singapore on day one, they played RGMY yesterday. Compared to the teams that Archive Esports have to go through, do you think that they were matching up against opponents that are on equal level, or, you know, one team has to go through the harder journey?
I do think most of the teams have to go through a harder journey, but for Red Esports, they have been rather lucky with the number with the types of teams that they've been matched up against. I feel like Archive can challenge them, right? There is always that possibility. It's one of those things where you're looking for what is the personal best coming out from Red Esports, right? How many weights do they have to put on the bar before they say, "Uncle, please take this off of me"?
So this is kind of the first hurdle, right? The first roadblock for Red Esports. I mean, we've seen them show some, aside from the Paquito yesterday, which has been, you know, last week twice. We also saw Mao go into the role of a Franco, right? He did play a pretty nasty Franco in a game 1 against RGMY, and I think and not much players have played Franco, though we saw a bit of that yesterday. Did you expect Mao to be in that role?
Well, I did expect Mal to have some kind of suppression ability. You know, I think he would be way more comfortable with the Kaja rather than the Franco. There are a lot of times where it feels like he's still in that Kaja mindset where you're standing like a little further backwards. Right. You have your flicker available to close the distance out of nowhere, but generally you want to be a little bit more forward, have that presence, and, you know, use that presence and awareness to kind of push people away from certain key points of the map. And, well, I think Mal still needs some time to adapt into his overall role before he becomes hyper efficient. But I will say that Emal is going to be the one that needs to be targeted if Archives Esports want to kind of take this game 2-0 in this series.
Both teams are looking in high spirits, coming into this 2-0. They know that they're not going to be out even if they lose. Red Esports even got a background update. Yesterday, I think they were playing in the living room, and now they're playing in an actual room. You know, with the television right there, support Red Esports, if I read it correctly. So with every single series, they upgrade the room that they play in. If they win today, they move into a penthouse. If it win tomorrow, they'll move into, I don't know, one of our palaces.
They'll get a studio apartment, and then after the studio apartment, they'll go into a semi-D, and then after the semi-D, that's when they start getting the big bungalows. Up until that point, but only if they qualify. With that being said, you know, I am curious about Archive. You know, teams have definitely, Tier 2 teams have definitely been surprising a lot of people out there with their overall performance. Maybe it could be like a region thing, but most of the time, when we look at Tier 2s, the Indonesian side specifically, with how long their MDL has been going on, really has provided a lot of great talents.
Dewa United Esports, right? That is a very, very good example that they will also be playing today. You saw how they wiped out Game Lab yesterday. It really felt like, okay, this was the team that took down Geek Slate. Now we kind of understand where they stand in the tournament for now. But we're also looking at two regions, you know, Malaysia and Philippines, who in the Tier 2 scene have Tier 1 and Tier 2 scene respectively, have very critical fans, right? We talked to Xia Esports yesterday. These guys didn't get here easy, and I think even at this point, despite the support that we saw online, there are a lot of haters behind the scenes, and they were still able to pull through. I imagine that Archives Esports is also going to the same thing. Let's see how this draft is going to pan out. Novaria instantly panned out by Red Esports because, you know, Mel did say that, nah, I don't want to deal with this.
Yeah, I'd rather not deal with this.
OP.
Ooh. I don't know whether this is one of those things where Red Esports has been doing a lot of homework to make this hard read on Archives Esports, but the setup is going to be there, right? The Fanny, the Kaja, as well as the Joy being banned out, Diggy, Novaria, as well as Wanwan being banned out for the side of Red Esports, and now we see the Frederick first pick coming in for Archives Esports.
And this is also the first time in this tournament that Red Esports is playing a team from a separate region, right? A team that are not too familiar with. And with Novaria in the pool right now, I am 100% sure that we will see those drafting change a little bit. What heroes are you willing to give up? What heroes are you willing to sacrifice in that ban phase? And this will also force teams to come up with solutions, but Fredrin going through means that the Fire Mist and Glue will go to Red.
Yep, this is a great idea for the side of Red Esports. They know that Arlot is still available, but Arlot's a little bit of a bait once you see Fredrin on the field. It can be technically, the Fredrin can be flexed, but you don't want to put yourself in a position when you're in a losing lane against Arlot of all things, so might as well bolster yourself with the Fire Mist as well as Glue, which is, again, it's really hard to lose in lane with Glue.
And we have the Minotaur picked up. Was it Red Esports that gave us an insight into
Yes.
the Minotaur? Right.
Yes, second phase ban, I think game number 3 yesterday, game number 2 yesterday is where they hinted that, you know, Minotaur might be something to keep an eye out. And I think Archives, they've got a couple of good conditions, right? You see the Diggy get banned out. Oh, great, no time journey, can't stop the CC. Might as well have just wide range AoE CC to lock people down, buff up my team. And especially when you have technically 3 knockups, you can cancel quite a bit of abilities.
I believe it's also a game where they run the farmers for Kim, right? That was the biggest threat, to them. And right now we get to see Archives Esports. Definitely, I think the first time we're seeing Minotaur, that's why, Red Esports, they're gonna go for the Melissa, some sort of a minor pushback. Is the Minon's rage radius big enough to hit Melissa inside the ult?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The radius is... The hard part is that there's no visual cue to it, right? You're gonna have to kind of like, in BM we call aga, which is basically like kind of estimating how far it actually is. I don't know how comfortable or how often teams have to deal with the Minotaur to really understand exactly what the range is going to be looking like. But when you have Melissa, at the very least, you know that you can kind of come in as a secondary rather than, as a primary in the first initial conflict, especially when they make contact with each other.
So the Claude and the Arlot banned out by Red, just don't want anyone to get to the back. And I guess Melissa also allows you to hit, quote-unquote, hit your targets from further away, right? You put yourself in a safer distance, just let Muddles do the work. Valentina and Martis banned out by Archive Esports. Now Red Esports, they get priority in the jungle, at least for a jungle or next beat, or jungle or roamer pick.
I think it's, Atlas doesn't seem that bad, but you don't want to technically give that over to Archives Esports because they have Valentina, so they might think of some other options here, right? They've got 2 tanks already. They're pretty thick. Dairoth probably isn't going to be a consideration unless it's thrown inside the jungle. It's going to be extremely difficult for Amal Amal... I wouldn't say Yuzong is necessary just yet. I do feel like the overall fighters from the side of Red Esports, if it's going to go into the jungle, probably won't get that big profit. Lolita as a way to kind of disengage from these bigger fights, and especially with the Minoan Fury, that's not too bad. At least it's a good read from Red Esports.
Yeah, actually, you don't have to make sense because there's a Glue already. My brain was like, well, Glue can roam.
Glue can roam? Yeah,
Used
I
to.
can absolutely do it.
Beatrix for Archive Esports, just another layer of follow-up to these big AoEs. It feels like they're building this, one of the Malaysian classics, what do you call it, the 1,000-layer cake. Now you have the Benedetta to finish it off. So Benedetta into Glue was a matchup that has always been very interesting because they don't really interact to kill each other. For the Benedetta, she just wants to annoy the Glue. We've also seen examples of the Glue solo killing the Benedetta yesterday. I'm excited to see how this one turns out.
Yeah, this one probably should, well, technically it shouldn't end up like that, right? We look at Red Esports, they need to finish off with their jungler this time, and I don't know, all the junglers don't seem that great into the current matchup. Maybe the Martis at best, but even then, Archives has already banned it out.
No assassins feel good, right, when there's a Minotaur around.
It's not the most fun
Akai?
feeling, right? I think Akai or Barat. Actually, Barat's probably is going to be their best bet. Akai is not bad, but that's only if they really want to prioritize fighting for these neutral objectives.
Red Esports going to make the choice. It's going to be the Lancelot, so they would still stick with the Lancelot. How is this interaction going to go though? There's so much brick wall potential from Archive. You have Benedetta who will 100% have Petrify, but the biggest worry is if you can't iframe properly and you get hit by the Minotaur, that's lights out.
Yeah, it's still a little risky here because I do feel like this is one of the games where actually going damage Lancelot might be the answer to actually deal with the Beatrix, for an example. But it's all assuming that Amal has a good early game, assuming that he's able to get at least one kill before they transition into the mid game. Archives Esports, on the other hand, their composition is way easier to pull off because they know that Red Esports is going to clump together, and if they fight around points of interest on the map like neutral objectives, I think generally Archives is the one letting Red Esports take first position.
Yeah, get into position, guys. Let us send the mad cow at you. This is the Matador dies in this case.
The Matador will die in this case, and he will give up everything to make it happen.
And especially with the tweaks to Minotaur, you beef up your team.
Oh yeah.
You soften the enemy. I mean, they don't look durable anyways, maybe aside from Lolita, but even then, they still don't look too durable. Game 1 of this best of 3, again, the winner's bracket, so loser still gets to stay, but if you are one of these teams, you want to continue their win streak, put yourself one step closer to the challenge group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Notice down by bot side, the EXP lane instantly being taken on 2v1 here with the help of Lord JM and as well as Lacey. They will be able to hit level 2 relatively quick here, and I think that, saves Lord M's early game a lot.
Again, reminder that you can get your tickets for the challenge finals starting at 20,000 rupiah at esl.gg/SPSMLBB tickets. Lord JM in the jungle of Red Esports. Absolutely fearless, but it's just what the Benedetta wants to do. You keep proxying away. Glue can't touch you. He needs help, but it's just so hard to catch Lord JM.
Yep, I mean, ideally Glue was supposed to punish Lord JM at level 1, but the fact that it kind of bypassed that allows Lord JM to kind of play a little bit more freely and save so much HP in the lane. Now, top side should be Mel's lane. It should be really difficult for Sumpak to actually get any kind of space, assuming that Mel plays this perfectly and distance themselves to zone the Beatrix from the waves. It looks like Lord JM not going to be able to get that Beetle camp this time.
I think Lord JM also received assistance, right, from Lancy, early on that level 1 2v1. We always say that Sumpak, well, on Beatrix as well, we bully your lane, hold it out just for a bit. The Petrify was used, Aaron getting away just in time. But yeah, Beatrix, most matchups you get to bully your lane opponent, but against Melissa, is it neutral or is it still a Beatrix favor?
It's a mechanical game, right? It's all about spacing and distancing, and I think that's the hardest part when you are playing Melissa is to space it properly where Buttles is able to get maximum amount of damage without your opponent closing in.
Red Esports starting on the turtle, and the blast channel ready, flicker forward, Mao finds 4! And Red Esports finds the engage that they've been looking for. The Minoan Fury just there to knock them out for a little bit. Red Esports looking for a bit more kills. Aaron in the front. They do have Mount to follow up with the stun, and that's 2 for Red.
Oh, really unfortunate there. I mean, it was a 50-50 on who was going to get the big ult first, and in this case, it was going to be Mal. Spider Miles, unfortunately, did not spot him out on the map fast enough to try and cancel it out with his knockups, but, well, at least Archived Esports, they have an idea of how Red wants to play these neutrals.
And that is the role that you mentioned for this Lolita, right? You need her to disengage, and at least there is a way for Red Esports to counter-engage if the Minotaur just somehow makes it into the fight, but that is the start that you want. Silver lining for Archive Esports, they only lost 2 members and the turtle. Could have been, it looked way worse than that.
Yep, Archives Esports just, again, bad. It didn't work out well. First turtle going over to side Red Esports, not that big of a deal. It's still the early game. It technically is still a side quest. The main objectives is to play Siege, and Archives Esports need to unlock Sumpak from this lane.
And then you look at the net worth, at least the Melissa has a slight lead over the Beatrix, right? And that is going to be constant good news for Red Esports. You do see Spider Mouse getting brought up to the top side. That's where KZen will be at a beat as well. Does get spotted out by Amal, who is just trying to take as much cancel as possible. So Spider Mouse with the knockup, but Red Esports, they just walk out.
They don't want to get into these engagements, especially when Spider Miles is nearby. They know that the Minoan Fury can be very painful, especially in the earlier stages where it has decently high base damages, so they have to be careful. Aaron on the opposite side of the map, playing very uninteractively against Archive Esports for now.
Yeah, better watch out with your thumb. thumbs up.
Gotta make sure that your pathing is clean. A single tap on the side of the wall could lose you your life.
He's lucky that they don't have damage right now, but Red Esports wants to punish Sumpak, push him out of the lane completely. And nothing to be converted. The wave did get wiped out, so unlucky for Red.
Yeah, a little unlucky there, but that's totally fine. Red Esports, they need to just play this slow. They need to be able to get this Melissa ahead of the curve.
Yeah, Aaron getting into the head of Archives Esports. They actually brought 4 members just to try and take care of this blue. Backup coming in from the rest of Red, but they can't get there in time. Thumbs up this time, they say.
4 people dedicated all their resources down by this bot side, and now they're going to convert this into a neutral.
Will be spotted out, so no more cheeky, no more blast, and now no more Fury is going to be dead for Spider Mouse. Archive Esports letting Red Esports taste their own Numenon blast. And that should be 2 kills at least, and it will be. Archives Esports takes control of the turtle.
Difficult because Kim's temp HP feels good for the big AoE, but when you have a second one following up immediately after, you're basically stunned for a total of 4 to 5 seconds. The Valentina flexibility being really abused here.
This is so much easier to set up the Numenon Blast for Archive Esports because you have an initial engage, right? You have the Minotaur to do it. For Red Esports, you need to have a flicker. You need to be in somewhere that people can't see you. But for Archive Esports, they're like, all right, let me borrow this thing.
Let me borrow this real quick. And even if they're not looking for a secondary engage, they can still go for the call altar, right?
Yeah.
So Archives Esports, plenty of different options as long as they have the IMU from Lacency. We'll see where the gold is currently at. MelQT slightly ahead of Sumpa, but not enough to put him out of the lane.
Yeah, Spider Mouse just making sure that he's always in around that mid lane. The Lancy can push it out safely, and Ema will have to come to clear it out. Then dash in and instantly get spotted out. And Archive Esports covering most of the bases. XP lane is gonna be neutral as always, but Lord JM does have that slight XP lead. And they'll continue to cut those waves and proxy it. Meanwhile, topside Mao getting absolutely knocked out into the air, clip on the edge, and a killing spree for Lancy.
Yep, can't seem to get out of that. Even when they tried to flicker, he still gets knocked up. Nothing much you can do about that. They could set up a dive here. Kim is here to try and stop it, but 4v2.
It's not going to be easy. No ult for Spider Miles, but they can still borrow something from Red Esports. In this case, it's going to be Spider Miles jumping in. The 10 HP already expire. Lancy very healthy. They will give the first one over to Sumpak as Kim tries to basically phase out of the map, but doesn't have enough time to work with. They lose the turret, they lose 2 members. And Amao, he is looking for Sumpak, but Sumpak is down behind the turret. Not sure if Amao will be safe though. Okay, then does find him. Can Amao get out of this predicament? Spider-Mouse is going to be there with the knockout. The Terrify will be around as well, and the snipe from Sumpak. And that will be 3 for Archives.
3 already secured. Archives now building a very steady lead for themselves, out-tempoing Red Esports. And now, with Red Esports unable to regroup in time, they lose bottom tier 1, top tier 1 at the same time. 3.7k, 7 minutes into the game. Archives Esports in a great position.
And they have control of the third turtle also. Neymar will respond in time, but the rest of Red Esports are just not in a position to help. Everyone will be late to the party. Kim losing half his health bar. Red Esports just posturing to defend this mid-tier 1.
Now, despite the matchup, and especially since ML definitely had a lot more help than their opponent, Sumpak, it's great that he was able to kind of mitigate the amount of gold that he lost. He was pretty much going toe-to-toe with Mel with only a slight deficit of 100 gold. They finally unlocked Sumpak from the lane. He now has 2 kills, and look at how much damage he's applying to this mid-tier 1.
In Red Esports, they are forced to stick around just so that they can protect the structure. And this also unlocks Lord JM, right? Both side lane tier 1 have gone down, and it's hard for Aaron to match him. And Archive Esports are just moving around the map so much more active.
And now they're converting it, right? Got the tier 1s, now I'm going to move into your jungle. I'm going to slowly take this level lead on Amal, and then we're going to close out with these neutrals.
I'm trying to unlock the bot tier 2 just so the Vendetta have more room to work with also. Kaizen is not afraid of getting gone on. I mean, if you want to engage him, he can just eat up the damage. Mao, very, very careful. Spider Mouse, he'll draw the trigger first and instantly flickers to the back for another 3-man knockup. And Mao gets absolutely pushed away from the fight. He cannot help his team. Red Esports, they have already lost this fight. Kaizen won't be able to finish the kill, but neither can Red Esports.
Yep, nothing to actually reset the dashes for Amal. A lot of battle spells being expanded as well. Aaron trying to go for the backline to get on top of Beatrix was a good idea, but Beatrix still having that flicker, hopping over the wall saves the day. In this entire process of fighting, right, top side was getting shoved, and now they've kind of unlocked, they were attacking bottom side tier 2, they managed to secure top side tier 2, and then come back to break it once more.
We will only see Lord JM on the screen if there was nothing happening and Ready Sports wants to stop a split push, because both side lanes have been opened up.
Yeah.
And Amal, he's going to get taunted, knocked up. Okay. Right in the last second, slips away, but they will still have to contest this buff, which will be stolen. The rest of Red Esports, I'm not sure if you want to be there. It will at least push Archive Esports away.
Yeah, it's really difficult right now. Mel doesn't exactly have enough items to really go 1v5 and to start focusing on those free hits. And I think Archive Esports, they recognize that, right? They're making sure that the tempo is clean. They're making sure that they're starving out Red Esports. And now you can tell that they're playing more defensively, stealing that Karmas ult rather than looking for the Lolita.
We don't need a second engage anymore right now. We just need to play the survival game. 7.5k go advantage. That is going to keep increasing. Red Esports, 2 separate fights. And Aaron getting caught out. And that will be handled by Lord JM. Archive Esports fixes the attention onto this tier 2. Very uninteractive at this point because Red Esports can't engage. They cannot catch anyone. Certainly not the Benedetta. And they're still losing structures.
Exactly. Archives Esports is playing this very, very well, right? Starving out Red Esports, limiting the amount of resources they can actually obtain on this map, and not giving them that opportunity to just start that fight. Now, I'm hoping that Mal is able to find an angle here, but Archives Esports knows that if Mal is able to get a good Numenon blast, they might be able to fork back a couple of 50-50 kills.
See, Mao is on that top side jungle, but Aaron is in massive danger. With Aaron going down, it doesn't matter where this Lolita is. He's still going to try to go for a flank, but they're going to be fighting with a man disadvantage. I'm not really sure if Mao can pull it off though. His team might need him sooner than he wants to be. Supak does check him out, and now Mao in complete danger. Not a safe spot at all. Still burns down despite having to call Alter as it flickers out of range, and that means all 3 lanes are now open up.
Yep, latency is just so big this game. 4-0-5, currently 2 levels ahead of Kim. He won his lane, he's been very interactive with the rest of the team, and more importantly so, he's covering with these big follow-ups.
Lord J even got away from Amal as Mel ends up falling. Stolen Call Alta, allowing Archive Esports to dive even further to take on the last inhibitor turret. It's 4v5, Mao is back in the fight, but no flicker for a surprise counter engage. Just need to hold up the bulwark to try and defend this, but now Spider Mao says he is done with this, knocks them out for one last time, and just like an amusement park ride, whatever goes up comes right down crashing. Archives Esports, 12 minutes in, have basically cracked the code. There's nothing that Red could do. It's 1-0 for Archives.
Extremely clean game coming out from Archives Esports. Their composition, and especially with latency, very quick on the trigger with the IMU to turn things around in the early game, to make that first breakout point, and then slowly close it out by shutting the curtains on Red Esports.
Complete domination, and Red Esports, you know, they show some signs of life, some understanding of what to do, and I believe that they still have the ideology of how to carry out these team fights. But Archives Esports, after getting hit by the Numenon Blast once at the 2-minute mark, they never let Red dictate the fight anymore.
Basically that. I mean, I do wish that we did see Mal every time that his battle spell flicker comes off of cooldown, that he's looking for these plays, but no, instead he's just holding on to his flicker like it's a super valuable resource as a support. And to be fair, he's not entirely wrong about that, but in this game we definitely needed to see them kind of pick up the tempo and start trying to unlock their laners, because both compositions kind of wanted to do the same thing.
This kind of feels like what happened to, was it RSG MY yesterday against Red, where they also have a Lolita, and Lolita was getting tossed. What was it? And it wasn't tossed around. Was it RSGMY?
No. That was the Game Lab, right? It was
Game
Lab.
Lab
Game Lab with Elo Hardy.
Elo Hardy, right? It's getting tossed around. You know, you're looking at him as a tool to counter engage, but the opposing team, they just make sure that this Lolita never has the flicker ready, and whenever they see her, they just target her down.
See, the thing is, it's really tough to judge when the fight is going to happen, right? Because at the end of the day, even if you're a low leader, you're out of the Minotaur, Minoan Fury range, right? You need to kind of flicker in to close the gap to make sure you have the widest amount of targets to hit at once. If you time it poorly, the third hit of the Minoan Fury is technically a knock-up, so you can get your ability cancelled, and I think that's something that Mal was actually concerned about.
This is where we kind of tie it back to the ease of execution, right? It's so much easier for Archives Esports. Press one out button, win the fight. For Red Esports, I need to channel my ult, I need to flicker in, I need to find the timing. So many things to consider, and Archives just never gave them those rules.
Yeah, and I think, a lot of it just came down to latency, right? He filled in the holes. When you are playing this Valentina, you're kind of a jack of all trades because you can steal all the ultimates from your opposing team. Obviously, some are better than others. But when you do have them, you got to think very strategically, what is your team lacking? Are we not able to follow up in time? Do we need to play a little bit more defensively? Do we not have enough HP? And in this case, I think latency, after he stole the Call Altar once, he recognized that, okay, this probably isn't the way to do it. We need to get a huge, massive gold lead on our side first, and then we can start thinking about playing defensively.
I might be reading into this extensively, but we look at the drafting order, right? Archives, they open up with, I believe, the Fredrin, and then the Minotaur, and the Valentina. Does this cover all the bases for Archives? Because now we have a Minotaur and we have a Valentina. Whatever the enemy picks, the Valentina can always steal it, so you cover a lot of that loophole.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that it's definitely a good way to kind of look at the draft coming in from Archives Esports, because when you see, most people don't really go for that Fredrin first pick anymore unless you have the option of flex picking it into the EXP lane. And I think in this case, yes, it is a possibility, but when you see Red respond, you know what, I'm going to take the Farmist, I'm also going to take the Glue within the first rotation, it almost feels doomed till you see the rest of the composition come together, right? And a lot of it is balanced on a knife's edge. If, let's say, Red Esports were able to get those first bloods early on and kind of maintain that lead as they transition into the mid game, it would have been very, very different.
MVP for match number 1 is going to be the mid laner Valentina Lancey. I look at the spelling, it's Lancey in game. I could be wrong, we'll double check it. But either way, 6-0-6, I believe, on this Valentina. Just absolutely menace. This is actually 2 heroes in 1, or 3 heroes.
3 heroes in 1. But yeah, there was a lot of breakout moments for Archive Esports to actually, pull this game into their favor. And I think the very first highlight was just the beginning. The second dive up top side, you could see that, they caught Red Esports off of a timing. You see that Mal is walking back from the base. The mid lane had already rotated over, but was forced to kind of take a safe path, so it's delayed even further. Mid lane gets shoved in by the EXPs, so Archive Esports making sure that all of their avenues in terms of closing out a game and maintaining a lead is on point.
Basically a flawless game 1. The only deaths that they experienced was at the turtle, at the 2-minute mark. They haven't had a death since then for a straight 10 minutes. This is the kind of gameplay that you expect, right? I mean, you look at the tier 2 scene of the Philippines, their tier 2 teams can rival our tier 1s. I think this is a very, very good example.
This is always, the region alone is super, super strong. A lot of their tier 2s definitely looking for an opportunity to get into the MPL, and this is the best place to do so. Archives Esports currently 1-0 against Red Esports at match point. Red need to start adapting, and more importantly so, this is what I'm talking about. When they are in this, when they don't know their opponents that well, when they start feeling uncomfortable, very different performance compared to the last 2 days.
Would this prompt Red Esports to really start considering that Minotaur ban? Because we saw that value in game 1. Is it worth banning out instantaneously, or is there a solution around the Minotaur?
Definitely the Diggy, the third pick Diggy. I think that Red Esports wanted the Minotaur on their side, or at the very least look for something with hard CC, maybe arguably even an Atlas as well, but we'll have to see in game number 2 if that's going to be the case and confirm my suspicions.
So far, Archives Esports off to a great start, and if they do end up winning this and we get to talk to them, I think it would be an interesting story for a roster that hasn't really been able to play on the big screen. Not that I remember.
It depends what you define as the big screen, you know? Who knows? When you have that Samsung TV that's like, what, 52 inches? I think that's already too much. Even the screen in front of us, way too big of a screen.
Oh, this is actually a very big screen. It makes us look very tiny.
I'm pretty sure this TV is taller than I am, and I'm like, what, 6'2"?
I still don't know how people calculate, like, 6'2", 5'4".
Look, don't worry about it. In CM, I'm like 182. You know what? I'll make it 186.
What?
I add 1 CM every time I bring it up.
Sure. Don't worry, I have the best height.
Oh, do you now?
169.
Oh, hey!
Beat that.
All right, okay. I cannot beat that, but maybe if I chug some Monster Energy drink, I'll maybe add another 2 inches to my repertoire here to unleash the beast. Go check out monsterenergy.com/gaming. Monster Energy.
Oh, you really want some, Monster Energy .drink.
Monster Energy. Dude, in my head, I was already like cupping my hand as if I already had a can.
Hopefully in the future there will be some interactive things that you can do, maybe a billboard ad for Monster Energy that you can drink on the street, you know, Monster Energy .drink. I just gave you guys an idea. I'll send you my resume in a little bit, but we also gotta thank all the other partners, phone brands that were with us. We saw Poco, Oppo, and also at Asus ROG. They have been fantastic.
You can't. I mean, obviously these brands are gonna be working. They all have the Snapdragon Elite Gaming chipset in them. I mean, it only makes sense.
It only makes sense, dude. If you wanna, play at the highest level, you gotta have the best equipment. So if you want to have the best hair, you gotta have the best hair product. I think that's what I was told as a kid. But if you want to get those hair product and have it delivered to your doorstep, we have DHL with us as our partner. They also are running an FVBot Dash Cup, which you can check out at esl.gg/FVBot. And you participate in it, there's a chance you become the winner of 5,000 euro.
Ooh, a lot of money here. Sounds like you're getting a bigger payout than some of the teams currently playing, because they're not going to get paid until they get to the very end of the tournament. So
harsh truth, but yes.
Oh boy. Once again, thank you, DHL. Red Esports now have to adapt against Archive. I feel like Archive, their macro is especially sharp. They play very methodically, right? A lot of their movements remind me of the early days of MPL MYSG, and especially for Singaporean teams, it's extremely tactical, right? You slowly, it's like mopping up water. You want to make sure that you don't leave any holes so it seeps back to your dry floor. You got to cover every single angle, funnel it all into one side to make sure the whole floor is dry.
Kind of like the old RSG, right? When it was...
Yes.
When it was still one region, I think that kind of was the pioneer of these two different identities between the MY and SG. Just how we play. We are very instinct driven. For us, the more kills you have, it means that you're a good player.
More kills, more good.
More kills, more good. I play bot game, I kill 30, very good.
That's basically how we used to play. And I think, everybody is kind of developed in a very unique manner, right? Because as much as I would like to believe that Archive is playing like a very old style, not a very textbook style, like the Singaporeans, there definitely is moments where you see a little bit of adaptability, right? Latency. Lancy.
L-A-N-C-E, Lancy.
Look, I cannot. I am seeing multiple letters, and like the first word that comes to mind is latency, and I'm like, that is definitely wrong.
No, we'll put a dash in the middle. That
would make it worse for me. That would make it so much worse. Then I'll be like, fill in the blank.
No, Lance dash the hyphen, not dash the hyphen.
Oh, the hyphen. Yeah, okay, got you.
That would make it easier.
That would make it slightly easier. I guess I'm very dyslexic.
If there's anything, in terms of kills, I think we saw a good example yesterday, right? Xia against MLBB. 6 kills, still wins the... Well, not 6 Xia, sorry. Game Lab against MLBB. 6 kills, but still wins the game. So, there is a good example of that. Kills don't mean everything, all right?
Very, very true. I think that is a perfect example, in a matter of fact.
Right, we gotta stop MLBB. I think they're not here already, which is unlucky. But, I mean, Archives, they're feeling really confident going into game number 2. I think the ban on red side, right? It really feels like if a hero is undetermined what the effectiveness is going to be, but the general perception is that this hero is very strong. Normally, red side will be pressured to ban it out.
For sure, for sure. I want to see a team let go of Novaria. I really want to see how these pro teams are going to abuse it, because they're like, oh yes, there's so many ways to kind of open up space. Wait,
that's the coach. No, that's the yellow shirt boy. That's the coach.
That's the coach.
Look at everyone. Massive respect to the coach.
More massive respect to the both of them. Okay, shout out to Doji.
Yeah, they're drafting. Oh, that kid is drafting for them.
The kid is like, man, make sure you pick up Novaria.
Pick the cow.
Pick the cow.
Moo moo.
Ban bird, pick cow.
Ban farsa, pick cow.
Imagine if this kid is an actual genius. That would be so cool if they allowed him to allow him to draft.
Mobile Legends
Wait, they even have a bib for him.
Can it fit?
It will fit. It will fit.
Ah, there it is.
Yeah! This is great. This is great. You know what? Production, just leave it on the screen.
Leave it on the screen.
We don't need to see the draft. This is fine. I'm very happy.
We'll talk about the draft in a little bit.
Well, yeah, we'll talk about the draft in a little bit. You know, the hardest thing to tell is whether or not is that a screen or is that a mirror.
That is true. Can they see inside?
Are they looking inside to something, or is it a reflection?
Can we talk to the kid after they win?
The kid does the interview.
The kid does the interview. There is archive. Oh, I love your production.
Thank you, production.
They know exactly what we want.
Oh, he's so adorable. He's so adorable. All right, let's see. Oh, he won. Okay, got it. 2-0, 2-0.
You see the kid whispering, right? 2-0, 2-0.
Yeah, it's not a Kasidoni who's talking. It's straight up the kid just whispering in his ear. Tell him to win 2-0. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, so it is a mirror. It's a screen. Confirmed.
We see the bans already. So Minotaur and Novaria both getting banned out by Red. They also banned the Farmers. Game 1 definitely did get to them. We see the prioritization on the Minotaur. 1-1. Joy Fredrin banned by Archive. By Red, they will get their hands on the Valentina while in the Franco.
I think it's very, very clear that Red Esports is not comfortable with Novaria being in the hero pool, right? It's something that they're not 100% sure about, so it's better to ban it out than to face it so early on in the tourney. And more importantly, I don't feel like Novaria is that hero that everyone raves about. Not as bad as like when Arlet first dropped it. There's very minimal counterplay to it.
The Diggy now gets picked up by Archives, an instant solution to the Franco hook, right? It was a hero that Red banned in game 1, and then Minotaur went through, and Red Esports weren't able to cover the bases for the Diggy. I mean, Archives, they are one step ahead.
Yeah, they really are one step ahead here. It feels like, they knew exactly what was going to happen coming into the draft, and I feel like Red Esports is the one making the blunders here in the draft before they even get into the game. Now, we do see that Archive ban out the Martis once again. They want to make sure that Red Esports isn't able to peel their frontliners away, and I would make an argument that Archive Esports can go one step further by making a composition dedicated to diving.
Esther doesn't make sense. That does open up, but what else?
I think they're still missing a mage from the side of Archives.
There's a mage. Farsa? The Yeef is also still up, right? They can also aim for it.
Yes, they can absolutely go for it if they wanted to. It really depends what they want to achieve.
Kadita,
right?
there it is.
Kadita. Kadita's not bad, but I do think that since Archives is on the red side, I think it's better just to show what your marksman is first before you start thinking about your mage, because again, there's a lot of situational picks that would be good, but it kind of depends on whether or not the EXP lane has been shown for Red Esports.
Yeah, but this and Beatrix banned out, so Brody, a no-brainer for Archives Esports. And it's even easier to keep the Brody safe just because you have a Diggy around, right?
Yep.
He already has a way to save himself. Now you add on to that layer. And it's a big lane bully into the carry.
Very much so. The extended range, just the natural range coming up from Brody is more than enough. Now, Red Esports need to finish off their composition, right? And they're at a significant disadvantage. All the CC basically gets countered out. They don't really have an answer other than the carry to free hit the glue to get him off to her back. Other than that, like in terms of jungle impact, they could technically, I'm checking what else has been banned out. Martis as well as the Fredrin have been taken out too. So even the Akai isn't the greatest matchup in the world. Barat's not the greatest matchup in the world. I think it might be a Paquito game coming out from Red Esports. But I really don't like this. Ooh, I really don't like this Uranus.
does feel a little... Another uninteractive XP lane, that's one. The Julian gets picked up for Archives to go into the mid side, so the dive comp, right? What we saw, what you pointed out just now.
Yeah.
What are the bases that Red need to cover for this game?
Red need to cover not losing the early game, right? Because Archives Esports basically are going to have priority throughout the map. Maybe not the mid lane, but definitely when it comes down to the gold lane as well as the EXP, they definitely have a significant advantage after level 3 and then at level 4. I say level 3 because Uranus will be able to go toe-to-toe with Glue for a while, but eventually it's going to come to a point where both aren't going to deal damage with each other, and that's usually around level 4.
Well, this is the first time we get to see the Diggy very, very excited. Bet the kid was like, no cow, pick owl.
No cow, pick short bird, get red hair man and long hair man.
Hoot hoot.
Oh, that's so adorable if that was the case. Oh, I can imagine it. I can definitely imagine it.
Game 2 is about to begin in a bit. This is going to be the potential last game for Red Esports in the winner's pool, unless they win against Archives. And even then, it's just to keep themselves in the series. We're heading in game number 2 between Red and Archives.
Yep, game number 2, Red Esports on the blue side with Archives on the red side. I really think the Novaria ban is just what is hurting Red Esports right now. Because they could have gone for something else here, right? They could have decided to ban out the Glue. They could have decided to start banning out the Lancelot if they really wanted to. Ah, man, Novaria.
Yeah, I mean, Mel was like, OP. So there's a good reason to ban it. You know, it's triple OP.
Or maybe he's been listening to the opinions of Kim, possibly. Like, I don't want to be that guy, but you just hear that doot 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 doot, and he's already just excited about playing the game, right? When he feels really confident, you can see how much passion he has to the game. So it might be a little infectious here. He might have influenced him a little bit.
And watch Kim win the game with Novaria, right? Went like 15-0, and he was like, all right, this hero is too good. We can't have it in our games.
You'll just hear me change my tweet instantaneously. Novaria has always been OP. I've never doubted her in my life.
Depends on if they get it or not.
Yeah, assuming that they end the game like 15-0.
Yeah. It's a very deep dive from Amao. Lancey,
Whoa!
he's not gonna be going down for sure. Amao, you think you could dodge that, but no, the projectile tracks you until it hits
connects. You. Yeah, wow. I can't believe that Amal wanted to go back in there for a second, especially against the Julian.
Lancey knew it as well, right? He was standing there. He's like, come get it.
Come get it. Like, I don't mind losing my flicker for this. I'm level 3. I got all the abilities. I don't need to be level 4 to be relevant in these fights.
I think to add in some injury, I believe it was him who got the first blood.
Yep. Best part yet.
Oh, it's the Lancelot, right? Yep. Either way, it's great for him. Well, yep. Mel.
He's dead. There's nothing he can do there, right? Yeah. Archives Esports have pressured him so very hard. Miles a little late to the party.
Get the bloody hunt. Lancey will die. Needs some sort of trace. Bit of recovery for Amal also. After that unlucky first blood. I believe they didn't get the turtle because Archives was contesting.
No, they have not they haven't achieved the turtle just
Oh
yet.
my goodness! Sum Park, what a maneuver. He might survive this, no, ends up going down. Thankfully, Amal picks up that kill. You also have Kim who shows up down bot. Archives Esports will just turn their attention over to the turtle. That one gets secured by Lord JM.
Yeah, they walk away. Man, that looked really, really jank for a second.
Hold on. So I really don't want to bring this up, but if the Brody can do that to avoid a hook, why can't Martis do it?
For those who need some context, we were talking about a particular mechanic about Martis still being able to get hit by the iron hook at the if the hook ends right on top of you towards the second half of your first mortar coil.
Even Brody can do it.
Even Brody can do it. Okay, to be fair, there is still Diggy on his side, so like even if he did get hit by the iron hook, he probably would have gotten out of there regardless.
That is true, but you know, still,
it doesn't change the fact that it's unjustified. Where is the justice in this game?
It's infuriating.
Don't worry.
I thought I've seen enough, but apparently this is a rubbing salt or injury. I can accept the Farsa one, but not the one that I saw just now.
Really? Have you seen the Kufra one? The Kufra one is really funny.
Yeah. No, he has more velocity than the strength of the hook, right? So you you can snap it. Okay, that still makes sense from a physics standpoint.
From a physics standpoint, when are we getting physics involved in this?
I'm finding ways to justify why I am not happy.
You know what Mobile Legends should do? They should add a physics system in here.
They
The
should.
faster your movement speed, the more damage you deal because mass times acceleration.
The lighter you are, the faster you travel when you get hooked. And if you're too light, you crash into the Franco and you lose percentage of your health. How about that?
I'll take it.
Then bottom side. And Red Esports will bring backup in, but for Archives, it's all about the turret shield. But the entirety of Red Esports are going to show up. Aaron's going to be there with Lancy. Aaron loses most of his health. And Archives, they just disengage with the time journey.
Okay, that's not good. That's not bad. That's not bad. At least Archives Esports don't get punished for this. They sent all 5 of their members down to the bottom side of the map just to make it happen. They do get their reset though. And in the meantime, Aaron has been pushing out that top side.
Red Esports wants the turtle. Well, getting it out of cases not easy. Aimar was, well, Aimar is 1 level below, and that hook was never going to land. That turret is
sure about
almost
that?
down as well, thanks to the glue.
You sure about that?
I'm pretty sure.
If that
Not on the glue.
I mean, if the siege minion wasn't there, you think it would? I felt like the trajectory was there.
Is it long enough?
Franco hitbox is a little weird. I feel like it could have. It could have. There's definitely a possibility.
Construction worker Franco's skin. Right? It's a measuring tape, so he presses it and it extends.
And when it hits your opponent, it tells you the distance between you and him.
Yeah.
You can get like a high score. Man, we are just giving $1 million ideas to Moonton at this point, man. We need a patent for this stuff.
We definitely do.
In the meantime, Amal finally hitting his very first item power spike, and this is going to be big for him. That Berserker's Fury is going to really help with his overall damage, whether it be his auto attacks or whether it just be for his regular sword dashes. Ooh, Archive Esports sending a lot of members to the top side.
Even for Sumpak, he is so comfortable in this game, right? Just normal boots, he's going for the BOD rush. Blade of Ecstasy is already done, and he knows that with this Diggy beside him, that there is no way he goes down.
Exactly. He's having the time of his life, and he's really abusing the lane because of that, right? In the previous matchup, Red Esports, it was a little more 50-50, more in favor of Air. Wait, look at Seal? No? Are they not going in here? They're backing up? Yep, they're backing up.
Yeah. Stop by the Julian knockup. Stop by the elephant.
Unfortunate indeed. But yeah, as I was saying, you know, previously Red Esports were the one who was supposed to dominate that gold lane, didn't exactly get that through, and as soon as they unlock the gold lane for the side of Archives Esports, they're going to start taking away your structures and your jungle.
And not to mention, in this game itself, the Brody can do it all on his own, right? He activates himself in a winning matchup.
Yeah, especially, oh man, Brody is just such a snowball marksman.
Yeah, he definitely is. And Archives will posture for this third turtle of the game, and Red Esports, there's no way for them to contest this. Is there any possibility for kind of a full team fight for Red Esports? No, right?
I would say probably don't want to do it around neutral objectives, right? It's just a very easy point of interest that Archives Esports will abuse. I think it's going to be a little bit better if Red Esports start finding smaller skirmishes and really start pushing out this map. They have the league, right? And we've seen Amal be very manipulative of the waves when he has this high mobility.
Thankfully for Amal, he is not losing the purple buff. So Archives Esports, they're not too worried about taking that away from him. They're gonna take this bot tier 2 though. Sumpak just destroys it with this Brody. Even in the position of this Uranus, you are not given room to proxy the wave. You can't really do that, but you also can't defend the structures. Makes it really complicated for him. Kaizen will just cut the entire wave right in front of this carry.
Yep, he's doing a good job, right? He's making sure that he's pushing out the waves. He's not giving away too many kills. So far, he's only 0-1. Red Esports is going to be playing very defensively for at least the next 4 minutes.
I think Archives have done a great job of just shutting this Uranus down. I mean, his effectiveness at least, right? Take out all the tier 1s in the side lanes. Tier 2 bottom is already gone also. So Aaron is just stick with housekeeping duty.
Yeah, well, it's the life of Uranus, right? Wait, big abilities coming out here.
Oh, knocked down and taken down very quickly. That one goes over to Sumpak nonetheless.
Kim tries to steal the time journey to get the shield onto Mal, but he dies just before he was able to activate it. A little unlucky there, but very low kill count game, although I will say that Archive Esports basically winning out a majority of the map as well as gold. Look, 3.7k deficit for Red Esports.
Only 3 kills for Archives, right? So they are literally siphoning all the resources for themselves. And now they're going to finally commit to taking on this mid tier 1 as Aaron forced to use a consecration just to keep himself healthy. And even then, get a hook though. This is important on the Lord JM. An easy pick up down bot. The Archive with the mid tier one down can now start to take away that purple buff.
And now Archives Esports is in a position to actually convert this 3K lead into a 6K gold lead, if assuming that they're able to take this Lord. And this is what I wanted to see Emal doing earlier, right? Whenever Archives Esports try to look for these picks, try to look to group up together, Emal is on the opposite side of the map, siphoning as much gold from these structures in the meantime, right? It's not like Emal is going to make a big difference in the team fights itself, so you might as well be scavenging for gold.
But he does not have any access to purple buff, so Archives was able to slow it down just by, I would say, by a huge margin.
Yeah, it mitigates his influence here, right? Because if not, you'd see Ling buy this fight, but instead, Ling has to go back to the base, recharge his energy back to full, and then look to clear out the rest of his jungle by bot side.
Lord for Archives, but Red was able to get the time journey out. Not that it matters too much. With the Lord coming in from the spawning on the top lane, Archives would be able to set up the side lanes also.
For the time being, Archives just trying to make sure that these waves sync up together, right? And they do expect to see this Ling. Yeah, they do expect to see this Ling. They have the Julian prepared if Emal decides to show face.
Yeah, and there it is, top side. Emal was able to get away, but the mid tier 2 will go down. Mao getting the help of the stolen time journey from Kim. Means that the Valentina ultimate is not going to be available for quite a while, and the Ling is completely getting hunted down. The time journey used by Spider Mouse to save his teammates from the hook as Archive Esports crashes 2 different waves into the inhibitor. The top one is the first one under assault, very quickly cleared out by Mel.
Okay, with the true damage, more than enough to do so, but Emal, he has been stuck here. He has been locked up on this top side this entire time. Once by Julian and now by Lancelot, who technically sticks on him even harder than this Julia.
Dying feels less painful. Not being able to recall, that is pain. Put him out of his misery.
The poor man left into solitary confinement in the enemy jungle. Literally nothing that he can do. Doesn't have enough energy to keep on Finch poising out of there. No real angles to get him off the wall. Slow and painful.
Knock up onto Mao. Lancey does flicker out and ends up going down to Mel. Red Esports getting a kill and might find a second as Lord JM will have to use his flicker to get out, but the inhibitor still goes down.
Alright, it still is broken, which means that Archives Esports has kind of set up for this next Lord already. Another minute or so until it spawns, but with the 5k gold lead not as bad as the previous game, Red Esports are still holding on. Very low kill count, but if you look at the damage leaderboard, Spider Mouse has been farming damage, like a lot of damage. He even went for the Enchanted Talisman plus a Divine Glaive. He's not looking to burn people out with a glowing wand. He just wants to hurt now.
Oh yeah, he just wants to like blow you up. Lord JM will open up the map. Red Esports, they are able to finally push out that mid side, get into their own jungle. I say that. They even find Lancey. That's good for Archives. Oh, that's good for Red. Sumpa getting caught out, but he was able to get the kill onto Mel nonetheless. Emal, you need to at least get a trade. Tempest of Blade with a knockout finally takes care of this Brody and even finds Spider Mouse as well. There's only 2 more members left for Archive Esports, and Red Esports will throw their full weight onto Archives. That is the 4th member down. They do lose the Franco to the Diggy, but it's no biggie. Lord JM, the last to fall, and Red Esports finds an ace 13 minutes into the game.
That's really unfortunate for Archives Esports. They're doing everything so well until they realize, hey, we have a 5k gold lead. It should be fine. Technically, Brody will be able to win this 1v1 against Mel, but Mel has hit his item power spikes, right? It's the 40k mark compared to the 42k mark, and that means that Mel, who's been farming this entire game, is going to have some relevant damage in these fights. He did sacrifice himself, and I do think that the flicker was a bit of a blunder, but at the end of the day, the damage got out onto the right targets, allowing Emal to clean it up.
And now it's an even game already. We are back to square one, and we finally have a more exciting game in our hands. Not just Archives running over Red, and Red is finally fighting back, going for this orange buff. Every single hook from Mao will have so much more value. Lord coming in from the bottom lane also.
Yep, value is looking good so far. Emal looking to try to bait out as many spells as he can, but with this Luminous Lord pushing down on that bottom side, I would hope that Red Esports would just keep up this momentum.
Kaizen Dashing away from the hook. Red Esports syncing up all 3 lanes, so Archive's attention spread thin just to deal with the Lord. Defending the bottom inhibitor at least. Structure down to half, the Iron Hook does miss. Top lane also pushed out. Archives Esports systematically defending the base.
Alright, I mean, this is to be expected, right? Archives, they don't lose any of their inhibitors, which is great because it does mean that Red Esports is still at a disadvantage. It's a little unlucky that Archives Esports were the ones who actually secured the mid inhibitor rather than one of the side lane inhibitors, because then at least there's a lot more time to kind of play with.
It's easier for Red Esports to manage this also.
They always push out the mid lane, right? Every single time you want to go for those neutrals, mid lane is the first call.
So much easier to manage. It's 90 seconds until the next Lord. This will be basically a still game until the Lord spawns. Archives can't really push out the side lanes. The middle lane's not giving them too much space. And Red Esports, they have taken control of the map, out of the hands of Archives.
Yeah, I think they should keep on doing this. Just sit in the enemy jungle. Look for these big picks. Look to try and force Spider Miles to actually blow his ultimate really early on. Not to mention that the fact that Spider Miles actually died means that it resets the stacks on his auto alarm bombs, cutting the stacks by half, 50% of it. So he's not going to hurt as much, but he can quickly build it up.
Red Esports is giving him that time because they are basically sticking together, right? Even to push out the side lane, they are not they don't feel comfortable enough to let Amal do it on his own, despite having the purple buff. They just want to be able to see if they can get any sort of cash. And Mal will see the entire team of Archive Esports trying to gang up. That will be unsuccessful.
Yep. With 22 seconds left on the clock, Archives Esports need to make sure that they're walking around as 5. They don't want to lose a member just before the Lord, because that would equate to a free inhibitor take and maybe even closing out the game if they're not careful. Mal has been taking these very aggressive positions, and they are playing aggressively by revealing Melb on purpose to try to bait out movements from Archive.
They might catch Sumbak because this guy is isolated. We'll see him on the map right now, but he does back off. Very good awareness from Archive Esports, and Red will take this opportunity to start on the Lord. Putting it down to less than 50% health, and Red, they're actually splitting the attention. Look at that. Mel and Mao, the twins, they are pushing that bottom side. Archive Esports, you gotta make a choice right now. Lord JM losing majority of his health, does have the immortality. The sentry will give vision to Archives. The time journey used very early on, and Red Esports baiting out in very important cooldowns. The Lord does reset. More times for Archive to manage the mid wave. Julian will push it out, rejoin his team, but no time journey means those hooks will be deadly. Aaron, he's tanking out all the damage, and Red Esports, they just pull away.
Yep, they pull away once again because, again, they need that purple buff. They can slow this down. They know that they don't have the Diggy ultimates, and Red Esports, on the other hand, have a way to disengage. They want Archives to get on top of them. They want them to try and rush this here.
Oh, the hook! Cancels
done.
the puncture. Mao with the game-winning hook potentially, and now Amao. Oh, he has no one to stop him already. Sumpa forced to flicker to safety. Lord JM loses his immortality. Lancy ends up falling. And Red Esports, with a slow but patient comeback, now finds themselves in full control of this game.
Yep, they found the right conditions. They were able to create the right situation against Archives and are able to bounce back. It's a little sad because Archives was doing such a good job during the mid game, right? They were almost there closing it out against Red Esports. One blunder has put that equalization back to the hands of Red Esports, allowing them to have the initiative.
Yeah, and it all started with Mao, right? Mao and Mao, they stuck together, walked top side with a conceal, got a catch, won a team fight, and now they have the third Lord of this game. Potentially the world ender also. Archives, do they still have enough damage to deal with Red, or do you think that they have plateau in terms of their output?
I think they're starting to plateau here, right? If we're talking about just the raw scaling, I will say that Red Esports has a much higher ceiling in terms of scaling in comparison to Archives. You are playing the Julian, but he's very dependent on his abilities. His empowered auto attacks are good, but that's not usually what you're relying on for damage. High ground defense, not that great for Archive Esports as well.
Okay, that was exploding bunnies.
He's got the firing line ready.
Oh, there it is. They do have very short lifespan.
I mean, he can only have 4 at a time. They're going to stick around for a while, and when one dies, Spider Miles, he's just going to even it out. He's trying to make sure that it's symmetrical.
There it is. No, he's getting there. Must be the OCD kick again for sure. Archives need to deal with the top wave. Again, watch out for the potential hook. Hazen gets out. That mid and bot inhibitor dangerously low. Now the Lord will be pushing it from that bot side.
I mean, they've guaranteed 2 inhibitors here, right? The next wave, they should be able to secure everything, and I don't think Archives are going to take the initiative to fight. They want to see Red Esports make the first move to try to make the play first.
2 inhibitors, just like you say, going down. Red Esports, we're going to look for the end. The Lord is very, very healthy, as Ama will look for the last inhibitor first. Archives Esports mounting a big defense, stolen time journey used as well as Red Esports. Making sure that they are keeping their distance. Aaron pull back in. And now he's going to be stuck on by Lord JM, and Sumbak will find that kill. A big punish coming through for Archives. They keep the base barely alive.
Wow. So much more damage than I was thinking that Julian was able to pull out by himself. I will, having a look at the items so far, Brody pretty decently strong. He's already got his full items here. Spider Miles still in the middle of his build, but with the glowing wand, it will allow him to be even more annoying with these auto alarm bombs. And finally, Julian at full build himself. He's got everything that he needs, and that explains why he's been dishing out so much damage.
Oh yeah. Red Esports setting up a death bush this bottom side. Ama will show himself, trying to draw some attention, but that confident emote blew the cover.
The confident emote blew the cover. That's the signal, right? Pro players are like, did he emote though? He didn't emote? Okay, we go. If he emoted, there's definitely a teammate.
Why would he emote, you know? No one is around, but he emoted in front of a minion wave? What is wrong with this guy?
When you look pro players looking really deep into the emote game, it's like, it's his choice of emotes that matters.
Yeah. He used the Alucard with sunglasses. Something is wrong.
If they use the Etsy one, definitely there's a friend. If it's the sheesh, it's for disrespect.
If they use the Sukuna one, come fight me, it means that there's definitely someone there.
It's guaranteed 4 people.
Yeah, don't go there.
Don't do it, please.
It's asking for a 1v1. It's not a 1v1.
It's never a 1v1. The Red Esports is in an awkward spot now, right? They're looking to try to go for this back door.
Ooh, that could have been game-winning.
That could have been game-winning for sure, especially since the bottom side had a wave coming alongside it. Pulling the minions unintentionally worked out quite well. Now, Archives, they need to respond to this, right? No inhibitors, like the macro timing is a little off-putting, but you kind of don't have a choice.
But thankfully, they have taken care of the side lane, so there is some time. Lancey will need to deal with the mid side right now. Archives Esports in a very, very tough spot.
Yep, Red Esports, they're just going to back away. They're like, you have to go and clean up the waves again? Oh, that's a shame.
Kazan somehow doesn't get hooked by Mao. A few precious seconds to work with. Now they see the link on that bot side. Archives Esports speeding up the take a little bit, but they're still in the red zone. You don't want to get hooked. Time journey will be absolutely crucial. They get the root down onto Aaron, but he's fairly healthy, and now the hook once more going wide. Lord JM losing half of his health already. The Lord down to a very dangerous critical zone, basically. Archives Esports, they need this Lord right now. The Tempest of Play did get used in the mid side. Lancey will give his life away, which means Archives Esports needs to use the window to get the Lord. And what? Aaron steals it, of all people! The planetary figure of Red Esports, I think, have just won the game for his team. Archives, they have nothing left in the tank. Lord JM is down. And Red Esports with a comeback in Game 2.
I can't believe it. Aaron was the one that was going to take it, because it was clear that Red Esports were posturing for a back door, right? Amal was like, you know what? I don't need the Lord no longer. I should have a wave to be able to close this out. But instead, Aaron pulling it back from the brim.
Nothing feels worse than having the Lord stolen by, of all people, Uranus.
Man, I hate it. I hate that it did so well in that match.
We've witnessed what, 3 Uranus games. 2 of them have been victories.
Oh man,
we might see more of it down the road. Strap in.
I hope not. I really don't like to hear it. It's a personal bias, of course, but well done once again to Red Esports, equalizing this best of 3 to a 1-1 against Archive. And man, it's unfortunate because Archive, they had everything kind of set up, and one mistake really made them slip.
Just one team fight, right? One catch by Mao, and put them back on a level playing field. And here they are, giving us a Game 3. We finally have a series on our hands. And Red Esports keeping that that reputation, right? Reputation intact. They are not going to go down 0-2 to a team that hasn't been playing in the MPL. Not today, okay? Pride is on the line.
Well, we say that, but man, Archive played really, really well, right? They had a very clear, solid game plan of what they wanted to do. The timeline was, all the deadlines were being met in their timeline. Unfortunately, when it came to when it mattered the most, they got caught out, the equalization happened, and then Red Esports started taking control. Ideally, they shouldn't have lost an inhibitor turn, but with the draft that they had, high ground defense wasn't exactly their specialty.
And this was a game where, right before we went into the game itself, you did say that Red Esports draft not looking too good, a lot of bases to cover. Do you think that they were able to cover that bases towards the end, or it's just primarily because of that one equalizing fight?
I think honestly, it's not. I wouldn't say that it's because of their draft. I will say that this link pick coming in from Amal definitely had some logic to it. Red QT on the Uranus just to actually have a sandbag matchup against the Glue. Fine, I suppose I gotta give it some credit to a degree, but more importantly, I do think that some of the standout players here, Mel QT in particular, to kind of open things up for the rest of the team, made it work out well because Mel QT was able to get on top of the right targets and get a couple of free auto attacks on people like Sumbak, and as soon as he's down to 50% HP, we do see the follow-up from Spider Miles to use that ultimate super early on, which allows Amal to get into the middle of that fight and clean it up.
15-7, 23 minutes, a fairly slow game number 2, but it all worked out in the end. The patience paid off for Red Esports. I mean, you look at the stats as well. Lancey, despite everything, 1-5-3, not able to really do too much.
I mean, he is playing the Julian. Generally, you're going to be getting more assists than you are going to be getting kills, and unfortunately for him, it was going to be the assist. Now, looking at the overall stats, the hero damage in favor of Archive, damage taken from the side of Red Esports, much higher than Archive as well. Overall total heal didn't really matter throughout this game, but Red QT walking away, basically 8,000 damage taken a minute.
Oh yeah, and just this guy, I mean Uranus, right? This is the bare minimum. 8,000 damage, not a problem. I feel like if you're Uranus, you can't really complain about the damage you take.
Yeah,
it has
really
to be more than that.
It has to be more.
This is a B grade.
This is like a B- grade. It's just like, I mean, you passed, but you could have gotten an A if you just got one more point. Just one more point.
Yeah. Pretty much. But Spider Mouse, of course, highest damage dealt. Just diggy things with the auto time bomb or the alarm bomb.
Auto alarm bombs all the time, all day, every day. Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of draft, right? Archive Esports, they weren't going to be able to scale up very well into the later stages. Red Esports, they do much better then. And Kim coming out huge, 3-0-7, following up very, very quickly. But more importantly, the timings of his Terrify allows their marksman, Mel, to actually find the space and slip in between.
Yeah, you'd love to see this recovery. Game 1, he had a very rough game on the far miss. Nothing he did felt like it could help turn the tides, but this game he took matters into his own hands. And you look at the highlight, Archives, they didn't really go for much kills. It was all about the macro, right? Textbook play, take objectives, constrict the map, keep Red Esports in their base. And then this catch happened. Just good maneuvers from Mel and Mao.
I'm surprised that Mel as well as Mao were able to kind of find this sort of space, right? They walked up through that top side, was able to get the flank around without getting spotted by anybody from the side of Archives Esports, and as soon as their backline is put down to 50% HP, Amal is very capable of clearing it up. So I think that Archives Esports, as much as they wanted to kind of stick together, this is one of the few situations that they were surprisingly far apart.
I just noticed how Spider Mouse got the kill onto Mao. It was the one damage thing. He was spinning underneath his Franco.
Hey man, Diggy, how do you think Diggy was getting all that damage? It wasn't the auto alarm bombs, just for the one time he died.
Yeah, so the one time he dies, that scaling did not matter. Just for that thing, for the Beyblade spin.
Just for the passive spin here. But a good win coming in for Red Esports. It looks like we do have a series on our hands. Both Archives and Red definitely looking at each other a little differently.
Yeah, that's the winners pool series that we expect, right? No 2-0 boring shenanigans. You guys have won 2 series. You should be giving only full best of 3s.
Yep.
In fact, I want to take it up a notch. It should be a best of 5 in the winners pool.
It should be best of 5 in the winners pool. Wow, that'll be a lot of games to cover. Oh boy, I think we'll be here until the next day, and then hopefully we're just begging for a caster rotation.
pretty much. But well, Red Esports, they have equalized the series, which means we will get a well-deserved game 3. But the players, they'll need to take a break, so do us. We will head for a short commercial break, and we will return in a bit for game number 3 between Archives Esports and Red Esports.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I feel eyes all over me, watching how I set the scene. Oh baby, step into the rhythm for a minute, let your body shimmer, turn it up and feel the heat. Let your body talk, baby, feel the bass. I like the way you walk, come on, walk my way. Oh baby, step into the rhythm for a minute, let your body shimmer, turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. Turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. Turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel eyes all over me, watching how I set the scene. Oh baby, step into the rhythm for a minute, let your body shimmer, turn it up and feel the heat. Let your body talk, baby, feel the bass. I like the way you walk, come on, walk my way. Oh baby, step into the rhythm for a minute, let your body shimmer, turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. Turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. I feel the heat. Turn it up and feel the heat. I feel the heat.
Woo! You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up, They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent.
Oh no, here we go again. That's what Archives Esports probably is thinking about, because that looked like it should have been a 2-0, but we are back for game number 3 of this first best of 3 in the winners pool. You're with me, Husky, and alongside me is Gideon Q between Red Esports and Archives Esports.
Yep, hopefully we see the conclusion and who is going to be moving on to that next stage, whether with a win or a loss. Doesn't really matter because they're not going to get eliminated, but it definitely helps if you win, especially since you will be one step away to qualifying to the next stage.
This is like the Super Mario. It's like dun 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 dun. If you have 3 lives, oh yeah, you have 3 lives. You have more lives than they do in the Swiss phase.
You were hoping for so much.
Dang it. Can't even get that right.
Yeah, look, maybe if it's like Swiss 10, that's when we're thinking about like 3 losses.
Maybe.
But in the meantime, I do think that I do think that the current roster from both sides are looking really, really good. They definitely have their standout moments. MelQT coming in from red, Lancey.
Lancey.
I gotta stop saying Lacency. It's starting to become a habit here. But Lancey was having a bit of a rough game in match number 2, especially since game number 1 they were like completely sweeping the floor.
And it's something that has been a point of interest in this the first 2 games was the macro, right? The cleanliness of what Archives Esports kind of showed us. Is that still the case? Like, I mean, when you compare these 2 teams and how Red Esports recovered in game 2, is it more off of one pickoff, or do you think that Archives, they still win in the macro sense?
I still think in the macro sense, I think Archives are doing it much, much better, right? At the end of the day, game number 2 was definitely going to be a draft difference more than anything else. Obviously, you need to start focusing on the execution of how you do it, but I think a lot of the macro movements and as well as decision-making by Archive Esports are honestly correct, and they are extremely efficient at getting, not getting into position, but posturing themselves for the play.
Yeah, you see the mood, the atmosphere also changed a little bit, right? Because Archives, they are more zoned in.
No like we can't count these guys out anymore. We actually have to like use our fingers now.
Yeah. The kid isn't there anymore.
Yeah.
Probably started crying after
they're like, guys, why?
Oh boy.
It was supposed to be a 2-0, not a 2-1.
Yeah, it was supposed to be it will be a 2-1. I just don't know who will get the 2, which is a dangerous spot for Archives to be in. The bans, would that change? Is Minotaur still a priority for Red?
I think that Minotaur is definitely a consideration if you're thinking about a team fight composition, right? Like Minotaur with his ultimate, I would argue that it's almost as good as the alt from what's his face again? I'm imagining his face, octopus, big guy, armor.
You say octopus, okay?
You know what? I messed up saying octopus there. I did mess up. What's his face? Atlas. Yes, that's the one.
That's octopus?
Look. It was more like Kraken squid sort of direction. It was the first thing. When I saw tentacles, that was the first animal that came into mind. I definitely messed up there. I admit that. But yes, I will say that it almost feels like that table flip sort of moment when you get a really good Minoan Fury.
Yeah. Both games we haven't seen the Atlas. I presume it's because there's a Valentina on the other side.
Yeah, most of the time. I mean, like, especially if you're playing Farmist, right? You would hate to see an Atlas on the enemy team. As much as your temp HP protects you, getting pulled out of position and sucked into one tight ball is never a good idea. Man, I really hope that Red Esports stops banning out this Novaria.
Hey man, if they ban it on blue side, you know they will ban it on red side. That's the nature of drafting.
I suppose, but I think it's really hurting them. Like, it's really, really hurting them in the draft itself. I feel like Archives Esports have kind of like adjusted the way that they've approached the drafting because that Novaria has been made legal now.
Minotaur ban out again, so nothing out of the ordinary in terms of the bans. Arlott does get let through. The Archives, they'll ignore it. They'll go for the Fredrin.
Yep, I mean, if this is anything, I mean, this is one of those situations where, like, Red Esports are adapting from game number 1. This is pretty much the exact same bans as well as first pick from Archive Esports. I think the adaptation of banning out the Minotaur is interesting, but it does mean that Diggy loses a lot of its value.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Archives, they did pick the Diggy because Red went for Franco, right? They went for the Valentina and then the Franco in the second pick.
As well as, I mean, they
not much of an option.
Yeah, I mean,
at least for now.
They wanted to play for the early game, right? I mean, they had the Brody. They also made sure that they had the Lancelot on top of having the Julian. And Julian is not a very common pick to go into the mid lane, especially in high tier plays, because he just doesn't provide too much until he hits level 3.
gets bullied out way too much.
He gets bullied out very, very often, in a matter of fact. Unless it's like you got a really strong support on your side, like Grok for an example. But even then, you're walking away from that lane with a bad trade.
Oh, Arla locked in, and that's blue for Archives. Faramis as well. So just do the common picks for both teams.
Look, whatever, dude. Like, if Red Esports really wanted Arlot, at least take the Faramis alongside with it. You're like, you know that the Galoon as well as Faramis are open. I'm not sure why they didn't take either or of the options. And ideally, when both Faramis and Glue is open, you go for you prioritize the Faramis, because even if your opponent has Glue, you can at least have that direct counter.
What is going Red go for? What is the consideration right now? We don't have an artillery to deal with the 10 HP.
It's going to be the Melissa again.
Melissa, right? Like, need some sort of long range damage, right? Stay away from Archives.
Yeah, you need some kind of strong AoE. You need to be able to shred down tanks. You need to be able to keep people away from you. Melissa kind of does all of those things in one. And plus, Archives Esports, they've already predetermined what their mid lane is, so they're not really worried about the artillery mages. And Red Esports just decide, you know what? I'm gonna go for the Martis.
Still 2 more picks. It's not set in stone.
Well,
look, Archives has been penning the Martis 2 games in a row.
I am boiling up here.
You go to a shop, right, and you buy one of your favorite snacks, but it was out of stock for 2 weeks. You would buy it in a heartbeat when you see it the next day. Right? This is what it feels like for Red.
What? No, this is like going into a grocery store, seeing a kid open a pack of chips off the counter. That's what it feels like. It's like, what do I do? I see this happening in front of me. Do you? Parent in the room.
Oh, they get to talk about this after the series.
Well,
I mean,
I don't know what the conversation is going to sound
honestly,
like.
I can't even say that they can flex it because they review both the Arla and the Valentina.
That's the thing. That's the thing. There's no way to kind of go around it, right? So I'm curious to see. Maybe I could be entirely wrong about this. Maybe the kid who opened out the bag of chips in the counter, the parents are the owner of the store for all we know. You know, that's what I'm hoping for.
You open it and there's like a free gift inside and got the rarest one.
It's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, right? You open it up, go take it, baby.
So Lolita and Claude both banned out. Red Esports stage, I mean, they will have priority, right? And the Melissa's still on the table. I think that is still a good pick for Red Esports, right? Other than Melissa, what else? Beatrix?
I think Beatrix is probably the next best ban for the side of Red Esports. Unless, okay, let me just re-look at the composition. I mean, there is technically the possibility for Mid-Sitar for the side of Archives if they really, really wanted to. They probably could still get the Lancelot and throw Fredrin into the EXP lane just to sandbag the Arlet, which is probably their best bet for the side of Archives. Red Esports, they're going to go with the Beatrix ban.
I wonder if Red would now go for the carry instead, right? Kind of the next best marksman down the line. Is either that or Brody.
Yeah.
What else do they have?
It depends, right?
Like Moskov, Leslie, right? You want to shred through tanks? Ooh. Maybe that could be an alternative.
That is going to be an alternative. We'll keep that pick in our back pockets because there's still, I mean, everybody else is basically going to be a much better pick for now. I think that Red Esports, if they wanted to go for that secondary, they probably need a bigger indication to throw that out. I think the safest would probably be the Melissa, but if you want to be able to provide more for the team, the carry is going to be the option. And as soon as the carry comes out, Archives, they respond. Brody, I'm on a lane bully and I want some artillery.
Now we get to see the role Farmers, right? A hero that we kind of wrote off from that role because he is just so much easier to kill. In this composition, I think there's just so much application, especially to protect the Eve from this Arlo and the Martis. I was thinking, right, Red Esports, they have the Valentina, the Atlas may be an option to go in the roam role, and then you take the marksman. But I guess they will worry that if Archives takes a carry, they will be stuck with the Brody and it wouldn't work for them.
Exactly. I think Red Esports Atlas is looking so good here.
But it has to be an Atlas. Right?
So good. But no, it's going to be Franco. Joke's on you, buddy.
I mean, to be fair, the Franco and the carry was what won them game number 2.
Yep.
They want to put their faith in it again. But is this game trajectory, well, is the pacing going to be the same as Game 2, where Archives Esports just speed up the game as much as they can?
Well, I mean, if it was going to be the picks that I mentioned earlier, probably it would have, but now that they have like these off-tempo players, especially when you have Carry at 3 items, she's extremely dangerous. You never know when she's going to basically 100 to 0 you when you're checking a brush. She has so many auto attacks and the true damage is just unbelievably high. With the Franco, it's always about landing like an incredible hook. It doesn't matter at what time of which you do it, it can literally make or break your games.
We have seen that already yesterday and just now. Now we're going to head into game number 3 of this first best of 3 winners pool. Red Esports against Archives Esports. Both teams have something important to play for. For Red Esports, a bit of a pride on the line. I heard that the chatter in the broadcast has been very audible. The fans are watching attentively.
I mean, Malaysian fans are never really going to change at this point. Very, very young, and more importantly so, they're not the ones playing on the battlefield here.
They're going to play better, according to them.
Yeah, they can play better, and I would agree with that particular sentiment.
Studies show that commenters play better when they're not playing.
Commenters play better when they're not playing. I like that a lot. That's a nice way of putting it. Sumpah, just having the time of his life. This is such an easy lane for him.
You just can't run away from it, right? Once he locks onto you, that's a guarantee a hit, forcing the early recall. This wave thankfully doesn't get crashed into the turret, so Mel won't lose too much. Mao will also shot bottom to stabilize the lane a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if Mel really wanted to win this lane, he would have to take Inspire, right? And look for these level 1 trades early on and break a battle spell from Sumpah. But unfortunately, that's just not the case, right? He's playing for the team, and that's why he takes the Flicker, just to make sure he has that flexibility.
We'll get a couple of taps on that turret shield. So extra go, just like what Brody always does. Spider Mouse also will be on that bottom side to facilitate it. And this does give them a lot of info where this Martis could be, right? And also make carves out a road for Kazan to head towards. And Lord JM is just gonna put himself for the deal with 3 members of Red.
Yeah, Lord JM starting to be really frustrating here, and Amal, he's taking a little bit too much damage. I mean, they know that the turtle is going to spawn in about 6 seconds or so they're trying to create some form of advantage, but Kim, he's not level 4 himself. He needs to absorb that wave because Aaron, pause is being called. Okay, there we go. Pause is coming out from Archive. It was starting to look a little weird, right? They weren't positioning themselves to get towards that turtle side just yet. Usually by now, like around the 7 seconds, around the 14 seconds, you can see them like rotate to posture for it.
Yeah. And also, I believe Mao was in a very weird position as he paused. So I wonder if that could be a potential first blood. We'll let the teams sort it out. At the pause called by Red Esports, a bit of a tech pause. Hope that gets sorted out very soon. With that being said, we are going to have a bit of time to kind of run through the state of the game, right? We've talked about the compositions. What is Red Esports looking to accomplish?
Red Esports is looking to accomplish a team fight where they go in really quickly, get that first initial kill, back out, and then look to re-engage. If we're looking at Archive Esports, I think it's a lot more straightforward for them. However, it's not going to be easy, right? You're looking for an opportunity. You're trying to create an opportunity where Eve's real-world manipulation is going to do the maximum amount of damage. First blood will go into the hands of Archive.
Turtle goes over to them. It actually gets stolen by Red Esports as Amal was working on it. It will end up losing Aaron, or they might. The 10 HP is going to expire. Aaron forced the flicker away, and now re-engaged from Amal, cutting right through the back. No low HP members for him to decimate just yet, but he's slowly carving through the health bars. Kazan will be secured thanks to Mao, who comes back with the flicker, and Lord JM, Isolators, swipe back with the final slash, and he is finally going to be taken out 2 for it.
Nicely done, coming in from Red Esports. And yes, thank you for correcting me there. Red Esports able to secure that turtle, mainly because unfortunately Kazan didn't have his retribution at that point of time, because they were securing the kill onto Mal. You know, that first blood. Wow, that was very close. Woo, dangerous stuff. Dangerous iron hooks.
Oh yeah, almost predicting that also. But while that was happening, Sumpah is just having a free lane. All things considered, I believe, yeah, Mal gets a slight XP lead, also has a slight goal lead, while all of the fight was happening at the turtle pit. I wonder what happened.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I don't see any battle spells being broken, maybe except for Sumpah, but that's about it, right? So Red Esports go back to their own traditional methods, playing really, really slow here, just to see how Archive Esports wants to attack.
Oh, real manipulation is going to be there. Mao pull all the way back. Just easily sniped out by Lancy. Bottom side, Sumpa getting punished, losing a lot of that trade, and Mel gets control of the lane.
Yeah.
Not what you want as Archives.
Definitely not what you want. And I think, Mel is trading out extremely good. Are they going to keep on? Okay, they're not going to keep on going. The light wheel's going to deter them. But I think, Mel, he's an extremely aggressive laner, right? He wants to win out this lane hard. He wants to be able to try and pull it back after the amount of abuse at level 1 as well as level 2 that Sumbak was applying on him.
Lord JM proxying the top wave. As Archives Esports, they will posture for the second turtle. You see Lord JM already rotating there. The Iron Hook shown. So Archives Esports not as worried. There is a flicker onto Mao. Double root from Lord J and Spider. Miles not getting the Shadow Stampede onto Mao actually. This Iron Hook should be back up in a little bit. Archives Esports bringing the turtle down low. Final slash use as well. RWM even committed as the turtle goes over to Archives. Amao losing a lot of their health, and Kaizen will stick on top of him with the help of Lord JM. They get the kill, but they do end up losing Sumpak on the side thanks to Mao.
All of that was happening. Sumpak ended up going down, and more importantly, Mel getting that kill, huge for him. Amal unfortunately has to bite the dust a little bit, but it does mean that they can't convert this. Kaizen will try and look for the lead back as Aaron gets pulled into the fight.
He is most likely dead. Archives finding a free kill with actually weird move from Aaron himself, right? Just probably didn't expect the crew to be in the brush.
I don't think he was expecting to get engaged upon, right? They would have assumed that the rest of the reinforcements were going to pair buddy together and walk in to deny the space in EXP. But Archives Esports looking for these big punishments. That's the big difference with the Filipino region compared to the rest of the world, right? Their movements, as much as you want it to be. Orthodox Mal is dead again. Is he? No, he's not dead.
No Shadow Stampede, so he stays safe, thankfully.
Yeah, so as a region, Filipinos just naturally have some really good reaction times and very good split decision making. Overall, at least they understand what the procedures are going to be before they make those choices.
And Arlott or Aaron clearing out the top side again. This is going to be as weird as it sounds. You have an Arlott into a glue. It should be a bit more interactive, but both are just clearing out the top wave thanks to the lack of that tier 1. Bottom side Redis was looking for their own tier 1. Should be able to get it. Archives not in a position to contest this one. Amon will get a free camp also.
Yep, again, Archives, when they had the initiative, they had their convergence, and they managed to get an EXP lead for their jungler. Now they can kind of predict what Red Esports is looking to do, right? They know for a fact that Amal wants to kind of go back even, is looking for camps of his own, and that they're playing for the gold lane.
Just to clear up some confusion for our viewers, Aaron is actually Ren QT. I thought I was tripping because I said Aaron and I was like, wait, isn't that Ren? Yeah, so it's the same guy. So we'll call him Ren from now on, just to clear up some confusion. Shadow Stampede putting Ren back, he's dead. That one goes over to Sumpak. Archives gets a turtle and a kill.
Sumpak now getting that Malefic Roar is going to super boost him, right? That's a big item power spike.
10 HP already expired. Massive damage from Mel, but not enough. Archives Esports, they'll keep their team alive, going for the dive on top lane. Amal desperately clearing out the wave, but won't be successful as Archives will get a free tier 2. Spider-Mouse coming in with the help of Kaizen taunting it out. There's the flicker, final slash. The follow-up needs to be there, but it's not quick enough. Iron Hook does come through for Mao, pulling Kaizen back. He dashes away. RWM use Aaron, Ren straight to the back, and once more punished by Archives.
Oh, Archives, they played that so very well. They maintained their formation throughout the entirety of that fight. No access to the backline, allowing Sumpak to free hit for days. You just saw how quickly Ren QT melted under that sort of pressure.
And it was, and no, they even got a good final slash, right? And the follow-up just was not there. They got a hook afterwards, but it was on the beefiest target who just walks out of there. So Red Esports once more in the back, on the back foot. Not a particularly uncomfortable position for them. They've been in worse spots, but these structures will start to fall just like Game 2. And Archive pushing the tempo.
Yep, I mean, Archive Esports, this is how they play. As soon as the mid-game starts coming in, and especially when they have a 4K lead. Oh,
in the pull onto the glue and instantly final slash onto tree, but mitigated by the call altar. There's just nothing much that can be done. Ren again vaporizes.
can't do anything about that. This Brody, this is his moment right now. He's got the items. He's got that Malefic Roar. Power Spike is here. They want to get for more.
Spider-Man was almost getting a connection with Shadow Stampede Flicker, but it doesn't matter. They have the RWM. And they get a tier 1 alongside Mao.
Yep, and they're snowballing this out of control. That 5k lead might turn into a 9k lead if Archives Esports can make this Lord worthwhile. Ready Esports just too far behind to really contest. They're just forced to cover and clear their own jump rope.
Just like game number 2, Archives Esports have a very sizable lead. You can see that a 1k goal increase in terms of net worth. So 6k goal advantage, which will keep on building. Red Esports will lose this bottom tier 2. They are focusing on the top side, right? That's where the Lord is going to spawn. So Mel is looking to at least do some damage, but the bottom wave is pushing it too fast.
Yeah, it's pushing way too quick here. But they managed to clear up that wave nicely, keeping that inhibitor alive, sacrificing the outer turret.
Oh, good prediction for Mao. That is what you want. Spider Mouse can't even get in range with the call altar thanks to Mao's flicker, so they will definitely defend this. Red Esports holding on.
Wow. And this is what I'm talking about. The Iron Hook is such a good ability. It's such an off-tempo play. And when you connect, instant impact, instant value is achieved.
One of the highest value abilities in the game.
Yeah.
Basic, very simple, very straightforward, not much really needed, but it's just so good. They final slash Kaizen into the base. Oh boy, these guys, they studied geometry for sure. Kaizen is gone. And Mel gets to dish out massive damage with the light wheel. Just Sumpa tracked down to the end of the world. Red Esports. Oh, they're doing it again.
Oh, they're doing it again. Mel, QT, good target prioritization. When he dashed, I definitely thought those the auto attacks that came out of it was probably going to go to the nearest target, but it directed itself right on top of Sumpa. So he did have that portrait lock on. Really nicely done coming in from Mel. This is why. Explosive player, but Red Esports looking to recover. They managed to get 2.5k back, but it doesn't put them back above waters just yet.
No, definitely not, but they kept the base pretty healthy. And look at the structures. Only the middle inhibitor is took a little bit more damage, but Red Esports, they are the high ground defense. We thought the Iron Hook was the only threat, but apparently Final Slash as well.
Yeah,
the angle management, we joke about it a lot. Now we get to see the application.
Yes, and remember that the Final Slash always goes from left to right, no matter where you are standing from, right? It's about that rotation. So as long as you are on the right side of the map, as you Final Slash, you're going to push your opponents closer towards your team. If you want to push them away from your team, you definitely have to be positioned on the left side. Oh, this could be bad.
Movement Root, Lord JM catching Amao. That is a target that you need to take down as fast as possible. They do it with minimal effort. Now RWM rooting 3 members. Mel is the target. Kaizen gunning for him, but Mel, good spacing. Doesn't get pulled back by the Shadow Stampede. Archive still get the mid inhibitor, and it's 15 seconds until Lord.
Really good call coming in from Archives Esports. They decided to muscle in that mid inhibitor, and now this means that Red Esports is going to take a little bit longer and always have to maintain priority over the mid lane. If not, it's naturally going to push in to Archives' favor.
Jungler down, Archives easily goes on to the Lord. Red Esports, can he steal it again? Can Red do it once more with the R-Lot? No chance this time. Archives, they're just gonna flick the forward Spider Mouse, 2-man Shadow Stampede. Mel needs to get out as soon as he can, and Kim steals the call altar, keeps his team alive, but they're all inside the real manipulation. Mel still keeping his spacing. Lord JM absolutely melted by the carry. Red Esports still has the marksman online. Amao in danger, he goes down, but they get the bloody hunt onto Kaizen, getting his immortality out of the way as Mao will flick to safety. Mao dashes over the wall, but gets caught up by Sumpa. This is an important kill, but the Final Slash from Red saves his teammate, and they all get out 4 for it.
Finally, we see the Final Slash coming in from Ren QT. The man saves it at the very end. Mel was taking up so much pressure and even got flickered on by the Brody. Surprisingly, didn't die thanks to the winds of nature. The torn apart memories wasn't able to get casted in time because of the follow-up from Aaron. So nicely played by Red Esports, but they probably need to reconsider how they play defensively with the Final Slash. Because we could have seen Aaron stop this entire engagement earlier when Archives was walking up to the mid lane.
Yeah, he was saving it for Mel. For sure, the spacing of this carry just impeccable.
Oh, Mel is
He's
really
teetering
hard.
on a knife's edge. You know, he was always like, you can't touch. You know, like you watch those movies and someone gets slashed and it just hits like their hair.
Yeah,
the ponytail gets cut off a bit, but not their flesh.
Literally the entire series of John Wick. Just
basically. No, not really. I mean, John Wick takes the beating. He just doesn't get injured.
He just doesn't. It's Keanu Reeves, man. I've
Man
never
of
seen the
Steel.
man hurt.
You think Superman's the Man of Steel? Have you seen John Wick? Oh, this guy is the true Man of Steel.
The son of Ka-El comes down with sunglasses.
This final slash that didn't land. Aaron losing that ultimate. They didn't land the Iron Hook also. Archive Esports trying to brute force their way through this top inhibitor. Won't find it yet, but dealt massive damage to it.
What's up with Malaysian teams and completely whiffing final slashes?
Hey man, this is just the first one for him, okay? Well, we saw two yesterday. That one was worse, okay? This one was unforgivable.
Forgivable? All right.
They didn't lose the game because of that.
That's true. That's true. But it's getting very close here. Now, if we look back at the goal deficit, we've built it up for Archives to have that fat 5K. Now dwindling down to a 600 gold lead. Very minimal. And it just shows that Red Esports have kind of pulled this back from the brink.
The net worth at this point of time is not going to matter as much, right? Because they're both on an even state.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we look at the gold earned, right, Mel QT was definitely way ahead of his teammates, and that's why we're seeing them just like playing bodyguard, just being fodder, just scream for him as much as they can.
This guy 4-0-4. It is very impressive that you have a losing lane, losing matchup, you win the matchup, and now you're 4-0-4.
I mean, a lot of that is just due to Maul, his presence alone. And it does feel like Mel is calling on to Maul and putting him on a leash. It's like, no, come back here, sit in my lane.
Lord down to less than 50% health, Red Esports. And what are they posturing for? They're waiting to see if they can get a cheeky catch. Are they not contesting this? It's concealed right now. Walk in. Or JN spots the Franco. RWM used as well. They're going to jump onto the Mao, forcing in the flicker. Mao, good spacing again. Keeping himself away from the rest of Archive and Red. And now Flicker, final slash. They're going to jump right in the dash for Red QT. They will be pulled back by the Shell Stampede. Red ends up going down to Sumbak. And Amal, he'll be caught up as well. The brick wall of Archive Esports is just solid. Spider Mouse gets pulled in, but has the immortality. They need to get to his second life, but it's just not possible. 3 members of Red fall.
Ah, the classic mistake. They're like, oh, Yeef doesn't have the RWM. Let's all funnel through this choke point, and instantly just the Void Blast getting multiple targets at the same time. Able, yeah, look at that. So much damage.
And Mao, he can't do it. Not on his own. Not this time. The first and final death of this game. And the death already Esports in the upper bracket. Give him the ripple.
Give it the ripple. Give it to him. Give it to him.
I mean, Red Esports only has 2 guys doing this. Archives brought the whole squad.
They brought the whole squad. Well done. Well done to Archives Esports there. They did struggle a little bit in game number 2, but game number 3, they pull it back after they figured out and cracked the playstyle of Red Esports and adjusted accordingly. Very, very nicely done.
Where's the baby?
Where's the baby? The baby is...
It's prepping for an interview.
They put a little suit and tie on him.
Honestly, if there's one thing, that, shout out to Ripple, if there's one thing that he has done for sure is that he brought this trend. He bought the mustache grooming trend.
The mustache.
As long as someone has faced off against RCMY, and in this case against Red, and then against Archives, that trend will follow. Maybe we will see it in Jakarta, right? Maybe someone will carry this all the way to the LAN event.
I'm sure somebody's going to do it eventually, but I just love the fact that, that teams are feeling it, especially with these pro gamers starting to come out of their shell and really starting to show that personality. That's what we want to see from them, that they are human beings and not just like AIs put into human flesh.
Yeah, Ripple's flex is now getting used by other people against other teams. You love to see, that is how you know you have made your mark.
Hey man, they were doing it to him during the MPL ID, during his time there. They do it at MPL MY. It's only natural. Somebody taunts you, you got to get him back.
Now the Filipinos have picked it up.
I mean, the Filipinos have been doing it for a long, long time here. I mean, half the time I don't really understand it because it's in Tagalog. But you definitely see a personality, a different side of them.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Archives, very, very delighted with that win. Came out to fight and just once, lapse of judgment from Red.
It's one of those things you don't think about until you look back at the VOD and it's like, maybe it wasn't such a good idea just funneling into the enemy jungle in this choke point, right? People who really benefit from these choke points, KZ, he's able to hit multiple people at once. Lord JM, especially with that slam, covers the entire choke point alone. If you think that's even worse, yeah, funnel back into the farm is Ghost Bursters, as well as Lacey just ripping through them, even though he doesn't have the RWM.
And now that you think about it, even Soompak has an AoE spell.
I mean, technically, it's not as good as everybody else's, but I mean, the more targets, the more value, the more profit.
So 15-10, this one is, you know, an average game, 16.5 minutes, as the closest game we have, honestly, right? Could have almost resulted in another comeback. I mean, Red Esports, they were at the cusp of doing it, but just towards the very, very end, to pull it off consistently, not easy against a team like Archives.
Really not easy here. MelQT and Mal trying to hold them back for as long as possible and even equalizing the score, but towards the later stages of the game, now that Archives has kind of solved their scaling problem, Red Esports just very, very difficult to get in, especially if they go into unfavorable fights.
Shout out to MelQT, just 4-1-4. This guy played an absolute beast in this game on the carry.
Yeah, so nasty, so very, very nasty. Chucking out tanks like they were absolutely nothing, but then it's carry, you know, that's kind of her job.
Yeah, if you don't do that, then it's a you problem, you know.
No, that's when you like call the marshals like, Bug, why is my carry doing more damage?
A Hall of Fame for Game 3. Lancey, most damage per minute. I mean, MelQT, he's on a farming spree, you know, 737 gold per minute. Spider Mouse, of course, with the most assists on this Farmist. And this is the first time we see that Farmist roam after the patch. And any thoughts about it?
I think that what Spider Miles is doing very, very well is kind of understanding where he needs to be on the map and how he takes those trades, right? He doesn't necessarily have to be hyper-aggressive. He wants to make sure that he's playing for the team in the macro sense, making sure he's manipulating those waves, speeding up the push, slowing down the push whenever necessary to unlock our MVP of the match, Lacency. So, sorry, Lacency, I said it even worse. Lancey, our match MVP. With him moving across the map, and especially with the RWM being such a game-changing ability, once he's able to start putting in the damage, he can literally sit outside of turret range and hurt his opponents.
See, the majority of this game was Archives Esports in the lead, in control, taking objectives, taking fights. But there are certain great moments from Red Esports. The final slash from RenQT himself, saving Red Esports for two of the major moments in this game. But overall, I feel like this could possibly open up more alternatives for that Romero. Maybe we'll see a lot more farmers as the group stage progresses, which is always a good thing.
Yeah, that's always going to be a good thing. But I feel like Red Esports really shot themselves in the foot, thinking that Novaria, the Novaria ban was absolutely necessary, whether blue or red side. It means that they don't want to play Novaria, and neither do they want to give Novaria.
This does feel like Red, yeah.
Oh, absolutely melted. Absolutely melted. And then everybody else, they saw what was going on. They're like, I don't want to be a part of this no more.
I kind of feel like Ren actually wanted to hit more people, but just ended up hitting one guy.
I mean, a lot of flickers were blown there, to be fair.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of flickers. There's nothing much they can really do about that, right? It was just a lapse of judgment of like where you are fighting, because it did look like a pretty decent engage initially, and with no RWM, I felt like the conditions were right for Red Esports until all of them get chunked out and you don't get the free hits from MelQT.
Yeah. All things considered, right? If a game comes down to just one decision, you know that it's a good game. It's a close game. It's a good game from both teams.
High quality game.
High quality game, thank you. I mean, Red Esports had to play from behind for majority of the game, right? And it's how you play from behind that really showcases if your team is good enough to not only be able to snowball a lead, but to recover from a deficit. And I think Red Esports showed us something today in the series.
They definitely have here, especially against Archive Esports, with the majority of their, well, actually all of their entire roster from the previous EVOs. Next play, right? Yes, from Next Play itself. So it's great to see. Maybe they had a little bit of a chance there, but the experience overall coming in from this roster, it's very evident, right? The macro movements, the decision making, and especially when it comes down to the situations that they want to create, whatever they imagine, they can apply it onto the screen.
Yeah, very, very clean and crisp, even in Game 2, right? And that was a Red Esports comeback, but even before the comeback, it was Archives running the show.
Yeah, the ideas are always there, you know, they always had the right ideas. It's just when, you know, those off-tempo plays happen where it's like, oh no, we got hit by the iron hook, and now this significantly slows down.
Right, we are going to be able to talk to Archives Esports for this win, so let us bring the man to the screen. Kind of, hear what he has to say. It is the boss himself.
Hello, Dogi. How are you doing?
Yo, bro. I'm doing great. How about you guys?
We're doing great as well. We got a bunch of questions to ask you. Number one, first things first, the Minotaur. How long have you guys been wanting to show this off? What are the conditions? Come on, tell me more about it.
So basically, I just watched the replay, the game of Red Esports against Team SMG. I think that's the major factor that they are winning is because they're having the XP Fredrin. They're super strong on that lineup. Once they took the Fredrin, they'll just escalate to the final with a Martis or Lancelot pick. But if you neglect the Fredrin XP, they will have a mediocre XP lane. So at that point, we have a better XP laner, which is Lord JM. So we capitalize on that one, and then we took the Fredrin and we took the win. We took the W on that side. So yeah, my role here is to analyze the game and give them some hint and tell them what to pick. Tell them what the Team Red will pick, and they are the own drafter of their own game. So.
Basically, the lane gap.
Remove the hero. They took it or remove the hero, and yeah, they draft on their own.
They drafted on their own. I love it. I love to hear that. But because you are the analyst for the team, you're giving up this great information. I want to know your thoughts on specifically Novaria in this matchup, and especially with the bans. Was it necessary for you personally? If it wasn't banned, would your team would have wanted to take it up for themselves?
Hell yeah, bro, it's freaking OP because the vision is super good on this game. Like on Mobile Legends, vision is the key. So if you have a vision, you can basically capitalize all the stuff that you need, most likely on other lanes, lane to lane, or the matchup that you're wanting to have, the objective, Lord fight, and Turtle. So Novaria is pretty OP right now. So if ESL we're gonna open it next week or maybe another week, I don't know if people are gonna take it.
It's technically already open, just that unfortunately it was banned. Now I want to ask you, right, because your team right now, 3-0 win streak, a 3-0 win. All the series have been victories. You guys have played Minana, you guys have played Evo, and you guys just beat Red Esports. Out of these three teams, which teams so far gave you guys the biggest challenge? Or do you think that, in this case, Red with a 2-1 is kind of a walkover?
I think Minana is the one because they're, sister company, so we pretty much screams against them all the time. So it's kind of tough. They know all our cards and we know all their cards. So trying out a new rotation and being an orthodox pick, having an orthodox pick is kind of hard, but we need to execute it on the right way, at the right time, at the right place, or else we're gonna lose to them because they're pretty good also. So we won against them 2-0, which is super good. But then Team Red is pretty much readable on their draft. And Team Evo, right? Evo is kind of hard also. We did have some hard time against them because we didn't have any info, or the last info was the last replay of their game is super due already. So it's so hard to take some info on them also. So every game on us is hard, but we just took our heart in and believe on ourselves and took a W.
I like the way that you phrase it, Dogi. I like it a lot. But with that being said, do you have any final words to all of our viewers who are watching your team? What do you want to tell them about Team Archive? Any last words?
One word. 2 words. I mean, Pilipinas lakas! Oh, by the way, shout out to Lada Sumpak State. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the interview, Dogi. It's been awesome. Great job on your win. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
I'd like to see more of that for sure. We will definitely see more of Archives, Dogi, and the rest of the team for the rest of the Swiss round. They are one series win away from top 4.
Qualifying, yeah,
That is
qualifying
crazy.
into the top 4. I mean, it's hard not to love the boys here. They're very energetic and very, very, very interesting looks on the game. On top of the fact that, you know, they all are quite the personalities.
Oh, they definitely are. I mean, when a whole team taunts you after a win, that's it. That is the easiest way to get me hooked. I want to see some good taunt. I want to see some good smack talk, you know?
Good smack
So
talk.
now we have the Ripple. That's what we're going to name it, the Ripple.
Ripple effect?
That's a good one. That is a good one.
Rolls
Gotta
off
give
the tongue. Rolls off the tongue.
The ripple effect, rippling throughout regions.
Yeah.
We're going to take this very far, for sure.
For sure. But with here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, I mean, the games have been looking really good, but now that we are getting, you know, deeper into the Swiss rounds, the quality and the level of games are starting to increase alongside with it.
Yeah, and at the same time, right, more and more teams are playing harder and harder matches. You know, teams that have been, even though they've been winning the first 2 days, they're going to be matched with teams who have done the same. That means we are going to see tougher and tougher matchups, higher and higher quality games. The same can be said for teams who are at risk of elimination, right? In fact, today we're getting rid of another 8 teams, which is not going to be easy, and we will be doing it for the rest of the evening because we're done with the winners pool.
Yep. I mean, we heard it straight from Dogi's mouth himself. It's like some teams you just don't have information on, and yeah, they've been playing some hard games no matter who they've been facing off in the Swiss 3 so far. I can't wait to see what happens in Swiss 4, just to kind of see who that matchup is going to be against Archive.
And I think you can see that information because they went 2-1 against Evo. Evo got 2-1 by Team Max, right? So teams that you don't know much about, really hard to you know, kind of pick them apart. But here's the result from another series. Evo's Icon against Dewa United Esports. That one was Evo's Icon basically winning it in a clean 2-0 fashion against Dewa. Ooh, what is Evo's Icon made out of?
Right? I mean, Evo's Icon has been winning a lot of their matchups up to that point. And, you know, after seeing how Dewa United kind of played around, that was looking like some high-quality games. So I'm surprised. I thought it would at least be like a 2-1 at the minimum.
Yeah, I mean, Evo's Icon, they went 2-0 against Maharlika. They went 2-1 against TNC Pro Team yesterday.
Ooh, wow.
I mean, these two teams have had pretty interesting, pretty intense, high-level first 2 days. So this matchup definitely a happy one if you're an Evo's Icons fan. But we also have Rebellion Zion. They just wiped out Game Lab 2-0. So Game Lab, they will exit the tournament by the end of Swiss 4. We have to wave goodbye to our second place team from the Challenge Final Season 2.
No, that's a little unfortunate. But again, it is Rebellion. I can't say too much about that. I would have liked to at least know how that matchup went on. But it looks like today might just be, you know, Indonesians all the way.
To be fair, Rebellion did take 1 game off of Euphoria, right? So you kind of put it into perspective. Game Lab. Definitely not the early exit that we were expecting. No, they did give us the best games last season and on day 1, but well, this time it's not their time. But we gotta but it's always time to thank all the people who made this happen. Snapdragon, Elite Gaming, the tip of the spear, the spearhead, the trailblazer for this entire platform when winning matters, giving all of us the opportunity to witness the players play at the highest level.
From grassroots all the way to the tier 1s, doesn't matter. Snapdragon Pro Series pulls them all together, and the bridge being the Galaxy S23 Ultra, able to support up to 5 different people standing on top of a phone to make sure that this bridge is rock solid. So share the epic and level up your game.
Bridge has a strong foundation and strong support system, and the one we have is Monster Energy, allowing the teams and everyone behind the scenes to unleash the beast within them. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
When all is said and done, DHL is going to make sure that you guys get your packages on time, and as well as an opportunity to win 5,000 euros in the FEBot Dash Cup.
Yeah, check out the FEBot Dash Cup at esl.gg/FEBot. Coming up, we have another. Actually, it's not elimination yet. We have another elimination.
This one's
elimination. Okay, I'm backtracking. Elimination series, Team Hawk against Bigatron Beta. This one is going to be a nail-biting one because, I mean, Bigatron Beta, they are coming in strong, and Team Hawk, they struggled yesterday. But for the teams that will eventually make it until the end, I bet you guys will want to see them in the flesh. So we give you this opportunity to visit Jakarta at Istora Senayan on 21st to 23rd of July for the Mobile Challenge Finals.
Yep. Are you tired of being a keyboard warrior and want to make some real-life beef and real-life noise? Then pay 20,000 rupiah. It sounds like a lot, but honestly, it isn't. Meet us at Senayan and make that stadium literally shake from the ground up. Are you going to be part of that hashtag Indo Pride or that hashtag Pinoy Lang Malakas?
I like how you just count out every other region.
Yeah, because really the rest of us are kind of just there to exist.
Yeah. It's time for you to say your comments to the player's face. This is your chance, when you ask for their signature and you're like, bro, you suck.
Oh, man. I know, man, there's going to be so many fist fights happening now. But with that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be another exciting matchup. Oh, I can't wait for it to happen.
Yeah, we'll be right back in a bit for Team Hawk against Bigatron Beta.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Just our home.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to lab you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy, cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking a crown, that's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
Put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump
I don't need you to delay my shine. You know you can't rush no greatness. Sit back and watch while I take my time. Whole arena go crazy, look like I'm Hercules in my prime. You follow me, dog, and I make it. I pump too much iron in my grind. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, I show you right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime. I ain't got no room on stage for no amateur pop stars. Me and my clique don't fear trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end. I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy. You make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you tag along. I'm sorry, my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost, man, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly wrong. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, I show you right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 3 Open Finals. We are in the Swiss 4 already. You're here with us. My name is Sasuke. Alongside me is Getting Q.
Good to see you back, everybody. We're already moving on to our second series of the day. The one that we're going to keep in mind is Team Hawk versus Bigatron Beta. And now, I don't know, it feels like today just might be Indonesia's day to just win out all of their matches.
Because they just also won the final set we didn't get to see yesterday. GPX, they just beat C Yusun 2-1. So
Ooh.
Indonesia is on a roll, baby. This is the current updated state of the Swiss stage. We have to say goodbye to Game Lab. They will be the first team to be eliminated. And in the trio winners bracket, Archives Esports, GPX, and Evo's Icon.
Oh, wow. Only one more slot left in there. And so far, filled up by 2 Indonesians and 1 Filipino team. Let's see who else is going to be joining them. It's either Aura or Euphoria. Yeah, Aura or Euphoria, one or the other. Honestly, I was expecting more because I was looking at the wrong at the wrong block. But oh boy, this is getting tight.
Yeah, it's either going to be a 3 Indonesia, 1 Filipino, winners bracket, or a 2 for 2, right? We'll find out in just a bit. But we gotta continue the slaughtering in the slaughterhouse because it's time for elimination. Again, this will be the updated result for our first set of matches. Evo's Icon 2-0 over Daewoo United Esports. GPX getting a 2-1 over See You Soon. Rebellion Zion getting a 2-0 and wiping out Game Lab. And Archives Esports getting a 2-1 over Red Esports.
Oof, I mean, everybody is just trying to play their best, and 2 out of the 4 matches went all 3 games. So expect to see today to be, well, where everybody is going to be pulling out the strats, right? I don't know how everybody's kind of taking the Novaria legality so far, but it seems like Archives, they were prepped for it.
Yeah, but, well, for Archives Esports, they weren't sure if Novaria is even playable, right? But don't worry, she can be played already. Anyway, so the second set, Nightmare Esports will take on Geek Slate. Aura Fire takes on Euphoria Esports in the last winners bracket series. Team Hawk faces off against Bigatron Beta. And of course, the last one, Mr. Esports Pro, well, they'll take on the stage again for their elimination series.
Yep, they're going to go up against TNC, so that's not going to be an easy matchup. I mean, everybody's not going to have an easy matchup from here on out, right? I mean, the teams that have been eliminated apparently just either getting a little bit unlucky in terms of, the matchups that they had today, and especially with the power level of some of these regions, can't really do too much about that.
But the games are getting more and more intense, and when you look at some of the matchups, for example, Evo's Icon, they're still getting those 2-0s. You know that this team might become one of the favorites to make it to top 4 because they are 1 series away.
I mean, they're currently just washing house right now. Like, they haven't dropped too many games overall. The spring cleaning is looking very, very good on their side. But we got to focus on the match that's happening here today, and that's going to be Bigatron Beta versus Team Hawk. And so far, I would imagine, Team Hawk not exactly on solid ground after yesterday's performance. Very, very underwhelming.
And you look at the track record, right? Bigatron Beta, they were 2-1 by Aura Fire on day 1. They basically mopped the floor with SMG Singapore yesterday, and now they face off against Team Hawk. Lola, Gary, Zai, Ao, and Min. But I think a lot of that attention is going to be on Lola in particular, because yesterday he had a rough series.
Yeah, he was having a really bad day, not hitting the abilities that should have been easy enough to cast. Other times just not being at the right place at the right time. But then again, it's just the way that Team Hawk has been designed, right? They focus on their comfort picks as much as they can. They're not really thinking about counter drafting half the time. But when it works, you can definitely see that they have the mechanics for it, just not the direction.
And it's very, very... It's kind of an eye-opener as well, because they did drop the series to See You Soon of all teams, right? A team that I know a lot of us expect the Team Hawk would be able to at least put up a decent fight, but yesterday was a no-show. But today it's going to be such a more important series for them, because not only tournament lives is on the line, but they're also up against one of the powerhouses of Indonesia.
Yep, I mean, Bigatron Beta, definitely a name to remember by, considering that any Tier 2 team coming in from Indonesia, very good chance. I mean, they've been playing in the MDL, which has been around a lot longer, as the Philippines only recently established their Tier 2 league.
And of course, the series that they play, you can even argue, are a bit harder, right? They draw blood against Aura Fire. Yesterday they were up against one of the MPLSG teams, and that one was a wash. So right now, Bigatron Beta, clearly the favorites to win the series. Team Hawk, they gotta show us something. I think a lot of people would need convincing.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the lineup here from Bigatron Beta, Narashi, Juskar, Dan QT, Redizig, as well as Odyssey. They have been playing really well together, taking down some big names of their own, and they want to continue this streak all the way to qualification.
And this is also a team that not only plays in the region, but we also saw some unique picks out of them. I believe it was the Uranus, right?
Yes.
Yeah, from Narashi. So something that Red Esports did show us. That one was a win as well, but we saw slightly different ways of utilizing this hero.
Yeah, personally for me, I mean, people are still trying to find, different options when you're playing against something along the lines of Glue. He's just really, really dominating inside that lane, so you're looking for people to counter that. Some people think, to Rizla, the Benedetta. For me personally, I like the Benedetta. Recently, we have been seeing a lot of Uranus because, again, Uranus doesn't really have to worry too much about his positioning as long as he doesn't take the second part of the Slam.
If you are Uranus, you don't need to think. That's basically it. I could be wrong, and I want to hear your predictions. Put it down in the Twitch chat down below. Malaysia against Indonesia is always something to talk about, and I know channel the power of the netizens.
Channeling the power of the netizens, and then you'll just have like a random tattoo of Indo Pride somewhere on you. You don't know where it's gonna show up, but it's there.
Yeah, speaking about Indo Pride, we are definitely on the Indo side this time. 2-0 for Bigatron Beta. I'm sorry for any Team Hawk fans who are watching the English broadcast, but I need convincing.
Yeah,
like, serious convincing.
I think everybody needs some convincing with Team Hawk. They've been having a really rough start to the year. Didn't do well locally in the MPL MY after having an explosive run last year. Just not being able to convert. The meta has definitely shifted away from what they are usually comfortable with, and more so without their coach, nobody's really giving them that hard direction.
And coming into such a tight tournament as well, right? You gotta feel quite lost and a lot of pressure on their shoulders. I mean, again, the matchup that they had to face leading up to this wasn't necessarily the toughest, but be it rain or shine, tough or easy, we always have Snapdragon Elite Gaming to fall back to. This is why we are sitting here in the spaceship bringing you guys all the best Mobile Legends bang bang action. When winning matters, Snapdragon Elite Gaming will be there.
I'm guessing Mon didn't play because it's like, winning is going to matter here. We want to move on to the next stage, but if this phone doesn't have a Snapdragon Elite Gaming chipset, I don't want to be part of this, and unfortunately, I don't think Team Hawk has enough resources to get everybody multiple Snapdragon Pro Series chipsets. I mean, look at all the different brands that they already have in power. They could get a Poco phone if they wanted to. They could also start looking for Oppo as well. They could also start looking at ROG2.
With the technological advancement progressing so fast, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe in the future we'll get a brain chipset.
We go in cyberpunk real quick.
Seeing numbers, Gone are the days of Savant. You will become one with a chipset.
Yeah, I can't. Oh, I even have the right name for it. They're gonna call it Neo. The Neo Brain chipset. Think about it. Think about it. We're thinking out of the box. We're breaking the code, and more importantly, we're breaking the matrix.
100%. We are escape the matrix. We are entrepreneurs right now.
I am the alpha here, just like Galaxy S23 Ultra, where you can share the epic and level up your game.
One of the best devices that you can get your hands on. Nothing will be a problem anymore, and if there is a problem, it is not your problem.
Yeah.
Samsung Galaxy solves everything.
Exactly. You can get out of Romanian prison just with the Galaxy S23 Ultra.
100%. That's how people still have access to the internet.
Yes.
Inside of confinement. 100% is because of the Galaxy. You can even take the best selfies, right? No light, no problem. You think your eyes are strong? Have you seen those lenses? Those lenses pierce through the veil. They say that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Oh no, the lenses.
The lenses are, yeah. And especially if you get the right settings, you might even see further than that. But once again, thank you to all of our sponsors, Monster Energy Drink as well as DHL included. Holy cow. Without these guys, the Snapdragon Pro Series wouldn't be as awesome as it is today. Now, speaking of which, the upcoming matchup of Bigatron Beta here, we're definitely leaning more in towards the Indonesian favorite matchup, because Team Hawk, again, unless today they have a good showing, or at the very least they have a very clear direction of what composition the composition that they want to bring to the table, it's going to be very hard for me to sway it.
Yeah, especially with they're up against a team with a very solid support system, right? Coached analysts, they have a 6-7 voice to give them direction. Whereas for Team Hawk, they're on their own. And what do you do in this situation, right? If you're a team that you just don't happen to have a coach or an analyst, but you have to play these matches, how different is that dynamic going to be?
Well, I mean, you're going to have to treat it like every other type of tournament. You're going to have to play the games whether you like it or not. The most you can do is play at your best. And I think at least with Team Hawk, with the two newer members of both Zai coming in, as well as their new gold laner as well, there's definitely a lot of improvement that can be made as they prepare for the upcoming MPL MY season.
We did see Zai play yesterday in Game 2 against See You Soon, but unfortunately, that didn't really change too much, right? I think the problem inherently for that series wasn't in Zai in that mid lane. It was just the XP lane getting absolutely gapped. I mean, it was a Benedetta, right? Phoenix completely crushed the entire game. You also had Boxy on the Franco. I think Team Hawk was also a team that did have Franco in the back of their mind, right? When they considered the bans, it was second phase ban for them on day one. Wonder if heading into this, are they prepared for Bigatron Beta?
Yeah, I don't know whether... I mean, because there's not a lot of, like, space to go back to scrims and start practicing all over again, right? Because, again, it's day after day, day in, day out. You play your series, you move on to the next round, so on and so forth. And, again, it's not like you can plan those scrims accordingly. Majority of these teams usually wait until later into the night where people are free to play your scrims.
I'm going to sidetrack a little bit. I think we should have a little contest and involve all of our fans watching from all the regions. I want them to let us know which team has the best background. Esports so far takes the cake because they have those RGB lights.
They got the RGB lights, I will admit. I do like the clean, big logo. Like, you know, one table, Team Hawk's got that big logo in the background to kind of promote the team. I do like that, but we need a little bit more spice.
Oh, Kadita and Yi, first two bans by Bigatron Beta, that itself is already something that, you know, a breath of fresh air. You know, we're seeing so much Fanny, so much 1-1, so much Farmers and Glue, Kadita in the conversation even. I mean, does Team Hawk go for the Kadita? We have not seen it so far.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet out of them. Then again, we don't know Zai's entire hero pool as well, so that's a big question mark too. But it's obvious that Bigatron Beta are positioning themselves to pick up Farsa within the early phases of this draft. Now, Team Hawk, they respond by getting rid of the meta picks, getting rid of the Wan, getting rid of the Joy, nothing too out of the ordinary.
What is Team Hawk willing to give up? I think that is the question. Again, Novaria is open for these teams to play if they want to. Third ban, I believe it's going to be Franco, because I hear the Franco.
You hear the voice line.
I hear the voice line. That's a Franco ban.
The chills down your spine, the hairs on your forearms, but that's a Kaja.
What? That's not Franco's voice line?
We heard a Franco voice line. Where it came from, don't know.
That's a Franco voice line, right? Like, I am 100% sure Kaja doesn't sound like that.
You don't know. Maybe you were just listening to the voice lines on different language.
What? I'm seriously confused. No, that's Franco. I can hear it in my dreams. Okay, that's the. There it is. That's the Franco band. All right, now it makes sense.
It just came out just a little bit later here, but it's expected to at least see the suppressions go off the table. What else is available here? The Pharmacist as well as the Glue seem like a pretty good shout, but who knows? Bigatron Beta, you know, after all the opinions that we've been getting about Novaria, maybe they get to lock it in, or maybe they're just unaware that it's legal now.
we know that there are some teams who are unaware. For example, the funniest thing was Archive saw both Novaria bans in both games. They're like, we're not sure if we can use it.
It's not our problem. We're still gonna win it.
Region by region, it unlocks for MY first because we think we needed more.
I can understand if like the Indonesian teams aren't aware of the legalization. I'm gonna change my words there. Okay. Legalization implies something a lot worse. But the fact that it's legal to play Novaria, I would imagine that Indonesia would be a little bit behind only because of the time zones, and that's about it.
1 hour, right?
Yeah, just 1 hour later, they're like, oh, it's available. Okay, got you.
We lost the series because of time zone difference.
Time zone difference.
Can you imagine? Let's say the embargo lifts at like 4 p.m. right? GMT +8, and for them it will be 3 p.m. right? GMT +7. 4 p.m. Yeah, GMT. Yeah. So their opponents pick Novaria, and they are not allowed to pick it because they haven't reached the.
Or when they were informed, there's like it's going to be legal at 5 o'clock, and everybody looks at their timer and they're like, yup.
I don't even know if I got the time zones right, but you get the idea.
You get the idea here. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a redraft, I would assume, for both of these teams.
I'm going to channel that Monster Energy Ultra Go to look into that phone. It's still on the hero selection screen. I just can't see what heroes.
Have you been on dialysis with Monster Energy drink? Because that's what's been going on.
Hey, look, man.
Gotta do what you gotta do, right?
The future is now.
The future is now. What was the conversation like talking to the nurse during your dialysis? You're just sitting there and she's like, "Is that Monster Energy drink?" And you're like, "Yes, yes, it is."
Yes. You know, just like my PC needs a graphic card. I need a driver update for my liver. You know.
So
my kidney.
It's an install. It's a plugin.
Yeah, it's a plugin. That's DLC.
Yeah, it's just like downloading more RAM for your PC.
Well,
it's just the same thing.
Basically that. It takes a while to get used to.
A bit of adjustment period, you know.
Yeah.
It's like a liver.
It's as close as I can to not to get to the Hulk. I don't know if that even works, but we'll find out in due time.
I'll let you know if your skin turns green, okay? Don't worry about it. I got you covered. Man, waiting for this draft. There it is. We're already back into it. It looks like we get into the second phase here. Oh, wow. The first phase is already finishing up pretty quick. Second phase bans the Carrion as well as the Mincetar, Claudin as well as the Edith. We do see the Lapu Farmist as well as the Lancelot for Team Hawk and lock-in of Beatrix at the very end, passing the priority over to Bigatron Beta. That is going to be the Arlet Valentina as well as the Fredrin, and now looking to finish their comp.
The glue will be ignored for this game number 1. It's oddly surprising, right? Because Team Hawk also, they went for the Lancelot Farmist. Well, then again, there's a Farmist on the enemy team. What else is left on the table for Marksman? Melissa's next in line for sure. Melissa is Brody, right? Remaining.
Looking at the bans one more time so I don't miss anything out. Yeah, with the Beatrix already gone, the Melissa isn't too bad for the side of Bigatron Beta because at the very least they know that that Team Hawk don't have an artillery mage. I think that the Lapu Lapu into the Arlet matchup isn't that bad because as soon as you have anti-CC, the Demon Mark disappears and you don't get that reset on the Vengeance.
At least we know that these two players, the phone screen facing the camera, have picked their heroes. I believe the Grok was also picked up by Bigatron Beta as their 4th pick.
4th pick Grok. 4th pick Grok as well as Brody.
Yeah, so it is the Brody, and I believe Team Hawk went for the Diggy last pick.
Man, your eyesight is really, really good. I thought, you know, the Bigatron members that have their phones facing the camera, they've got some chunky fingers there. I can barely see past it.
Hey, now you know why MLBB put that bolster in front of the camera yesterday. Because I'm leaking their draft.
Hey, look, you're just not wearing glasses, man.
Monster Energy.
Oh yeah, that's true. That is true. You know what? Maybe hook me up with that dialysis for Monster Energy drink.
Regarding the glasses part, you know, they say hindsight is always 2020.
Don't you dare! As we get back into the game, I'll get you back on that one. BTR going to be on blue side. BTR Beta up against Team Hawk on the red side. We get to see the full draft here, and Min is going to be closing things out with the Diggy. Now, the Diggy is great because we do see the Grok on the side from Odysseys, and hopefully that doesn't really hurt them because it's very important that the early game falls into the hands of Team Hawk, especially for the gold laners.
But normally we've been seeing Grok when there's an artillery mage, but in this case, Team Hawk, they don't have the conventional artillery mage, but what is this Grok's function in this game?
Well, let's keep in mind that the hitbox from Grok's wild charge is really big when he collides with a wall, so ideally knowing that Team Hawk is going to group up together with the Diggy and as well as that Farmist, they're going to try and chunk them out as much as they can, but it has to be a counter engage.
Min is going to get the pullback onto Ziv, but all he's showing is massive damage. Just Gar with the first blood coming in from the pizza.
Okay, very interesting is the Rashi solo Lola.
The heal up, the stun, the Rashi almost getting the outplay. My goodness, this guy.
The dash didn't do
Gary should be able to kill him.
Yeah,
no
he's
Demon
got
Rush
that.
this time.
Oh, good play coming in from Lola. Redemption. He might be able to. Oh, he might trade out here. He gets the shield reset, ends up still falling anyways.
Gary able to complete the recall, thankfully. Oh, some close shaves early on.
Very, very close shaves, in the matter of fact. But the kill ended up into Danny QT's hands. Let's see if it's going to influence the mid lane at all. But notice that Team Hawk, they're moving the Diggy away from that bottom side, and Grok is looking to match, especially when you need a cover for the mid lane.
Nice. Instantly just blow up that mid wave. Bigatron Beta on the turtle already. It's gonna be hard for Gary to contest this with just Gar having that level advantage over Team Hawk. They are bring in extra members. They have the time journey to work with also Bigatron Beta. Should secure this, no problem. Final Slash is also used by the side of Bigatron. Team Hawk piling in on the numbers, but just couldn't do enough damage. Lola gets knocked up, and he's gonna go down to Dan QT. Zai forced to run away.
And this is the exact situation that Bigatron Beta was hoping for, that Team Hawk blow all of their ultimates here, and Odyssey was just waiting to use that wall charge, but as soon as it times out, instantly he's going back into the fight.
without a time journey, it is basically a death sentence. How, anticipating a potential dive, it's going to fall back. Getting help from Min also. But Bigatron Beta, just like that. I think a 1,000 gold lead just 3 minutes in.
Yeah, the snowball has already started for the side of Bigatron Beta, and this is the scary part, right? They're already at least 1.1k ahead of Team Hawk, and if this escalates even further, Justnar is forever going to be ahead of Gary in terms of EXP.
Taking chip damage also. This purple buff getting resetted. Just pulled. Even makes a full detour just to spike Gary.
Yeah, and the worst part is that Gar walks up, and he also has his retribution available. I don't know if Gary can take this.
Yeah, just no way. Just way too hard to contest. He's 2 levels up, Gary.
Yeah.
This is not the start you want as a Lancelot.
It's hard to come back from that one. It really is, unless Bigatron Beta make a significant mistake. In the meantime, though, Min is going to be farming up that avarice as much as he can with the auto alarm bombs. Lola, honestly, not doing too bad. I will say he got done kind of dirty in that team fight, but then again, Team Hawk probably will address it.
Zai taunted back and terrified, stuck in the wall, and they will make a tombstone out of those.
Can't do anything about that. And Zai, he didn't even want to use his ult. Even if he did use his ult, there is a little bit of a channel time. He would have died before it even activated, so nothing much he can do there. Looks like he's going to have to farm his stacks all over again.
I think Shadow Stampede would also have timed out, right? He would still get like spit back out by the wall itself. Jaskar would take this orange buff, no problem. Maintaining the 2-level lead ahead of Gary. I mean, this is brutal for Team Hawk. They will not get any objectives.
Yeah, he has so much EXP on his side, and unfortunately for Gary, there's nothing much that he can really do about this, right? The lane swaps have already happened. The neutral objective is going to get contested for by the EXP laners.
We'll clear out the wave on top side as Bigatron Beta. Well, they have drawn some attention to top, so Jaskar will work on this turtle, no problem.
Yep, he doesn't care. He just wants to keep putting Lancelot behind. Gary is just having no space to play.
Just choosing the retribution, right? Like, what are you gonna do? Try to get turtle?
That they're ahead of the game. They have more gold. They have more EXP. They want to fight Team Hawk.
3 levels ahead of Gary already. I mean, on a Fredrin against Inter-Lancelot matchup, you don't see this every day.
It's very suffocating, extremely suffocating, in a matter of fact. Like, Gary has no space to actually get in onto these fights. He doesn't have the damage for it as well. And Jaskar, he walks in and it's like, what are you going to do? 1v1 me? He's impossible to kill.
Definitely. Minor lane swap. Dan QT on the top side. They free up the bottom lane. Obviously, he's just continuing to open up the map for his team. I mean, also a perfect rocket because no one can stop you. Man, Flicker, time journey, using everything, but Ziv just follows up with his own.
Yeah, he's got so much gold on his hands right now, and he's really, really strong. Jaskar, there was an angle where he could have appraised his wrath to one-shot Al there, but let's keep in mind, Al still has his Flicker.
Oh yeah. I would even go as far as to say that Odyssey just wants to get him killed. that wall had no reason to be there. You know? Let's just get that out of the way.
Let's just get that out of the way, you know. And Zeev's taking a bit of damage from the Bandit's Rage, but really not going to threaten him. Just look at how Bigatron Beta are escalating this, right? They are snowballing ahead. Ooh. Almost bad for Team Hawk.
Gary hits the wall and gets taunted back also. He's 4 levels behind behind Jaskar. This is, oh boy, he's about to be 5 levels behind, but this fight Odyssey just finds Zai. The Flicker will not save him. Min now caught in a bad spot, locked out by the Nature's Barrier. That's 2 for Bigatron Beta.
Yep, and this is how Bigatron want to play it, right? Whoever has that lead, let's keep on pressing that lead. Unfortunately for Zyve, he didn't get enough of a lead compared to Justnar, so again, just play with your outlets. Zyve will eventually start scaling enough into this game, and with the space being created by Jaskar, I mean, he's having the time of his life.
Look at this. Gary just gets trapped. This guy's a bounty on his head. He's a serial criminal for sure. I mean, Bigatron Beta are just tracking him down.
Oh, the farm is called. Altar tries to go for the save.
He doesn't get it. I mean, it actually worked out pretty okay. Not enough. And I mean, Diva still ends up going down.
Danny QT even flickered. Sorry, not Danny. Dan QT flickered for it to try and save Zive, and unfortunately, without his flicker, he wasn't able to escape Lola coming in with the Earth Shatter. So gets the stun. Third hit of the Raging Splash. Ow.
The Diggy just does fall. Rashi and ODC, they will be fine. And this appraisal strike onto Gary. What the heck is happening? Oh, misses the taunt. Gary feels really lucky about that one. They do find a Rashi down bot. It's a 3-man effort. Mitch also revives. And
oh,
there it is. I think it was a good move to cover all the carnage that was happening, but you know, came in a bit too late.
It came in a little late. The censorship came in a little too late there. I'm just looking at the movements coming in from Team Hawk right now. Like, how do you actually come back from this? Gary is in a position where he's basically useless in this game, right? Like, even if he tries to go on to the marksman, unless he's been building full damage this entire time, there's an opportunity, but still plenty of counterplay on Bigatron Beta's side.
Goal advantage. 5k, solid 5k goal lead. They had to use the call alter just to make sure Lola doesn't get blown up.
Yeah, if he dies this early on, that means all the tier 2s are guaranteed to fall. Maybe this way, they're able to stagger the waves. That's what we're seeing right now. Gary walking up to the to the Lord and Power minions on that top side.
That's a draw done by Ziv. Taking barrier, blocking Team Hawk out of the base temporarily. And just like that, 9 minutes in, that mid-tier 2 open up. Lord coming down through the bot lane. Also, the Bigatron Beta, they don't even need to worry about that too much, right? They're proxying the top wave. They're keeping the mid wave shoved in. Gary is trying his best for sure, but Team Hawk still has 2 different lanes to do it.
Yeah, they can't afford to lose the inhibitor. They're willing to sacrifice bottom tier 2 just to make sure that everything is working out smoothly and they don't have to worry about a constant pushing lane.
Administration out the Lord, no problem. Team Hawk keeping the base safe as possible. As Gary, he's just gonna one-up and proxy the wave in front of that top inhibitor, but it did buy Team Hawk more than enough time. They have completely cleared out all 3 lanes.
Yeah, I think that's the most amount of gold Gary was able to get in a short period of time. He's barely been able to find his own jungle. Bigatron Beta has been making sure that they're starving him out, and honestly, it feels like it's almost personal with how much they target him.
I believe Gary is level 10, so 5 levels. Is it 5 levels below? Yeah, he's 5 levels below the Fredrin.
Well, what are you talking about? He's 14 levels behind the Fredrin.
Gary's level 1, guys.
Jesgar and Arashi, as well as Odyssey, just decided to take everybody's levels.
Yeah. Jesgar is so fat, he could one-shot Gary right now. Oh, there it is. Level 11. It's slowly showing out. They are regaining their level. Have you heard about the new hero? It can suck your level away.
It can take away your levels for a short period of time.
Have you heard of O King Allen? Demon Souls? Yeah, that's what he does.
Yeah.
Sucks your levels away. Gary got on in a 1v1, funneled into Odysseys, has the puncture backwards, just double back, triple backing at this point. But yeah, they're just toying with it. What are you gonna do, Gary?
Yeah, Gary's gonna buy as much time as possible here. He should technically. Oh no, he doesn't have that. Didn't get the reset on the dash. It should be coming up real soon though, but there's no way to go. But look at topside. While he is buying time for his team, Team Hawk are able to take care of at least the tier 1 and salvage it.
That is the best that they could hope for. Stall out the game as much as possible. Still a 7k gold lead for Bigatron Beta. The second Lord had spawned, and that Lord is gone.
Man, Team Hawk, there's no way they can go for a steal. Team fights have been particularly difficult here.
How do you win these fights? I mean, I know that there's a big goal deficit, but Team Hawk, how do they need to play the fights, the future fights?
I'm thinking about it because it feels like Bigatron Beta, they're not utilizing their spells whenever they feel like it, right? They're not falling into their natural animal instinct. They definitely wait for Team Hawk to kind of exploit Team Hawk for blowing their spells so early on, and then look for that counter engage, right? If they keep up this type of playstyle, it's telling Team Hawk, you need to make that first move, because even if we do nothing, we're still winning.
Echo loud.
It's like Bigatron Beta aim. It's like getting aimed at by a blowtorch, right? You feel a bit of the searing heat, you put your hand back and they just pounce on you.
Yeah.
Just poking you, like making you use your cooldown.
It's really tough here. The most ideal situation would be that Lola is able to get a stun on 2 of their primary targets, we get a kill onto Zyve, and then maybe Al is able to kind of shred Danny QT. It's tough call.
Yeah, Lola got blocked out from the rest of the team, and he's gonna go down. The mid inhibitor barely standing, just in the red. So Team Hawk, they will hold on for a few seconds longer. Lola still needs 20 to be back. You see the consume from Odyssey as well. They're going in for the final kill if they can. See, getting the block also. Min tanking up that damage. Biggotron still has all of their abilities, all of their ultimates. Gary will try to buy space, clear the wave, doing a pretty decent job, all things considered. Beta are still fairly healthy.
They are fairly healthy, and the Biggotron Beta are making this process as slow and painful as possible. Team Hawk, if they want to just keep on clearing these waves, they absolutely can, because Biggotron Beta, they know that they have the initiative. And now this could be it.
Well, right there, Juskar straight to the back, just cutting through the front line. The cut ultra even used as well. Biggotron Beta being kept alive, stealing everything the Team Hawk has. And the Torn Apart memory to get rid of Gary. Team Hawk cannot get a single kill. Despite all of that, under the inhibitor.
Nope, they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. The call altar was really good coming in from Biggotron Beta. They keep all their members alive, and they drag out this fight because they know that top and as well as the mid waves are pushing. They're able to secure inhibitors off of that.
Final slash, wild charge. Team Hawk in a blink of an eye, completely crushed under the weight of Biggotron Beta. And this should be game 1. Lola will find a consolation prize, but the crystal is the grand trophy. Biggotron Beta in game number 1. Not able to end it just yet, but they're very close to Rashi. Oh, he's done with Zai. Gary, last man standing. Team Hawk continues to survive, but Biggotron Beta have put a big dent in that base. 10k goal lead.
Oh, that was a big Ghostbusters coming out of mid. Sorry, coming out of Zai here, but Gary should eventually fall, right?
Yep. And finally, Dan QT will end the game. Took a while longer. Team Hawk gave us some signs of life, but it's just not enough. And Biggotron Beta are just so much richer.
Yep, it's way too rich here. I think this was an extremely clean game for Biggotron Beta. They made very minimal mistakes overall, and I think, you know, they knew how to kind of overextend in a safe manner to make sure that they don't really get punished that much. And even if they do, trading a one for 2 half the time, they're making sure that they're getting some kind of value from the moves.
Absolutely. I mean, Biggotron Beta just clean game as expected coming into the series. No, we were looking for Team Hawk to show us some signs of life. All things considered, you know, Team Hawk, they were just outclassed in game 1, but at least, you know, whatever the sloppy moves from yesterday is not showing today.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're not whiffing their abilities, which is great to see. You know, the mechanics are, you know, warmed up. They are looking a little sharper. I do think they need to kind of reapproach the draft in a different way. And also, I do hope that we see a lot more early game pressure from a lot of these MY teams, because so far, based on what we've noticed, based on what I've noticed, we're seeing these late scaling comps, maybe playing around one particular win condition, and half of the time, once you are limiting yourself to only one possible avenue, teams, especially from Philippines and especially from Indonesia, know how to kind of play the map to kind of rip the composition apart.
And I think it's also, if you want to buy time, they just don't give you the time, right? Good example is the jungle matchup. Lancelot was a no factor.
Yeah.
Rough Lancelot.
Gary was having it rough. I mean, even though he was so far behind, at the very least, he was scavenging gold across the map, right? Proxying waves, still trying to be relevant, even though he knows that in a team fight, he's non-existent and basically collateral damage.
Biggotron Beta with a just a clean as a whistle in this game 1. I mean, we say adjustment, slightly early to mid-game centric comp. What are the options for Team Hawk?
I think, you know, Team Hawk might want to start considering being able to kind of bolster and not fall into this particular trap of like, hey, just because Farmis is available as well as Glue, we should completely close our eyes to the possibilities of Valentina, the possibilities that can go into specifically to the support section, because again, not enough disengage for the side of Team Hawk. And mid, yes, it was a good idea to have that time journey. He is comfortable on it, but at the end of the day, it's about how much pressure you can apply across the entire map, not just through gold lane.
And it's also a last pick for Team Hawk, right? They saw the Grok and the Brody, and they picked up this Diggy that at the end of the day, it's just you blow this crucial ultimate, and just like what we saw in the first series, when there's a Franco into a Diggy, as long as there's no time journey, suddenly the Franco gets to function as normal.
Exactly. I think, a lot of it came down to communication between Zai and as well as Min, who is going to be blowing their spells first. They can't do it at the exact same time. You want to make sure that you time it well, and unfortunately, Team Hawk just don't have that level of polish just yet.
The Hall of Fame, Lola with the most damage taken on this Lapu Lapu, but everything else, every other title goes in the way of Bigatron Beta. It's a very, very straightforward game. Nothing much, to nitpick for BTR side. But for Team Hawk, it's all about kind of having a way to speed up the game a little bit more, having a way to basically just resist Bigatron Beta, right? Not give them the space to walk in, not giving Dan QT, for example, to play a Valentina game where he's stealing your cult altar, where he's basically just harassing you the entire way.
I think, Dan QT was a very big part of the game. If the spearhead was going to be just Gar, Dan QT was the foundation to make sure that all of his moves weren't going to get punished. He made sure to steal that cult altar to get him out of tough positions. He's working with the rest of his team, seeing who has priority, helping them push out that lane before the jungle even approaches the invade.
And the entire game was just punish the Lancelot, make sure he doesn't have a game, and we will get all the objectives and win it eventually. The Feast of Famine, they are starving Team Hawk. And it began right after the first hurdle, right? It felt like Gary got to play 2 games of Mobile Legends and the rest of it was just trying to catch up.
I think the most brutal one is when we did see Just Gar walk up into his purple buff and then stole it away in front of his eyes, putting him at level 7 and Gary at level 5. I think that's when the game was essentially over for the Lancelot, unless his side laners were able to kind of, clutch it out.
And there was nothing of that. What? I guess you look at the heroes, they don't really have the damage to punish, right? Even in those tight jungle fights. Beatrix needs the item, the Lapu Lapu also needs that item, and Bigatron Beta, I mean, they understood those numbers.
Yep, they absolutely did here. I mean, they had a clean game number 1. Let's see whether it's going to happen a second time as we slowly move over to game number 2. Match point for Bigatron Beta.
Match point in this loser series. Don't forget that if Team Hawk loses this, their journey will end right then and there. Bigatron Beta, they are making it very, very quick. This could be a short series for all we know.
This could be an incredibly short series. And I think, Team Hawk, their drafts have been looking really, really interesting so far. But especially when you're playing against other regions here, you can't just be thinking about what works locally. You definitely have to start thinking about the way other teams polish themselves. And so far here at the SPS, teams that generally have, I mean, even with the Filipino teams that we saw earlier, right, playing these early game centric compositions, you don't get to see that too often.
And I suppose it also brings up the question of, let's say this team has Team Hawk, right? We haven't seen a Diggy in any of their games. They suddenly pick a Diggy. How polished are they? How comfortable are they with the Diggy, right? Is it a comfortable pick, or is it just because it's a necessity?
I feel like the combination, the natural synergy between Farmis as well as Diggy's time journey makes for a very deadly combination of what you can possibly do. They are just ripping out their ultimates, unleashing the beasts here thanks to Monster Energy Drink. Unfortunately, they didn't drink the cans, they didn't crack it open at the same time.
Yeah, they just a bit of a mis-synergy, right? You hear 2 different cracks, that's not gonna work out. Or maybe they drink Monster Energy, I'm sure they do, they just didn't...
Just 2 different flavors.
Didn't pump into the veins,
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. They weren't sitting by the dialysis chair just yet.
Yeah, they weren't doing that just yet.
They gotta consider it. It's a new technique, man. It's a new technique, and I think all the pro teams are doing it. You gotta keep up with the trend.
Yeah, with enough of it, you're gonna end up like Professor X. You can move stuff with your mind.
And bald.
And bald.
And in a wheelchair.
I mean, that's a trade-off, okay?
That's the trade-off?
If he can move, why can't he move his own legs?
He can. Funny enough, okay, this is gonna sound really nerdy, but basically in the later stages of the X-Men, he eventually does. He's limiting himself.
It took him so long to finally realize, wait, if I can move everything...
No, he can already do it. It's just that it's a long story. So I'm not gonna dive deeper into it.
He doesn't reveal it to you.
Exactly, he doesn't reveal it.
What a weird flex.
It is a weird flex, but that's because Professor X didn't discover DHL just yet. And remember, the FEBot Dash Cup is happening right now. You're gonna need some feet for that one. So win 5,000 euros, and all you gotta do is just take part.
Yeah, just take part at esl.gg/FEBot. That's all you need to do. Don't even need to, draft, figure out what your enemies are doing. This one, just go there, just like Gideon always said, you might get more than the teams themselves.
Exactly. Usually you get more value.
Maybe the teams are also playing. Who knows, right?
It'd be weird to see. It'd be kind of weird to see them already participating for the InfyBot Dash 2. But hey, what do we know, right? Monetization is only achieved once you make it to that very final stage. So up till then, everybody is going to be paid in diamonds. Good fun. Good fun.
Hey, man.
Love the diamonds.
Diamonds sounds cool to kids, okay?
It sounds cool to kids until you see the glory and the moniker that they're going to be bringing in towards the end of the tournament. Like, can you imagine, right? Storyline here, Tier 2 team eliminates some of the biggest teams we've seen in MPL and wins the entire tournament. At that point, do you still consider yourself a Tier 2?
That is a very good point.
Right?
Perhaps not. I think some teams are working towards a promotion, for sure. You know, we had 4 invited teams from our last season of SBS. We've already lost 2 of them. We lost 2 of them, and one of them right now has just been knocked down to the neutral pool. And that was see you soon because they lost to GPX. We lost Maharlika yesterday to Madness. We lost GameLab just now to Rebellion Zion. The only one remaining that has a chance to continue this win streak is, ironically, Euphoria Esports.
Hey, don't forget about GPX. Don't forget about GPX.
And GPX. All right, my bad. And GPX. Okay, and of course, this is the update for one of the series that is happening concurrently with this one. And Geek Slate, oh, they just absolutely crushed this.
Oh, yeah. It looks like, you know, Geek Slate are taking off the training wheels now. It's like, all right, guys, we're on our last legs. Let's put it all. It's all or nothing here. Let's not drop a series, please.
Then that means that Nightmare Esports are eliminated, and that's the only team from Laos.
Yeah, the only team from Laos. Ah, man, we are losing our diversity cards so fast.
Man, that series ended so quickly. I mean, we thought that this one was going to be quick. That one ended even quicker.
I don't know. Probably one of their games was like below. Oh, it'd be crazy to imagine that one of their games are below 10 minutes.
When was the last time that happened at the...
Or, the last time that happened, ages ago. I don't think we've been able to get a below 10-minute game for an extremely long time. Like a below 12-minute game, definitely possible, but below 10 minutes, that one, you're really pushing it.
I've had it below 5 minutes.
You've had it below 5 minutes? Did the enemy team pick all marksmen or something?
No, I just left the game at 5 minutes.
you just turned off your phone. It's like, this is trash. Give me the S. Pass me the Samsung. Pass me the Samsung, boys.
I can't play with this. I'm dying to the Mia. What?
Disgusting. Oh, not 120 hertz. Ugh, gross.
Basically that.
Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. But with that being said here, hopefully we get back into the draft sooner rather than later. And you know, considering that Geek Slate won so quickly, I'm guessing that they had like speed drafting.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Saves a lot of time.
Saves a lot of time. They just came in, guys. These 2 drafts are what we will play. So we'll pick this one regardless of what happens. We'll pick this one regardless of what happens.
They've got like flow charts as well to be like, if they ban this out, then we're still gonna go for this particular composition.
If they ban this, do you care? Yes. Yes, if you do, pick this. Do you care? No, pick this either way.
Their coaches on the other side of the glass is just like, pick Farsa. Nod head. Don't nod head. I need an answer.
Like, not knocking a glass, right? Just...
Yes, knocks on the glass. Pick this. All right, game recap of the game number 1 between Bigatron Beta and as well as Team Hawk. When you look at the lineups here, right? Honestly, Team Hawk, their composition doesn't look too bad, but all of it is revolving around getting that first initial kill and playing defensively for at least the first 6 minutes of the game. Once they get their first items and unlock Beatrix, the game really starts to snowball out of control. But we look back at Bigatron Beta, right? They kind of do the same thing, and unfortunately, their lanes didn't get as much of an advantage as we would like to see, except for the jungle and as well as the mid lane. First, it was the mid lane, right? And I was saying that very first kill, how much was it going to matter? They converted it into constant mid lane pressure, which eventually resulted into Frederick getting in that level lead against Gary.
You can even look at the graph, right? 3,000 net worth advantage for Just Guard over Gary. That's in the jungle role itself. I mean, Team Hawk had a lot of defensive utilities, but unfortunately, they needed Just Guard to have a decent game, right? To kind of pilot the ship.
Yeah, to pilot the ship.
What is that? Sail the ship.
To pilot. I mean, it depends on what kind of ship you're talking about here. If it's a spaceship, you can definitely pilot it. English can be a very interesting language.
English is very interesting. You see, I've been on TikTok, right? So
you see, I've been on TikTok. That's what you want to hear in a conversation.
Honestly, we're 30 seconds away from the next draft, but there are some educational stuff, especially about the language of English. Pronunciation of certain words, right? Like the S is silent in some words, the S is silent in not in other words. It's not silent.
Oh yeah, just
Yeah,
like
this-
Subaru.
What?
A Subaru. You don't know what Subaru
No, I
is?
don't.
It's a Subaru with uwu in it. You know those anime cars that you see, but it's also a Subaru? Looks like
Okay,
you
that-
haven't been that deep into TikTok
That caught
just
me off
yet.
guard. Yes, I have.
Oh,
I
boy.
usually stay away from that that part.
We have to compare TikTok feeds just to know what we're getting ourselves into. Bigatron Beta here going to be getting into the draft real soon against Team Hawk, and I think I would imagine that Team Hawk would want to stay on the red side.
I would imagine so too. But will we see the Novaria? That is the question.
I don't know, man.
No one bothered about Novaria. What is this? Everyone says it's OP, but no one picks it.
Everyone thinks it's OP, but nobody goes for it. I can't wait for Novaria to have a 0% win rate in SPS because people just kept on trying it and realized, like, man, I have no idea what I'm doing.
That could be the case, right? Like we would end the entire challenge finals with just 0 picks on the Novaria. Like the next, like a new hero will be announced and released and have the cargo
Before
lifted.
Novaria gets a win.
Before Novaria even gets, maybe even gets picked at this point.
Oh,
Okay,
boy.
I have an idea to increase the pick rate, right? Buff the ultimate a little bit. Instead of the hitbox being increased by 50%, you increase it by 75%, and also just for clarity's sake, you increase the hero model size.
Oh, yes, actually, that would be a very good change to kind of incorporate the size of the hero based on its hitbox as well. That would be very, very helpful.
So now
because the indicator is not there. It's literally just a circle around the person. You don't even know whether you can hit the person like at the edge of the circle or not.
Yeah, so if you lose your game because you because you hit someone with your skill shot and it's the wrong target, thanks to them being a bit too fat, well now you have someone to blame.
You have a legitimate excuse.
Yeah, legitimate excuse. Team Hawk still remains on the red side. So Bigatron Beta, they get first dips on the pick. Kadita, Yves, and Kaja, nothing different. All the bans are still the same.
Yep, all the bans are basically exactly the same. Bigatron Beta want to make sure that they have an artillery mage, but also pose the question about the Farmis and Glue dilemma. Team Hawk, if it's going to be the same draft, the same bans from game number 1, this should be the glue.
That does open up the farm for Bigatron Beta, but you can trade a Valentina in return also, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what Bigatron Beta did in game number 1, right?
Oh, yeah.
I want to see how Team Hawk is going to address the problem, the issue itself. This is how you address the issue. You ban out that Farmis, you're basically going to get the Valentina for yourselves unless Bigatron Beta decide to pick it up as their opener, but that means you get glue. So now Bigatron Beta have to decide which poison they want.
Would you prioritize the Valentina over the glue? Yeah, they will. They take the Valentina first. So Team Hawk now they can go for the glue if they want to, but it also opens up the second option of just, do we want the Benedetta into the glue, right? That's always a possibility.
Always, always. It's very scary to imagine that more and more heroes are coming out and actually outperforming one of the best laners in the EXP. Team Hawk, on the other hand, how are they going to manage this, right? They still have that glue problem. They could definitely give it over to Lola. I don't think he can miss an ability with it.
You can, actually.
I don't think
If the guy is in front of you, you can never land your...
I mean, technically, the damage still goes through. They're just not in the snare range.
Okay, fine.
Oh, boy. Unless they're putting...
It took me a long time to figure out how to stick onto someone with a split flip.
Oh, because you have to...
Because I never figure out how, right? So I would just be bouncing on top of someone and I just die and I'm like, what? How
does this work?
How do I latch onto it?
How do I latch onto him exactly? Yeah, no, it's heroes that require you, things like Angela, things like Phobius as well, where you kind of have to like hold it down to get the hero portraits to show up. A little bit annoying. I do wish they kind of changed that, but hey, I think it's good enough, especially since there's not a lot of like space. Finger space? No, monitors? Screen space. Yeah, screen space.
I mean, with the amount of people who are doing it successfully, I think it's just a me problem. So you get the Arlott and the Fredrin for Bigatron. The Arlott, yeah, Team Hawk actually not opting for the Arlott also, right? They prioritize the Zeiss Farsa more now that there's no Kadita. That is a way safer pick. Those are the carry to deal with the front lines.
Just saying, that could have been with Novaria right there. Could have been an option. Was it a good situation for it? Probably not, but it would have been cool.
Hey man, there's a Valentino on the other side, you know? You don't want him to steal your ulti and open up the map, as they say.
Oh wow, I'm walking over to the Lord pit. Oh no, I revealed everyone. Oh no, they revealed us. It's like we can see the impending doom walking towards us. I think that at least with the Novaria, it's not exactly a highly prioritized ultimate to steal as Valentina. I'm sure Valentina probably has some better options.
In this case, it's definitely the Feather Airstrike. Team Hawk bans the Moskov. And also, marksman with high mobility, all taken out. They want to deal with marksman. Probably easier to get on.
Yeah, because usually Claude is going to be the direct counter to these artillery mages, right? He can close the distance super quickly and at the same time make sure he chunks out a majority of the team members on his way there. Bigatron Beta, different mindset. They're thinking about the supports. They're making sure that they ban out the Min Sitar so that Arla can dash around fairly freely and doesn't really have to worry about anything. Team Hawk technically can still go for the Diggy as their support option. In terms of raw CC, we only have the Glue and also the Farsa. Glue be, you know, the big perpetrator instead of the Farsa. We do see the Fanny get banned by Bigatron Beta.
Yeah, it's almost slipping through the draft, so Lancelot remains to be an option if Team Hawk wants to go for it. If it is, then we will see the same matchup again. But now, I suppose there are better ways to protect the jungle. They will lock in the Cho first to see what Bigatron Beta goes for. So a Cho roam, saving Gary's hero for last.
I don't like that. I very much would have liked to see the Lancelot get locked in for the side of Team Hawk and then start thinking about the different types of supports. Because for all we know, the Diggy might be a great pick for Team Hawk. Once we see the full lineup of Bigatron Beta, maybe we could even see a potential Lolita as well, just to kind of shut out the potential Beatrix that's most likely going to come here.
Bigatron Beta can still go for the Lancelot because you have the flex, right? You have the Fredrin that you can put into the XP lane. It will take the Kufra first. The last one will be the Beatrix. We do have the Fredrin in jungle. Okay. And what am I talking about? I forgot that was an Arlot.
Yeah.
I was getting ahead of myself.
It was getting ahead of yourself real quick there. Interesting to see that Bigatron Beta wanted to go for the Kufra to threaten the position of the Farsa, forcing Team Hawk to actually play a little bit more defensively as soon as the Feathered Airstrike comes out. Gotta make sure you cover your angles, cover your areas. You never know when this Kufra...
Dyrov?
No, they did it right. Oh, they did! The classic coming out from Gary!
You might be wondering, how did I guess that?
The voice line.
Energy.
Oh.
I don't even know what he says, okay? Because I hate this hero. I hate playing against him so much.
The monster is the beast inside of you being unleashed. The sixth sense.
I hear Dyrov. Like, no, don't.
Honestly, it's a classic coming in from Gary. I can understand why you absolutely hate it. It's super strong in the early game, and not to mention it does well against tanks. The armor shred from it, so hard to deal with.
Is Team Hawk looking to snowball this game? I mean, you have a Dyrov, right? You want to be getting ahead as fast as possible.
I think that's going to be the idea, right? I think the laners aren't able to kind of develop their advantage, so therefore they're putting that onus and that priority to be the focus for Gary in this matchup, right? It's all about Gary kind of trying to pry open the defense of Bigatron Bigatron Beta.
Game number 2 in this elimination series, and we get to see the Covenant Dyrov for Gary. So one of the signatures, Team Hawk against Bigatron Beta. In the first game, Just Guard got so far ahead that Gary's Lancelot was ineffective. But in this game, if they want to man fight, Gary will happily do so.
Now, it's all about the laners not dying in their lane. Because as soon as they lose priority, then it's going to get really, really difficult for them, right? At least with Gary, he has options if the gold lane is forcefully pushed out. And that's totally fine because he's not a purple buff dependent hero.
Jikundo forcing the flicker from Dan QT, and obviously cancels out that Tyrant's revenge. Also, here comes Gary with Lola by his side. They do get the root onto Odyssey, but the damage isn't really sufficient. Dan QT rooted down mid, dies back in with a Jit Kundo, and Gary finds a first blood. He might even get a second. Odyssey flickers away, and Zai can't follow up in time.
Oh, just a little bit too late. Manages to escape with his life, but Gary hitting that level 4 at the perfect time here. Bigatron Beta, they've got to respect Lola on this glue.
You gotta respect Gary also because he is not done just yet. Zai picks up the Frederick.
Man, Lola is getting away with so much here, and this is why Glue is such a pain to deal with in the early game. He basically has an unlimited sustain as long as he has some mana, and continuously gets those resets on the Slam.
Just like that, already a 1,000 gold lead. And Gary just be waiting for third target. Oh, they might catch Dan QT or maybe Narashi. Either or is nice. Narashi trying to dash to safety, but still ends up dying to Gary.
Yep, Gary's going to get on out of there. He needs to reset here because there's the upcoming turtle fight. He could try to greed out, but as soon as Bigatron Beta spot out the HP of Gary, they're probably going to turn their heads towards him.
It's good movements from Dan QT, but Dai is now one level ahead. Jaskar shows up, only to find Lola, and Min also is going to be dead. Tyrant's Revenge for the engaged, keeping onto Lola, who forces the split out. Bigatron Beta pushing Team Hawk away.
This is great. No, this is great for the side of Team Hawk because they're purposely posting themselves very far up to slow down Bigatron Alpha on this turtle take. Notice that Gary was able to pick up his purple buff before getting into this fight, which puts him at level 5. Jaskar has to respect that.
They just walks in, and now Feather Airstrike used from both ends. They do end up losing Min, but Gary, oh my god, just absolutely shreds Jaskar.
Right? That's the thing, right? Dyrod does an amazing job at taking out these big, beefy tanks.
Yeah, execute damage, that's the best part. How do you pronounce it?
Abysm strike.
Abysm strike.
Abysm. It's not just abyssal strike. Strange, but hey, you know, wording. Phrasing.
Nothing beats incandescence.
Oh, yeah, nothing beats incandescence.
That's the best skill name ever.
Oh, compared to Numenon Blast?
I still pick incandescence.
Really? I feel like Numenon Blast is too much because nobody knows the meaning of Numenon.
That is true.
Oh, what a good flicker!
What? With that flicker to get the kill, my goodness.
What a bait. They both of them delayed their flickers until the very last second, and the angle just was not right. Well played by Odyssey there.
It still ends up going down, unfortunately. Gary was the one who picked up the kill, right? This Dyro 4-0-1.
I mean, this is to be expected. He's huge. He's expected to snowball. Look at him just shred through the comp.
Now Lola even pops the sprint to try and run down Ziv. Won't be successful in doing that, but this bottom lane basically open up.
Yep.
Team Hawk, they have a wave coming in. They can't break the turret yet, but the entire shoe is gone.
Yep, and they're going to do it again. They see that there's only 2 members on top side. Oh, they farm a kill!
Feather Airstrike used again. Then he puts himself out in the open, becomes easy target. This tier 1 finally gone. And Team Hawk, what a game 2 start.
Game 2 start is looking well for them. They look real comfortable on their heroes. Lola finally has something he can hard carry on. We see Gary on one of his more comfortable picks. It's a little unorthodox and also highly risky, but he's got the mechanics to make it work. I've never seen Gary miss out an opportunity to sneak in an auto attack between his abilities.
2,000 gold advantage for Team Hawk. Look at the gold leaderboard, the snowball for Gary. What is this? 1,000 gold ahead of Jaskar.
Okay. He's got the gold, but he doesn't have that EXP. Not as much as Jaskar punished him in game number 1. This is probably going to get a little bit of revenge here, but he will fall off. Keep in mind, Dyroth does not scale very well.
Oh, he definitely doesn't. And he's not too hard to kill, right? Except the highest output.
Exactly.
Already working on the turtle. Jaskar shows up. Won't have any entry.
Yeah, Lola's just going to zone him out here. He might even pop the split super early on just to pull him away from the pit.
He's not losing out in the top side. Bigatron Beta getting a kill on the marksman and even finding the tier 1. Final slash use onto Min. It will come back in. Odyssey with the flicker knockup. There's an extra 2 kills to go with it.
No, that's a huge play coming in from Bigatron because now they just cracked this game a little bit more in their favor. They should be able to take full control over that top side here, and especially since that Team Hawk was just trying to stall them for as long as possible, Lola will not be able to secure a tier 2 down bot side.
It's going to force him to move also. I mean, Bigatron Beta, they get to mid first. Lola will show up. Final slash use, Lola popping the no split yet. Well, he's in split arenas.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting to see Odyssey actually go, whoa, mid.
What?
Why? How?
Did he flick it too far forward?
He flickered. I can't tell if he did it too far forward because their hitboxes were overlapping each other at that point. But considering that Min did not use the Way of the Dragon, the angle was just not right.
Probably felt like they couldn't get the kill onto Odyssey, right? Because he still has his ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, they still have his ultimate, and neither do you really want to kick Odyssey of all people back into your team.
Help him engage.
Yeah, just here, let me help you out, man. Somebody looking for delivery service?
That's DHL would have done that for sure.
I mean, I don't see the uniform on Min just yet.
That is true. He's not wearing the right color.
I mean, if he does kick, Odyssey, you can instantly see Min just become a little more yellow.
Oh yeah, he just have to do it. The first step is always the hardest.
Yeah, gotta always get past that probation period. With this being said, Team Hawk now actually taking it a lot slower. They're not escalating as hard. They know that Bigatron Beta. Man, I really gotta stop saying Alpha. Bigatron Beta catching up and making sure that this gold lead doesn't run away from them.
Narashi actually checked the bush with the final slash, didn't find anyone, so good maneuvers from Team Hawk, but the awareness from Bigatron Beta also. I think in the bush, man, he's just instantly caught out and blown up. Feather Airstrike used also. Team Hawk tries to hit the back, but Dan QT is going to steal the Feather Airstrike, and the final slash comes back off cooldown. They both trade kills, but Gary ends up going down. Zai is still fairly healthy, but Team Hawk has ran out of damage.
That is just a huge overextension coming in from Team Hawk. Yes, the idea was to look and pick up a kill onto Narashi, which they did manage to do, but you also have to remember that the Feathered Airstrike can be stolen and will turn the fight almost instantaneously. So Team Hawk need to be more aware of this.
That's exactly what happened. Lola does see this turtle down low. Princess Raph on top of him.
Split? Bro.
He's gonna try to heal himself, okay. What?
Bruh! Hit the button, man!
Oh yeah, you know who hits his button? Odyssey hits his button. He hits his target also. And then 2 kills for Bigatron Beta.
Look, there's nothing much you can really say there. Lola he just made the blunder. He just needed to press the split. That's all he needed to do to survive there. On the other hand, we'll say...
Find the slash again. And it's taunted up. Can't shield pull out of this one. Bigatron Beta finally cracking that mid lane open.
It really feels like Team Hawk, after they kind of lost their lead, they're looking for some kind of direction. They're walking around on autopilot right now.
Hey, you gotta stick together. Better airstrike use. Gary losing majority of his health.
Ooh, getting really scary here for the side of Team Hawk, because now Bigatron Beta have finally hit their item power spikes. You can see that they're trying to abuse Zyve here. Oh, look at that damage. Oh, boy.
Look at the difference when you actually use the split.
Wow, it changed so much.
Oh, flicker kick. Getting Odyssey back. That's not the guy, man. We said that's not the guy that you want to kick back. He'll use the bouncing ball to get away. Just guard in the front. Team Hawk losing health on all ends. Big appraisals drive coming right down. The fact that all of them made it out alive and they got a kill on the Fredrin, that is the best case scenario for Team Hawk.
Yep, a great scenario for Team Hawk. And honestly, Narashi just making sure that he can buy that extra frame for Odyssey to actually walk out of there without him having to use his flicker. So nicely done by Bigatron Beta. Now they've developed a 2K lead, and now I'm expecting to see the repeat of #1, right? Start sweeping the map, start zoning out farm, making sure that Gary is going to feel a little uncomfortable, start boosting up people's economy, like Zai for an example, because as soon as he gets that 4th item, he's going to be huge.
Clean game on the Beatrix so far, 2-0, even in terms of the net worth, right? I mean, he is a mere 300 gold ahead of Val. Laura had just spawned the first one of this game, Bigatron Beta, poking it a little bit. Laura has already revealed himself to Dan QT. The rest of Team Hawk waiting on the bottom side. I mean, Bigatron Beta, they can just work on this Lord.
I mean, they want to work on this Lord, but they don't spot any of the members. They don't have that info.
Oh, man, can't get the knockup just yet. No engage for him. The Lord dangerously low, and now instantly final slash. And Zai's going to try and help his team with the Feather Airstrike. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Lola, he has expired. The Lord gets stolen by Gary, but they need to somehow make it out of this fight. And they have already lost 3. Dan QT dashing forward with Odyssey with him. Ziv also follows. out. It's going to be the fourth man to get caught. Bigatron Beta still finds 4 nonetheless. A maniac streak for Ziv.
Almost instantaneously, this fight has fallen into the hands of Bigatron Alpha, and they're trying to clear these waves fast. No! Unfortunately, the passive is still available. They have to double down on a tier 2. But the Lord empowered minions, and the Lord itself will spawn from Team Hawk's base. Bigatron Beta, make the smart call. Just back away here. We'll take another fight soon enough.
This game has completely spiraled out of control for Team Hawk, right? What is the recovery mechanism? So we're heading from mid into late game. Gary is falling off. They are not that durable. They only have Lola, who is durable, but he's getting shredded by the Beatrix. It feels like Team Hawk just... The only way for them to win is to get a pick, right?
Yep, a lot of it is coming down to mid, but I will say that Odyssey has been stopping him quite often with the bouncing ball, whether he tries to flicker in, whether he... Oh, wait, the kick!
They're going to find the target. Narashi ends up going down. Team Hawk. Can they get Lola out of this, though? Taunted up by Just Guard.
He should be fine.
He should be fine. Actually, he gets the lash on. That doesn't bring Just Guard back. That's unfortunate, but Bigatron Beta stalling it out just a little bit.
Oh, that's so unlucky. I'll talk about it later because this might be even... It might escalate even further. Damn QT, and then the conceal?
They're out of position. Man, he's going to give his life away. Team Hawk overextending. And Bigatron Beta just punishing Team Hawk.
I don't know if that was necessary to actually overextend from Dan QT there, but, well, let's just say that it probably wasn't the best idea. Min didn't have his flicker. I mean, he did have the Way of the Dragon. He wanted to open up an opportunity for his team after the first initial pick, but until then, you still need some kind of insurance policy.
Even with, Gary's damage, the Abyssum Strike, not enough to get rid of Odyssey, and now he is in a rough spot. What? How? Huh?
Zive, man, he doesn't miss. He does miss.
How did that bullet make it through a glue who is, this big chubby boy in front? Triple kill for Zive. Looking for another potential maniac streak. Honestly, not able to leap that far. How did that bullet slip through?
Look, all I can say is that if Danny QT decided to play Novaria, well, maybe Lola would have been able to block the shot.
That is true. Min inhibitor down, Min trying to just run circles around Bigatron Beta, but Bigatron Beta is not having any of that nonsense, and that is an unofficial savage for Zive. And 2-0 for Bigatron Beta over Team Hawk. Just no contest, absolute dominance, a smackdown.
Yep. The new rookies have a lot to learn here, especially when they're going up a developed Tier 2 team like Bigatron Beta. A 2-0 clean sweep here. Didn't even have to break a sweat. You can definitely see the players looking at each other like, hey, man, why are you pushing people out of position for my shots, man? Keep them in place.
This is the team that we're playing today? Are you serious? Well, they survived for another day. For Bigatron Beta to continue their run in the 2-1 bracket, but for Team Hawk, their journey has ended.
Yep, it's really unfortunate to see Team Hawk in the state that they're in, but they are doing a lot of rebuilding, and that's all that I can say about them for now. They're going to be coming back stronger, of course. They still have talented players, and again, Gary is just... I feel like it's a waste of his expertise and his talent for such a young player is going to be wasted. I don't know if he's going to go to a different team, stick around with Team Hawk, but it feels like he's become a staple name for them, so he's going to be around for a while.
Yeah, and we did see him show that potential throughout the 3 days, whether they win or lose, but it's fair to say that in the series, he was completely gapped.
I wouldn't say that he was completely gapped. I definitely think he was getting the job done, and I think it felt like he was one of the few people who were trying his hardest to find different avenues without giving those kills, right? Like Min, for an example, as good as he is, unfortunately, when he gets desperate, he makes some very awkward movements. Now, let's look at the post-game and explain this even further, right? Because we did see Min, unfortunately, not finding the right picks at the right times, and it's tough because he doesn't know where Odyssey's is going to be throughout the map. Zive basically untouched throughout this entire match whatsoever, and even when he does get the kick, Narashi quickly uses that final slash to create space.
And even sweeps Team Hawk into his own team. Zive is 12-0-4 on his Beatrix. 1 sap, 1 maniac streak, and 1 unofficial savage, whatever you call it, but this Beatrix was untouchable.
gigantic this game. Absolutely gigantic. And Zive, you can definitely tell that he didn't want to be posted up super far forward. He saw the damage that Gary was able to put on top of him. Without a Winds of Nature, he decided to sit really far back and stick with Renner for the time being until he was able to get that Haas Claw as well as the Winds of Nature.
Even that overall, Gary, they did have a stellar start, right? 4-0. But like you mentioned during the draft, the Zyro falls off incredibly quickly, and we saw that even until the end, while he was falling off, he was almost still one-shotting people.
Exactly.
He himself wasn't enough.
Yeah, he himself is definitely not enough, right? We didn't see enough of a conversion. We saw that Gary was able to convert gold for just himself, but he can't necessarily do it for the rest of his teammates. They just have to take advantage of the situation of a 4v5. Victron Beta, on the other hand, they really understand how far they can actually go. They know, and they're really quick to punish Team Hawk for actually overextending.
And we saw a lot of that example towards the towards the tail end also, right? Like the Team Hawk, they go for these desperate moves. They feel like they are compelled to do something to get a cash, but they wanted more because to them, you know, that one cash is not enough. They wanted more, didn't get it, gets punished. And we have a match MVP for match number 2, Ziv. There's clean Beatrix play, absolutely untouched, ascended to Divinity.
Yeah, played a strong game here. He understood that the Feather Airstrike was always going to be his problem. He got super low, nearly died, but decided to just walk away, switch back into Renner, and get back into the fight, right? And this is what he recognized. He understood that the Feather Airstrike is going to be a problem. He has to always position for it, but more importantly, he's communicating with the rest of his team. Get that Feather Airstrike off the table. Once it's off the board, I can start going in for free hits.
Just make sure that there's no artillery. I mean, in games, in these fights, you can see that once the Feather Airstrike was not a problem, he just walks on forward.
Exactly.
Look at that.
I do think, you know, the rookies did cost Team Hawk a little bit, but I can't blame them that much, right? This is a tournament designed for these Tier 2 players to kind of feel the polish of the Tier 1s. And there's a lot to learn here. A lot to learn.
Look at this snipe. Look at this. Look.
It slips right through, right?
Oh!
I mean...
I feel like Lola knew that it was coming. He just couldn't get there. Look at the margins. Look at that.
Look at the projectile.
No. That should have at least...
Okay, that was kind of bull. I'm not gonna lie.
That should have grazed Lola. Look at that.
It's right over him. It's right over him.
All right, I wasn't
You weren't
reacting.
tripping.
I wasn't tripping. Okay, that was a legitimate WTF moment.
What the heck happened there? Okay, looking back at it.
Thank you to our replay operator for that.
Thank you.
That was very important. That was more important than the Martis one. Okay?
Yeah.
this was crucial.
This was really crucial. That cost. Oh man. So Gary technically could have lived there. That's gotta feel so bad.
I'm not sure if it would have changed the outcome of the game, but it definitely made it look super cool.
It did. Wait. I gotta think about this again. Does Glue have... I know that Glue has a smaller hitbox when he goes into the split form, but I didn't think it would have mattered to that degree.
Certainly not, right? He was...
I can't give you a definitive answer.
The bullet is bigger than the model, right?
That's it. Yeah, that's exactly why.
Maybe when you are 10-0 on Beatrix, you know, you get a good enough goal lead, your bullet goes through people. That's all I'm gonna say.
You have priority collision, ignoring collision.
He's seeking it.
He's seeking, literally.
Or maybe he's using a high caliber bullet, right? Penetration.
Nope, that's fair enough.
Clean through the glue.
Clean through, just like the clean sweep that Bigatron Beta has applied on Team Hawk. Congratulations, GG, well played once again as Bigatron Beta continue their run through the Swiss 3.
The Carnage has only just begun in the neutral bracket. We see Team Hawk getting wiped, so we bid farewell to another Malaysian representative, Bigatron Beta. I mean, you look at the accolades behind his team, right? Team Hawk in the rebuilding phase it's just way too hard to go up against a team as polished as Bigatron Beta.
Yeah, they're just not ready right now. They're just not ready. They're going to need a lot more time, especially when you're up against established regions who have played, you know, players who have played in a long-lasting MDL league as well. They're fresh, they're sharp, they're constantly playing as well. There's a lot of catching up to do.
The story might have ended here for Team Hawk, but I think a new chapter begins, right? The chapter of rebuilding. We came into this this open final, saying that Team Hawk is looking for redemption, but I think it hasn't ended in any sense, right? It's still gonna happen, just off screen.
Yep, just off screen. A lot of work is going to be applied onto this team to kind of bring them back up to speed. Until then, I'm very happy to see that Bigatron, and especially like the MDL teams coming in from Indonesia, actually performing really, really well here on stage.
Oh yeah, I mean, Bigatron Beta, one of the teams that at the very start of the tournament had to face up against Aura Fire, right? So, you know, we say that they got the shorter end of the stick, but most of these teams are still surviving, whether in the winners pool or in the neutral pool, and that really speaks to their quality. And it's not like they got the easy matchup. They had to fight through their own people.
Exactly. Mainly because I'm trying to protect my predictions of like Bigatron Beta making it and qualifying, so I'm like, fingers crossed that they keep on going in that direction.
I had to debate between Bigatron and Aura Fire.
See, that's the thing. I have the exact same problem, and both of them are currently in like the same position too.
Oh, they are. They actually are. So there's a chance we lose one of them tomorrow, but for now, Bigatron Beta continues their journey forward, and this journey is paid by our partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. I mean, winners, losers alike, we all go on the same road, and Snapdragon Elite Gaming has gave us that direction to head towards.
The direction to head towards, the glory that can be attained. That's why the tagline is when winning matters. Thank you so much, and also thank you to Samsung Galaxy S23's Ultra, new flagship phone coming in to share that epic and level up your gameplay to ensure that you are at the tip top of your own game plot. You know what?
If you want, if you want to make good memories, that is a device that can help you capture every single moment. If you want to capture yourself at your best, well, you gotta take a swig of the Monster Energy to unleash the beast within you. Maybe you'll get some clean games in your ranked matches. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
And don't forget, are you looking to pay back your PTPT and student loans? Well, consider joining the FE Bot Dash Cup and win 5,000 euros. I don't think it's going to cover the entire thing, but it gets very close. It gets very close indeed.
Yeah, so thank you, DHL, for giving us this opportunity also. You can check out the FE Bot Dash Cup at esl.gg/FEBot. I was wondering where you're going with that. Like, do they deliver the loan to you?
No, they don't deliver the loan.
They deliver you... I don't know.
No, don't worry. I had a direction with that, for sure. 5,000 euros is a lot of money.
Does that cover the rest of your loan?
What's the conversion rate? I think it's like 4 something. So
5, right? It's like 5 something.
I mean, it's like 80% of it, so that's a majority. I mean, I've already paid it off, but like, if I knew about this earlier, I might have been able to get like an 80% discount technically. I'm just saying.
It's good enough. It's good enough.
It's good.
For those who need it, right?
For those who need it, but of course. But that being said, that means that our second series of the day is already finished. We're going to get constant updates about the other series that have also completed and keep you guys informed when it happens.
And also, you know, for those who were thinking to themselves, well, we are running on a fixed schedule, right? So we can't start the next series until every other concurrent series has ended. But don't worry, because even during break time that's coming up in a little bit, you will still get to see the ongoing games on your screens just without commentary. We're gonna go take a short break as we, as a segue to that, we'll come back in a little bit for our final series of the day. Another elimination round on the line. But for now, enjoy the ongoing games happening in the other regions. We'll see you in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Bin immer happy auf Fotos, doch im Blitzlicht der Strobo frag ich mich schon, wo du jetzt bist und vermiss dich so. 1000 Augen auf mir und ich schein immer zu lächeln und glücklich zu sein. Doch ohne dich fühle ich mich zwischen tausenden Leuten allein. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Du bist mein Dodo, ohne dich bin ich solo. Zwischen Tokio und Soho denk ich an dich und die Sehnsucht ist so groß. Denn mit dir kann ich Luftschlösser bauen. Wir zwei sind immer ein bisschen zu laut. Ganz ohne Ziel, ganz ohne Plan. Mit dir durchzudrehen hab ich so sehr gebraucht. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit dir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Immer wieder repeat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit dir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Immer wieder repeat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht.
Rhythm and I'm up the beat. Put it on lock, everything on fleek. Word in the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Up the beat, put it on lock. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Pad up the beat, put it on lock. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Do it all day.
We're back with the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 3 Open Finals. This is still the Swiss round, but we are on day 3 already. My name is Husky, and alongside me is Getting Q.
Yep, we're going to be introducing you guys to an upcoming battle. The second round hasn't completed just yet. We're going to be finishing off here, but we're going to keep an eye on one of the hype matches here, Aura versus Euphoria. Currently the score 1-1.
Oh, this is going to be really spicy because Euphoria Esports, right? We have a lot of high expectations for this team. Winner of the last challenge finals, they were able to maintain a clean 2-0 series victory heading into this, but even up against Aura Fire, a lot of people would definitely expect Aura Fire to put up huge resistance, and here we are. One of them will go down.
Absolutely. I think Euphoria has been having one of the hardest runs by far. It's like, what, 2-1s each and every one of the matches in the past, what, 2 rounds already?
Let me check. They even had to pull off like reverse sweep, right? So
yeah.
First day, they were playing against Z4 Pegasus, one of the Philippine teams, and yesterday they played against Rebellion Zion, the same team that knocked out Game Lab. Both of them were 2-1.
Not easy indeed. And obviously we're having high expectations because in the previous SPS Season 2 MLBB series, Euphoria came up on top in Game Lab in a very tight best of 7, winning it out 4-3. So if we were looking for any team that could possibly qualify for an MPL, Euphoria is one of them.
100%. And out of the top 4 teams from the last season of the Challenge Finals, we only have 2 teams left. The 4th seed, GPX, and the 1st seed, Euphoria Esports. Both Maharlika and Game Lab, they have been eliminated. So we don't have much left from that pool. Half of them are gone.
I mean, it's expected that at least 1 or 2 of them are going to fall. At least we still have 2 in the running for now. We'll see what their matchups are going to be like later on in the Swiss rounds. But for now, Aura Fire, one of those names where they've had their ups and downs during their own MPL itself. They're been rebuilding, breaking down, rebuilding every single time. Sometimes it works out really well, and we're hoping that this roster here from Aura Fire with Palevi, Van, Reza, Kabuki, and as well as Hai is going to make it all the way to the very end.
Yeah, we got to witness Aura Fire play yesterday and day 1 also. We saw Hai on the Kadita. That made a huge impression. We saw them take out Bigatron Beta 2-1 on day 1. They also took down Onyx Philippine 2-1 yesterday. So, I mean, between Aura Fire and Euphoria Esports, they both have very rough journeys getting to here, to this point.
Absolutely. And now that the fact that they're fighting against each other, I mean, I have both of these picks in my predictions potentially qualifying at the very end. So, obviously, one is going to go down, and hopefully they make it through still, so my predictions are correct. But in the meantime, this was bound, a destined battle.
Yeah, and that is what the Swiss format does, man. The strong will have to fight the strong to prove which one is stronger. Euphoria Esports, if you guys don't know who they are yet, they are basically the gods that you might start worshipping after watching them play. His God, Veno God, Ryujin God, Shizo God, and Yoshi God.
Oh, it looks like they have changed their jerseys as well as the portraits this time, making sure that they're in collaboration with Brand Esports. Unfortunately for them, unfortunately for Brand Esports, only a 3rd place finish. A little sad to see after representing and securing the gold for the SEA Games. But still, regardless, Euphoria Esports taking that sort of legacy and as well as taking that kind of backing from such a big organization to help accelerate their journey in the Mobile Legends community.
Yeah, they've quickly made a name for themselves for sure, right? I think the Season 2 of SPS was one of the biggest, one of the biggest spotlights on them. How we saw them play was it a lower bracket run? Yeah, upper bracket into the grand finals, and being the constant roadblock for a team like Game Lab, but having to play a full best of 7 and coming out on top at the very end, and of course some spicy comments towards the end, right?
Of course.
We got to talk to Veno God every now and then, and he thinks that Game Lab is overrated, and I would say in this situation, I think he's right, because Game Lab is out.
Look, his word is law. There's the reason why he slaps that God to the end of his name with the rest of the pantheon here of this top 5, so it's only going to get really exciting as we jump right into the draft.
We see the Novaria ban up by Euphoria right off the bat. Kadita ban as well. They've done their homework, right? They've seen that Aura Fire can flex the Kadita to ban it. 1-1 also banned out. Manny, Lancelot, and Joy banned by Aura Fire.
Man, I was really hoping that Novaria didn't get banned out because then I can start talking about Hai playing in that support position on the Kadita. He may not be as mobile, but at least he can basically check every single one of these bushes with the help of Novaria's kit.
So we see the Arlot queued for Aura Fire. Euphoria did get a trade on with the Fredrin, a hero that they are very comfortable to trade, to kind of flex between the jungle and the XP lane, so not a big surprise.
Yeah. Well, looks like Arlot and as well as Glue for the side of Aurafire. So that means Glue is going to go into the support position? I mean, we haven't seen it very often.
High does play some of the Romans that you don't see often, right? This could be the case. I mean, can you put Arlo in any other lane? I don't think so, right?
I mean, technically, you can put him in the jungle if you really wanted to, but his clear speed isn't very good here. Even if you put Demon Slayer, he's significantly slower than the rest of the meta jungle picks.
I mean, a lot of his damage comes from having demon marks, right? So mid lane? No, I have some wacky theories, but this one I'm holding on to it.
Yeah, let's just assume that the Arlot is going to go into the EXP lane and the Glue is going to go into the sports section, right? I mean, Euphoria Esports, that's what where their head is at because they're locking in the Lapu Lapu. Rather bold that Aurafire wanted to go for the Farsa, knowing that the Lapu Lapu is on the side of Euphoria Esports. They could have gone for the Lilia instead to maintain priority, but also still being relevant enough to fight someone of the likes of Yves.
That's after seeing the Yves and Lapu Lapu, and with the Valentina being an option also, right? So Aurafire really putting a lot of priority into Parlevi's Farsa, which I believe we also saw. We also saw in the earlier series that they play very, very precise with those feather airstrikes. Second phase, both teams still looking for a marksman.
Yeah, the marksman option might be a little difficult to play here. Both sides have artillery mages. As much as Euphoria actually want to go for the carry, the Farsa completely shuts her out. While this entire time, we didn't get to see Kaja get picked up by any one of these teams. It would have been great for Aurafire's side, but it would come at a significant cost of their mid lane. Now we see, Euphoria.
The Hanzo ban.
Yeah. What? Huh. Does Aurafire play Hanzo?
I'm not really sure, but I know that Kabuki does play a pretty nasty assassin jungle, right?
He does.
What is Euphoria trying to protect the early jungle camps?
I think they want to make sure that the marksman isn't going to get touched here because they already have to deal with the Farsa. Baiting out one spell isn't that bad since they have the Lapu Lapu, but baiting out two spells might be a little difficult.
Aurafire taking their time on this last ban. Kaja is gone. They will try to take out the Natalia, alright.
Okay, they want to make sure that Euphoria doesn't have a support that can disrupt that backline. I mean, Lolita is still available. There's no hard reason other than disengage.
And also because Hauker is not available, right?
Yeah.
Just for context, Hauker is still unavailable right now for competitive purposes. One last man to worry about. And Natalia does make so much more sense.
Euphoria Esports now holding priority. What else do they need to ban out for the side of Aurafire? Do they want to consider getting rid of the Lancelot here? I mean, they already banned out the Hanzo, right? No, instead they want to ban out the Ling. Okay, so they don't want Aurafire to start split pushing on the side lanes of the map in a 1-3-1 style of composition. Aurafire, go with the Beatrix.
Still have a potential. Most likely it will be a jungler last, right? I mean, at this juncture, the Glue is most likely going into the roam role before Esports looking for that marksman and a potential jungler also, or potential XP late. No, marksman and roamer.
Yeah,
marksman and roamer.
Marksman and roamer. I think
the
this is, yeah, Grok angle looking really, really good here. Grok, and then you pair it up with Melissa, I suppose. I mean, no matter what, it's going to be, no matter what marksman you go for, it's going to be a pretty terrible. Wait, is Claude open?
It is open.
Ah, so Claude
and Grok.
If Claude is open, Claude Grok doesn't seem too bad for Euphoria.
Shizuko does play a pretty nasty Claude. It's going to be a Brody and a Grok. Alright.
But why? I hate to be that guy, but why?
They worry about the goal lane matchup. You shouldn't be too worried if you had to Claude into a Beatrix, right?
It's still, there is opportunities for Beatrix to basically punish you because when you are playing Claude into the Beatrix, generally all you're thinking about is wave clear. You're not really thinking about trading too much. At least with Brody, you have that option. So with the Brody, it does tell me that Euphoria Esports is going to be playing heavily on that side of the map. Aurafire, let's see it. It's going to be the Hayabusa wanting to make sure that this Brody actually struggles during the mid game.
That's the Kabuki special. So you guys have already seen the drafts on your screen. We've already gave you guys some of the breakdown, almost a Gideon, but we've done all the setup, we're gonna pass it over to the broadcast and the other regions who will be doing this last game, as we will return later on to commentate on the last series. We'll see you in a bit.
Red team turret has been destroyed. Turret has been destroyed. Hero has been slain. destroyed. Blue team turret has been destroyed. Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Space for no amateur pop stars. Me and my clique don't fear trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end. I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy. You make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you tag along. I'm sorry, my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost now, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly wrong. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, so you're right. I waited all my life and now it's all time.
back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 3 Open Finals. We're in Swiss 4 and that means day 3. Don't let the numbers confuse you because we have more pressing matters at hand, and that is the last elimination series of the day. This one is going to be a interesting one. Madness Esports takes on RSG Malaysia. You're here with us to bring you guys the action. I'm Husky and I have Q with me.
That was trying to cosplay Valentina here. I am you. Give me your IGN. But yes, we have a Malaysian matchup here, a best of 3 between both Madness Esports and as well as RSGMY. They're both in the neutral bracket and they both have lost a life. Only one of these teams are going to be making it into the Swiss 3. Yes.
Swiss 3, yeah.
I had to think about that for a second there.
It's getting a bit more complicated.
Oh yeah, it really is. The format is already so interesting, but let's have a look at the current standings here amongst everybody else. In the meantime, I will say that especially with the Tier 2 teams, they're catching up very quickly to the Tier 1s, and depending on which of the region, it's becoming very evident that, you know, MDL teams from Indonesia specifically are the ones to keep an eye out because they have the long-lasting, well, I wouldn't even say legacy, but their MDL has been going on for a lot longer than everybody else.
Yeah, they have a solid foundation, solid foundation in the Tier 2 scene. And there it is. We're going to look at the graphic again. There was a slight error just now. This is the official updated one. Again, by the end of yesterday, we have already gotten rid of 8 teams, and right now we have found our top 4 teams that still remains in the winners bracket. That's Archives Esports, GPX, EVOS Icon, and Aura Fire. Teams in the 2-1 side, you know, we have Red Esports, Rebellion Zion, See You Soon, Dewa United Esports, Geek Slate, Bigatron Beta, TNC Pro Team, and Euphoria Esports. The 4 teams that have been knocked out: Game Lab, Nightmare Esports, Team Hawk, Team Hawk, and Mr. Esports Pro. And just public service announcement: due to unfortunate circumstances, Mr. Pro Esports was not able to continue the tournament with us, and that does give TNC Pro Team the default win.
And that means they are just one step closer to potentially qualifying for the next stage of this series. Here's a quick recap of what's been happening on today. We had 4 sets of best of 3s going on for 3 rounds. Match number 1, EVOS Icon 2-0 Dewa United Esports, GPX 2-1 See You Soon, and Rebellion Zion 2-0 Game Lab, while we were casting the Red Esports versus Archives Esports match.
Yeah, and I mean, it has been an interesting one for set 1, but set number 2, Nightmare Esports, they got a drop kick by Geek Slate. Aura Fire got a 2-1 victory over Euphoria Esports. Bigatron Beta swept Team Hawk, and of course, again, just like mentioned earlier, TNC Pro Team, they get a bye over Mr. Esports Pro.
Yep, with that being said, we have our final 4 matches of today. Match number 3 with Alter Ego X versus Team Max. The one that we're going to be casting is going to be Madness Esports versus RSGMY, but at the same time, Minana Esports versus Xia Esports, and Onyx PH versus Z4 Pegasi.
Oh, this is going to be very interesting because Onyx PH, they did drop a very tight 2-1 series yesterday to be in the spot. Z4 Pegasi is also a team from the same region, the Philippines. Xia Esports also takes on their fellow homies from the Philippines as well. But we have too many actions. These will all be happening currently. We'll keep you guys up to date as the night progresses. But I mean, we talk about the Philippines. It's the same for Malaysia. Madness Esports and RSGMY. It's back to the MPL rematches.
When everybody was complaining, like, why are the same regions clashing against each other? Because the seedings are random, but eventually we will see regions battle it out, and unfortunately it's going to be 2 Malaysian teams and 1 is going to be moving on. However, I will say some of the other regions still have their representatives in the running.
Oh, 100%. So far we've only lost... We lost Singapore. We lost Singapore. We lost Laos. We lost Vietnam.
Cambodia is still in the running with Team Max.
And See You Soon. Cambodia still has 2 more teams. For Malaysia, we also lost a handful. We lost Team Hawk and Hello Heli. I believe that's pretty much it.
That covers all our bases, yes.
For now, we're going to lose 1 at least after this upcoming series. And it's going to be an interesting one because we saw in RC and why we went through this on day 1. They have had players who went through SEA Games, came back still a medalist. You know, we got the Ripple going on. But they did drop against Red Esports yesterday, 0-2. Maybe Madness Esports has a chance. Let's take a look at their roster as we talk a bit more extensively about these 5 people. Yeah. Sonic, Pozan, Zavs, and Mali.
Yep, this team has been trying very, very hard in the Tier 2 scene, trying to compete for as many tournaments as possible, including representing Malaysia in the IESF qualifiers. Unfortunately, they weren't able to clutch it out to get to the main stage. They got close, though, and I will say even their wins over the local scene tournaments, I think it was Liga Emas, if I remember correctly, that we saw Madness Esports really pop off.
And Madness Esports, when they went up against RGMY back in the regular season in MPL, I believe that is a 2-0 in the favor of, was it RSG?
Yes, it was
RGMY, right?
This is during the playoffs, correct?
No, during the regular season. I don't think they made the playoffs. Did they make the playoffs?
No, they didn't meet in the playoffs, but yes, it was Madness Esports who were able to kind of win out in that series against RSG. There was a little bit of a format for Madness Esports, but let's turn it over, flip that page for RSGMY here. Some very big names, but unfortunately, when put together, seems like RSGMY has definitely had their ups and downs. Rippo, Zayed, Izanami, Loliels, and as well as Ney.
These guys don't need no introduction. We have talked about them a lot, but of course Ney is the newer faces of the team, and he has also proven that he can pull his own way, and that is on day one. Day two, what do you think was the main factor that Red Esports was just rolling over RSG?
I mean, a lot of it was just like a desync issue, right? I mean, the biggest one would be when you look into the jungle as well as the EXP relationship. Their flex picks aren't exactly the best because of the limitations of the players, you know? Some of them are more preferred to play tank-style EXP laners in comparison to Zayed, who prefers pretty much damage dealers, arguably assassins, but I think his fighters are okay too.
That has been a big talking point, right? Like the archetype of between Rippo and Zayed, right? What they are more comfortable with in their lanes in terms of the heroes that they prefer to use, and just a minor correction. It was actually RGMY that won 2-0 in the regular season. That means they have a decent track record against Madness Esports.
I think this is, I'm thinking whether this is, oh yes, because of the way the format was working during MPL. Yes, you are correct. You are correct, man. Oh, it feels like a fever dream.
Don't worry, I was looking at, the table.
The table, yeah.
And I was like, wait, who won this? And then I realized there's actually a detail one below my screen.
Shout out to Wikipedia for keeping all of this track.
I cannot follow this. It's very hard for me. But yes, 2-0 in favor of RGMY. And I think it makes a lot of sense. RGMY, they are just a lot more experienced. It was Madness Esports' first foray into the Tier 1 scene. So dropping as RGMY, I think to a lot of people, it is not a big surprise. But maybe after that regular season, right now, Madness Esports might have cooked up something. Maybe they have grown a lot. Maybe they can give RGMY a better fight.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, considering the state of which RSG is playing right now, there's definitely that opportunity because the chemistry from the side of Madness Esports, I would say, is a lot stronger in comparison to RSG because there's so much desync on their side that they have to hash out and really iron out those wrinkles as soon as possible because that is going to be the basis and the foundation of trust in the team itself.
And judging by how these two teams got to this stage, it's also pretty interesting because you look at RGMY, for example, on day one, they won their series very easily, right? On day one, they basically 2-0, I believe, Alchemy SG.
Yep.
They dropped 0-2 against Team Red Esports yesterday, and here they are against Madness Esports. Contrary for Madness Esports, they came into day one, they went 1-2 against Mr. Esports Pro, and they reverse swept Maharlika yesterday.
With that being said, how is this going to affect your predictions at home? Because ours is leaning more towards RSG side, despite the desync, despite the overall lack of chemistry between all the members and their blaring problems. We still think that overall, at the base level, even if they're playing at their worst, should be able to take this game against Madness.
Playing at their worst, I'm not so sure. That one is
well, it depends on how low the bar is being set.
I would say yesterday's bar is already pretty low against Red Esports.
I would agree with you. I definitely agree with you there. But I feel like RSGMY, at the very least, even if they go autopilot, they should have, the instincts to be able to make the right calls.
Yeah, and hopefully that would be the case. I think after yesterday, they definitely have a lot to polish, right, to kind of correct for Madness Esports, they're also coming off of a high. I mean, they just beat Maharlika, the 3rd seed from our Season 2 SPS Challenge Finals. That should give them a big confidence boost coming into this.
Yeah, a huge confidence boost, in matter of fact. Now, a lot of people, especially in the local scene, have labeled Madness Esports as the, the Blacklist Malaysia, Blacklist of Malaysia. And I don't know how true that's going to be because, again, it feels like a bit of a budget version, of course, when you're comparing it to the real Blacklist. And that's what they get clowned upon all the time. So I'm hoping to see Madness Esports have kind of diversified their strategy.
Hopefully they're not the purple disc anymore.
Yeah, they're not the purple disc anymore. They need to be the original. And they also need to find a style that actually works for them because Lee in particular, he likes Enchanter style supports, but it doesn't mean that he can't play hard tanks.
And I think that is also a more rare sight, right? Most roamers right now, most supports go for tanks. Maybe we see the Diggy every once in a while. Maybe sometimes you see the Esthers getting touched in the ban list, but you don't really see it get picked too much.
Yeah, it's very situational, and I think, it's particularly difficult to play the Esthers because it requires a lot of team communication, and the way that they position must be around the Esthers at all times, or at least be relatively near it so you can link up with it. So that's the hard thing about Esthers. Coming back to RSG's side, right? I think if they want to kind of make things work, they could fall back to the Fredrin strategy, the Fredrin flex pick that kind of works well with both Zayed as well as Rippo, ideally more on Rippo's side. But Zayed, I think he needs more picks on his hand. Like, give the man Vendetta, give the man the Lancelot if necessary.
And yesterday was I think yesterday they were not able to pull it off comfortably, right? I think we look at the XP and jungle matchups, which I think will also be a big theme in this series. Yesterday, Red Esports have been able to figure that part out, right? We make Zai and Ripple uncomfortable, and we just punish them over and over again.
I mean, they want to be able to hurt them as much as they can because it's going to affect the rest of the team, right? When you're looking for your EXP laner to be able to kind of hold on his own, but you still expect him to rotate for these big team fights, you got to make some sacrifices somewhere.
I just love the side of Mali just chilling, But there's a big boy relaxing, big boy ready to have a good time. Jump into the draft with the 1-1 Fanny and Eve. The first 3 heroes are taken now. Again, Novaria will always be an option starting from today, thanks to the embargo lift. Some teams have been ignoring Novaria completely, not even banning it or picking it. Some teams have been, labeling it as an essential ban. I think we saw it in the form of the team. Was it a Red Esports early on?
Red Esports, whether blue side or red side, they'll ban it out. It looks like RSGMY is taking that sentiment here. I feel like if you are going to be thinking about banning out Novaria, you want to be on that red side. You generally don't want to give that first pick over. But then again, it's still, to me personally, I feel like Novaria is a situational pick, but then again, it doesn't feel like people have really researched, analyzed her, especially at high tier play, whether it comes down to the micro of like what's exactly the build, what are you looking to max out first. Everybody's going to have their own opinions about this.
It's more of the fear of the unknown, right? You're not really sure what the limit of Novaria is. Maybe the fact that she can make you easier to get hit by skill shots is a scary thought, but we'll not see Novaria this game, unfortunately. Lancelot does get banned now. Now this one is more of an interesting one because we normally don't see a first phase Lancelot ban. The Diggy also removed by RSG.
For some context here, I feel that like with Zayed, he's been performing on Assassin so very much, so it's great to see him find those kind of like in-betweeners, especially since the meta is demanding for tank junglers, right? Lancelot kind of fits that build, and before people discovered tanks a lot, Zayed was consistently playing Benedetta in the jungle as a tank.
And I think Madness Esports basically just eliminated the easiest choice for RSG, right? Just with the Lancelot ban. And note the Droid, it does slip through, so Madness Esports instantly pick it, but both Kaja and Franco are available.
As well as Arlott as well. I think definitely the Kaja is taken into consideration here. There's a possibility that Pozan pulls it off in the mid lane. I don't know whether it's in his pool to play Joy, but it's something that RSGMY might be considering here, because Minzatar already looks great. Kaja also looks great, but you can't technically get both of them.
I mean, that Diggy ban at the very last part of the first phase, it works well for RGMY, right? It's in their favor right now. They also have the farmers, the glue, I mean, plenty of options at this point. So Valentina will be the first one to get picked up. Go with the Arlott. So now is in Madness Esports court. They have the options.
Okay, alright. So Glue isn't touched this game. It feels very odd. A lot of teams really hate dealing with the Glue. Nobody really likes handling it. I personally think that he kind of falls. He is like the Uranus of this particular patch.
Yeah.
Right?
I can see it.
Unkillable, untouchable, scales into the late game as well. Like, come on, what don't you want from this particular hero?
Pick Beatrix.
Pick Beatrix?
For some reason, it ignores the Glue. But for Madness, I mean, this is a long shot, right? Because we did see this one time, this Joy into Valentina matchup. I'm not really sure if Madness were paying attention to that particular game and whether that even is even a possibility. But with this Franco and Farmer's pick, right, that we can rule that one out. Joy stays in the XP lane. Franco obviously in the room, and this Farmer's is going to take the mid lane.
Yep, Farmer's. That means RSG, MY. Sorry, say it again.
Do you think they can put the? Do you think the farthest roam is an option? I mean, you did mention Mali does play enchant supports a lot, right? And
yeah.
You did see that option show up, I think, in the past series.
Yes, I mean we did see it in the past series. I don't think this is going to be the case because they've already locked in that Franco, right? You need to make that instant impact, and if Mali isn't going to be playing it, who else will really? Unless they do like a quick swap between Pozan and as well as Mali for this particular matchup. Then again, I don't have too much information. It's only based off of pure assumptions.
RCMY and go for the Kufra. It's a good way to stop the Joy and kind of go for the counter engagement again, just completely ignoring the Kaja.
They should have gone with the Kaja. I personally would have liked it. Yeah, the Kaja probably would have had a lot more impact in this game, but I think RSG MY are also considering the options of counter engaging, right? I think that with the Kufra, as much as people would like to believe, oh yeah, you're able to stop all kinds of dashes, that's not true. Joy goes right through him. She is CC immune. And you know what's the funny part? Even Arlott goes through the dash.
Yeah.
So annoying.
Yeah, I think that was the first thing that a lot of people were noting about Arlott, right? It's like Misita stops dashes. Arlott was like other dashes.
I mean, that's why Mincetar is like really, really good in these matchups because they don't even allow you to cast it.
Yeah.
While in this case, I feel very cheated, honestly. When you're playing Kufra, you bouncing ball, and you just see like both Joy and as well as Arlott go right through you into your backline. It's like, what am I here for?
Yeah, Kufra bouncing ball prevents dashes, and then these two heroes are like, you mean other people's dashes, not mine.
Apparently, there's a casting system for dashes.
That's a priority system, right? This dash is more important than your bouncing ball.
My dash is more powerful than yours.
If I travel at the speed of light, you cannot block me. So we get the carry banned out. Hayabusa taken by Madness Esports. This homing in on Zay's hero pool.
Yeah, if they're going to home in some more, they're probably also going to bang the Ling as well. But they already have the Franco, so I feel like it's almost like a non-issue. They just want to make sure that Zayed is running out of as many options as possible. RSGMY now holding priority for the very final ban here. Is there anything that they're really worried about? Gold lane, not really. Yeah, they get rid of the Fredrin. That's probably a good idea.
I mean, compared to the Hayabusa, the Ling is a bit easier to control, right? It's easier to tap, so he doesn't like phase into the shadows. Madness Esports last ban. They also can target the marksman. I mean, only only Carry has been touched. Opt for Melissa, right? Melissa or Beatrix, either one of them.
I think this might just be a Claude game. No. Melissa probably is better than all of them combined, right? You want to deny it off of your opponents. Now, RSG can take it a couple of different directions. They could go for the Martis pick here early. The anti-CC is always going to be great. You can buy plenty of time, and obviously there is that interaction with the Iron Hook, but it doesn't happen too often. So I think for RSGMY, if they want to also take, oh man, not the Beatrix. If they also wanted to take the Melissa too, there's still a couple of things that they could try, but at the end of the day, they're going with the Beatrix here. I think that the Joy is going to have a fun time.
I was looking at the Melissa, right? Because Madness Esports, ideally, in the ideal world, they probably want to get rid of the Melissa, so you make Joy's life easier. But I'm very surprised that Melissa got let through, and RSG still decides to not pick it up. It really felt like a pick that not only stops the Joy, But if there's a call Alta, you make quick work of it.
Yeah, you make quick work of the temp HP, and obviously Joy isn't exactly the best matchup in the world, but there is a degree of counterplay that you have. In comparison to like to a Beatrix, your only counterplay is through your battle spell, right? There's nothing else that you can really do but hope to maybe juke them out with a tactical roll. Finishing off their composition, Madness Esports go for the Bane as well as the Mincetar. They are, look at all their faces, they're all like, hell yeah, boy.
I mean, who needs a marksman? I mean, Beatrix? You want one hook? Sorry? No, we have 2 hooks.
We have 2 hooks. We clear waves. You want to siege us? We won't let you. We won't let you go from the gold lane.
I see you have a Kufra. What does the Kufra want to do? Come right at me? Yeah, sure.
Sure. That's not
Steal
gonna be
before
an
the Mincetar.
Okay. So that means... Okay. We don't know who the jungler is going to be. We can only assume that it goes into the jungle here, and maybe it's going to be the Joy in the gold lane. But we'll see for now. RSG MY now need to start considering. If they go for Martis, they might be in a little bit of trouble. The King's Calling isn't going to let him actually play the game with the Motor Coils, but they go for Ling, who dashes even more.
Alright, I need your final thoughts on this, because it has been a pretty interesting and a bit confusing drafting phase.
Okay. Well, Zavs is the one who's going into the gold lane with the Mincetar, really? So Sonic is going to go into the jungle with the Bane. All right. Final thoughts on it. I think on paper, Madness Esports' draft looks really good, but it's all dependent on the first 4 minutes of the game. And the first 4 minutes of the game do terribly, like really, really awful. I'm talking about like a 3K to 4K lead in favor of RSG MY by that 4th minute. I think the game is basically done for.
So if Madness Esports gets a good start, starts snowballing, it's GG.
It's pretty much GG. It's difficult. It's really difficult. They have all the right tools. The question is, how do they get it at the right place at the right time against RSG? Or how does RSG even approach the problem?
Oh, we got an interesting series, got an interesting game to kick off this series. Game 1 between Madness Esports and RSG MY. I mean, if you're looking for revenge for what happened in the regular season, I mean, this is one of the best ways, right? With picks that's probably threw RSG off guard itself. I mean, there's also a point to be made at RSG and MY. They're getting picks that, in our mind, isn't really ideal, but let's see how that works out.
Yeah, let's find out. Let's find out, right? Because I was expecting Bane to try to sandbag the gold lane, because as much as you want to dive him, all of his abilities keep him alive and also clear the waves very, very efficiently. So I would have expected Bane to go into the gold lane rather than Zavs having to play this Mincetar. He has to bite the bullet for the team.
And I do suppose that he's not going to be taking too much punishment also, right? He needs to hit that level 4, and it perhaps also opens up more options for Madness Esports if they want to hit the side lanes, because you have good ultimates that can allow you to do so, right? The King's Calling.
I want to agree with you really bad here, but I'm seeing that Zavs decided to go for the Master Assassin, so let's give us info.
Then just use, there is a big Tempest of Blade. First blood goes over to Izanami.
Oh!
Does get hooked back right into the hands of Sonic, who blows him up.
Oh man, this early game damage coming out from Sonic, man. Whoo-wee! That ultimate, perfectly timed, collided right on top of Zayat in the Tempest of Blades. There's no way he was going to iframe out of there.
Ooh, Sonic even forcing Ripple to go for the flicker. And this, I mean, it's going as well as you could have wanted for Madness Esports in the early game.
Yeah, but we're not seeing that gold lead that I was hoping to see just yet. Izanami able to steal away that gold crab, denying Sonic a little bit of EXP. But on the opposite side, right, it looks like RSG has completely given up on this neutral objective. Instantly, we see the vertical jungle from Zayat.
As I instantly goes for the purple buff as well, because, I mean, Sonic, in the jungle matchup, he definitely does have to lead. Top side solo kills for Loliaos as he gets rid of Zav, who even used the flicker. Meanwhile, Zayat really wants the purple buff. Mali cannot stop him as he gets away with his life.
This should be an instant invade, right? No, it's not going to be an instant invade. Bane isn't going to transition his way through mid and run up into the enemy orange buff and close out the EXP gap. But instead, he's going to power farm on his own side. I think that's going to be the safer option. Man, RSG, they take away a river crab one time, and now everybody's taking away the river crab.
Oh yeah, Mali just waiting for the iron hook. If he had the flicker, he would have probably flickered in for the kill onto Loliaos.
He would have let him have the river crab and then instantly flicker iron hooked.
Oh yes.
So far, game pretty slow here. RSG MY has a little bit of a gold lead, but at the end of the day, the EXP is going to be far more valuable.
Zav is still a minute away from his flicker, but does have the King's calling. Mali will just walk up. Need to stabilize this Minster lane, but they have Sonic with them, right? I mean, the sieging power from Madness Esports is quite strong. You have a lot of variables to need to consider as a Beatrix, right? Without a tactical roll or a flicker, there are 2 hooks in to consider, and even then, there's still people who can jump on top of you. And I mean, Pozan, he's just gonna use the Ghost Burster to constantly clear out this mid wave.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's getting too much support from his jungler either. So Pozan just left to do his own thing. Madness don't mind him coming out late. They're just aware of the timings. Oh,
hey, he's gonna go in and blocked by the Franco. Instantly hooking him back in. Then goes down to Sonic. Slowly else unleashes the ultimate. Doesn't get much though. Izanami right in the back, finding the Franco. That's gonna be Mali go down. Pozan trying to help his team as much as possible. Getting the Spectral Stampede and his Zav helping him out. Pozan finds a double.
A 2-for-2 trade. Unfortunately, Zavs, I'm pretty sure he's going to lose a little bit of EXP at some point, but that's why you see Pozan just kind of hovering around this side, right? They want to make sure that that Zavs is able to recall back into base, get back up to get his HP back, and come back into the lane when the wave crashes.
Madness Esports again at the objective first. Zayat nowhere to be seen. Mali just uses his body as a brick wall. As long as they can't really engage the backline, doesn't have flicker, they definitely won't be so worried. Io onto Ney. They will get rid of Turtle first, as Ney won't be able to do too much. Izanami can't join the fight. And they even uses the flicker to get to the back. I'm not really sure what's the plan, as Madness finds a killing spree for Pozan.
He was looking for engagement onto Sonic with the Tyrant's Revenge. He flickers for it because he got Iron Hook backwards, right? He's already in position to give it a try, but it was just a little too late. The animation was just a little slow, and Madness Esports were able to fire off the artillery, you know, launching out the big ultimates as well before anyone really got punished by it.
All things considered, still an even game, right? I mean, even RGNY, there's every now and then, this is like a very even skill. They're tipping it every few seconds. Madness was not having any meaningful goal lead.
Yeah, it's not easy right now. Madness Esports are trying to take the initiative, but it's just, what can you really do, right? The waves get cleared out so fast by this Beatrix.
Yeah, trying to run away. Actually, the final flash doesn't connect onto him. He's gonna pop the Vengeance to tank out the Tempest of Blaze, and Pozan comes in. Very premature call also to help him.
Nicely done by Yeah. Making sure that, you know, not getting hit by that final slash from Rippo, but also survives Zayat's onslaught. Now with the Berserker's Fury, he's got some damage inbuilt into him, so he's going to be looking out for some squishy targets, ideally when the Call Altar is down.
Just posturing for the mid-side, finds nothing, and now it's back to this jungle farm. Nothing much can be achieved on the map. Surprisingly for RGNY, with this draft, you would expect them to get a little bit more active, like find a lot more plays, but props to Madness for identifying those threats and just making sure that they don't put themselves in those vulnerable spots.
Madness Esports will eventually scale, right? I mean, they're not going to scale as hard as the Beatrix, but that's like 1 out of the 5, right? And RSGMY, on the other hand, if they're not escalating the situation, they're allowing Madness Esports to take space. These neutral objectives are not easy to fight for.
Iron Hook into a Shadow Stampede, putting Ney back. Yeah, it's going to be dead. The Sharks don't get rid of Ney, but it does force him back.
Oh man, the Sharks are so slow. They travel so very slow. They're not having to worry about that, but he does lose out his flicker, and now this neutral objective should fall into the hands of Madness.
Zayat looking to contest it. He is a level up on Sonic. Rippo, he's in a rough spot. They will get him. As Madness Esports turn their attention onto Rippo, now Zai shows up, still can't get the turtle. Pozan with a flicker backwards, avoids death, as Zayat now in danger. The Shark just gobbles him up. Izanami disappears in the presence of Sonic. Madness finds 2.
Izanami, he tried it. He went for the dash and then straight away into the flicker to try to take out Pozan. He had a rough idea that he was in the bush, but unfortunately still manages to survive. RSG lose out the engagement, and this is what I was talking about, right? These neutral objectives are hard to fight for because of the King's Calling, maybe because as long as Madness Esports hold on to their ultimates, they have the nuclear option ready to go.
Finally, a slightly meaningful goal advantage for Madness Esports, but you look at the stats, Lowly Else at least, 2-0 so far on his Beatrix. We've seen his performance on day 1, absolutely crushing it. Is it going to... Is he going to be the sole win condition for RSG right now?
I think he is going to be one of the sole win conditions, right? Because you can't expect Zai to 1v5. Finding a pick could be difficult with the King's Calling, and Rippo needs to get really, really tanky and to be able to buy more some more time. It's just hard, right? You have to sacrifice something until the King's Calling is down before you look for that re-engage. And in the meantime, Madness Esports can actually accelerate the game because of it.
It's Sonic with that BOD and Hunter Strike. He is going to two-shot your Ripple. Not in a good spot again. Will get pulled all the way back. They commit 2 different pulls just in case as Yeah finds Loliels, forcing him to flicker and to roll to safety. And maybe Ney will not be able to make it out of this. Slams them into the wall, but there's no follow-up. Ney forced to flicker, and Madness constantly getting picks.
Yeah, I mean, Ney could have definitely tried to push them into the Bennett's rage a little bit more, but there were no priority targets, and didn't seem as worth it. Or maybe he thought about it a little too late because he was in a bit of a pinch. In the meantime, Madness Esports, 3K gold lead on their side. It's slowly starting to compound.
Mali will get his flicker back up in just 4 seconds. So another playmaking potential for Madness Esports. Pozan also has his as well. He's gonna get pulled back. Ney again, Spear of Glory, dragged back the second time by the Shadow Stampede. And just like that, losing majority of his health.
Yeah, Madness Esports, they are blowing their abilities really, really quickly. I think they need to layer the CC a little better, and I think then it would be a much cleaner game than what we're currently seeing.
They essentially have 3 hooks, you know. They should farm his first, Spear of Glory, then Iron Hook.
Oh.
You can cover the entire distance between inhibitor turret to the fountain.
You can potentially drag 3 people back into the King's Calling. I think that would have been the most ideal
drag
situation.
the whole team with the spear hit that.
I mean, we're making a lot of big assumptions here. I don't know whether or not he's going to find that 5-man. The closest we've seen so far locally is a 4-man.
The hook onto Ney. Again, they find the King's Calling. No chance. The final slash does nothing. The Bennett's Rage absolutely deletes the Yay. But it doesn't really matter. Loliels also gets traded back. Pozan still very healthy in the front. Lloyd is dropping low. Madness Esports secures it. Sonic gets rid of it. Hedgehog or Octopus, he gets the job done. He slashes, absolutely rips apart RG. And why Rippo is still healthy? Maybe Izanami can save the fight, and he barely does so, but Madness still gets the better trade.
Oh, that's so unlucky. He dashes forward, but all the missiles, the magic missiles, decided to go on to farm. Is really nicely done by Pozan by positioning himself as close to Izanami as possible to tank the shots for him. Yeah. With a huge vengeance play, allowing himself to die, but Lolios getting chunked out. 50% of his HP disappears, and then that's when you see Sonic just walk up, Crab Claw into the ale to take him out.
Yeah, Sonic just spat on Lolios, basically.
Basically.
Is he
gonna find it? No, he doesn't find the angle.
Still a 3K goal lead after all of that. You know, as much as Madness Esports have the lead, it's not the big one. You know, it's not something that RGNY can't recover from. This Lord is basically a done deal. Yeah is trying to run down Zayed. He's gonna push it back a little bit.
It's not too easy to do that. They've already sacrificed the mid-tier 1 for this, and now the jungle is open. Purple buff exposed. Vulnerable Rippo!
They're gonna try it again. Rippo absolutely deleted. The Bennett's Ray is not good enough. The shove into the wall is still a bit too late. They lost 3 just like that. Izanami is gonna be the fourth to go. Steals the shocks, but these shocks, they don't hurt.
Left out to dry, RSGMY could not do anything about that. These team fights are basically impossible to play if they are all grouped up one on top of each other. They lose an inhibitor for this as well, and now Zayed is held hostage.
Sonic's just gonna walk on forward. They will just beat this Crystal to submission. 12 minutes, get it. 12 minutes. And Madness finds the game 1.
Oh my goodness, so difficult to play the game. It looks like this draft worked out just fine, and Zops held out for the team, taking the most amount of punishment in lane.
God damn it, Mali, don't block the high five. And then the shove him aside. It's like, get away, Franco.
Just the boys. Just the boys being boys here. 1-0 currently at match point against RSGMY so far, but they have to be extremely careful here. Really, really careful, in a matter of fact, because I don't think they're going to get away with compositions like that for too long.
Hey, the mentality you mentioned yesterday, right? Play a wacky one, like what CI Esports did, and then go back to conventional gameplay. Beat them, the proper way.
Yeah, beat them the proper way. Make RSG hate that comp so much that they're going to ban it in the following game and you get Novaria.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Who they want to ban? Minsata, Bane, Joy.
If we see the Bane ban, we know for sure that is left the mark after that game number 1.
Honestly, I've been waiting the full 12 minutes to say this, but I never got the chance, right? So Joy is all about music, right? Music, rhythm, beat. So if Joy gets an ultimate off, she drops the beat, you make a good music becomes a single, many singles become an album. His name is Ye Ye Ye, so can you say that he's Kanye Ye Ye?
I can't look at you right now.
It's not easy to get to that point, okay? We won't see Joy again.
I'm not gonna lie, I will eventually steal that, but it needs a bit of work. It needs a little bit of polish. The idea is
it takes
there.
a bit too long, okay? I'm really trying.
Oh boy. Oh boy, that's just like fish sticks, man. Whether you like it or not. Some people like it, some people don't.
Bet you do.
Oh yeah, I love putting it in my mouth.
Not that, but sure. Thank you. Thank you for the confirmation.
Yes, but with that being said, though, RSGMY going to have to really pull it together here. Loliel's winning out in this lane absolutely destroys it, but it's about conditions, right? You know you're trying to bait out the King's Calling. The question is, who do you sacrifice to do that?
And I think the only guy that could sacrifice is Ney, right? Is the Kufra, who has been, to his credit, has been finding big slams with the ultimate, right? 3-4 man knockbacks into the wall, but the follower just was not there. It really felt like towards the very end, they just did not have enough gas.
I think it's a little bit of a mis-synergy as well, right? It's difficult when you have to kind of bait out spells from your opponent. You never want to be in that particular relationship. It's a little toxic. You're trying to, hopefully that they would open up, but they decide not to. They pull back. They do it all over again. And when you least expect it, and especially when it comes down to something very crucial, like a neutral objective, that's when they suddenly just let it all out.
Yeah, and just... Ooh, a very, very quick game 1. The fastest game that we have witnessed on broadcast over the past 3 days. 12 minutes and 3 seconds. A complete demolition. I mean, yeah, on this Joy. A massive threat, right? Honestly, the guy that basically shuts down Loliel's. We say that, well, Loliel's, great game, Malefic Raw, BOD, Hunter Strike, and then yeah, just pops Vengeance.
Yep. Again, that's why Joy is such a pain to deal with. With RSG dedicating so many resources towards Loliel's side, they just have to keep in mind, if Yeah gets on top of it, there's nothing Loliel's can realistically do to live.
We have the Melissa, the Melissa.
I mean,
would that have changed anything?
If they had the Melissa, it would change it slightly. Like, their team fight would be slightly better, but that doesn't change the fact that, like, if you get yoinked by the Spear of Glory, you basically die no matter what.
Oh boy.
It hurts. It hurts to see Sonic playing this Bane, getting 913 gold per minute, and his damage is in the 5k area, the 5k range.
How is he earning 913 gold per minute in 12-minute game?
Look, Bane is quite the power farmer. Like, his KDA was all... I knew he ended the game like 10-1 and 3, if I remember correctly.
10-2 and 7.
10-2 and 7. Okay, yes, roughly around there. But the 10 kills already is a lot of gold. The fact that you're playing Bane, you power farm twice as fast. Every ability you have an empowered auto attack, and he was going for the attack damage build rather than the magic build, so his clear speed was nuts.
Yeah, he was there for every single fight. 100% kill participation. When there's some bounty, there's going to be a pirate running at you. And you see the splash damage from this man is absurd.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's some quality of life changes that is required for Bane, like the shark's moving faster. Why is it so slow? But other than that, I mean, every single time you see a nice combination from Madness Esports, like the fight is over before it even starts for RSGMY.
Yeah, we do... Hopefully we get to see that Lord fight, or the only Lord fight in this match. One, because Sonic just walked on forward, spat on RSGMY, and just swiped them.
I mean, look at that. Oh, Izanami, 100-0 there. I literally could not do anything about it, and even Mali has been landing some good hooks.
I mean, look at this one. The shock pulls through. Where's Sonic? He's gonna walk up and just...
Poof. God. Disappeared. Didn't even see it coming. Ah, it's just so much raw damage, man. Oh, I really hope I don't get to see more. Actually, you know what? I take that back. I would rather see the Bane almost any day rather than another Lancelot.
And to be very fair, after what we saw from Bane yesterday, this is definitely a breath of fresh air, right? A proper Bane game.
So this is what it was supposed to look like.
Yeah, not the one we saw yesterday. That one got ran all the way down by the Benedetta.
Oh boy. Felix doing a really good job in that matchup, but currently Madness Esports 1-0 at match point against RSG with RCMY currently at risk of elimination. I'm curious to know what the VM broadcast is sounding like, because I know Ikuto definitely had some strong opinions about Bay, but Sunfrost is like, nah, it's troll.
Oh yeah, and true. Ikuto sees the 0-4 Bane and he's like, yeah, this is a good pick.
It's a good pick. It's got damage.
It's a fantastic pick.
He was probably watching this game in the future, and it kind of pulled back yesterday, and that's why he was like, yes, I can see it happening.
Ikuto popping up in Sunfrost's face like, I told you it's a good pick.
Not yet. Probably once the broadcast is over, he's going to start ripping in on him. I can definitely imagine the situation for sure.
Well, RSGMY potentially one last game in this tournament. I mean, for Madness Esports, this is a team that they did reverse sweep Maharlika yesterday. We got to see some of those qualities, right? I mean, the macro polish of Madness, the timings that they hit on neutral objectives are actually faster than RSGMY.
Yes, I do think that the early game was like a bit awkward, but just get move off the rust, warm up your fingers a little bit. But once we started rolling into the mid game, I think Madness Esports was very, very comfortable. Don't have to worry about lanes anymore. Don't have to worry about just receiving punishments. I'm talking about Zavs particularly because he was absolutely getting crushed in lane.
Yeah, he was basically getting destroyed by solo kill by Low Liaos even, right? They were trying to put pressure on this Minsita, but then you have Mali on the other hand, who is constantly just hooking members of RSG, creating pressure points and forcing RSG to contest neutral objective that they just couldn't win. For game 2, RSGMY, they're gonna make a swap. Nay is gonna be out. They bring back our boy Lexia.
Yep, it looks like. I mean, it felt like Nay was having a bad day here. I think the communication was not having the best of times, and I think at least with Lexia, the chemistry is gonna be a bit better.
Yeah, so RSGMY will also get. I think the teams will go side swap also.
Oh.
I think RSGMY they're gonna be on the blue side this time, and let's see if Madness wants to ban a Novaria. Red side, you gotta ban a Novaria.
Somebody's gonna ban it. Somebody's gonna ban it. And I don't think you want to give it over to the Prince of Mages himself. And considering how the Prince of Mages likes to play, I'm talking about Izanami just in case y'all don't know. I feel that with him, he is going to get quite the benefit of playing Novaria because technically she's kind of like, I'm like a mage support that opens up the map and is very utility based for the rest of my team. And then you see someone like Izanami buying roam boots in the middle of battle to get that dire hit blessing. You see where I'm going with this? It feels like Novaria might be second nature to him.
Madness Esports just very comfortable, having a very, very good time. This is understandable. They got to such a great start at dealing one of the fastest defeat to RGMY so far in that game 1 for the Swiss round. And I'm starting to take a liking to these guys. I'm starting to understand, how they qualify for the regular season, how they put up some good fights.
A lot of it just came down to the fact that Madness Esports is really good at team fighting. They're not the strongest laners in the world. I will admit that. I think one of their strong points is going to be Yeah, right? He's naturally mechanically gifted. He likes to go for these damage style EXP laners. He is good at finding those kills. While the rest of the team, and especially with the shot calling and leadership coming in from Mali specifically, they know how to press an advantage, but they really struggle playing from behind.
I don't want to say RSGMY put them in that position, right? I mean, we had this short conversation. A good team is a team that knows how to play from ahead, but a great team is a team that knows how to recover from behind. Madness Esports, they didn't face that in game 1. We'll see if that's going to be the case. And I like the fact that they are also multitasking. They're playing a tournament, but something is running in the background. I'm trying to figure out what that is.
Oh, they're obviously just watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. I mean, it's 1-to-1, right? There's flames going on in the background. There's flames going in the back of our studio. It all makes sense.
Oh yeah, 100%. They're
totally true.
They're watching how they beat RSGMY.
They're reliving the moments all over again.
You have no idea how it gets people going.
Man, this is like some serial killer shit where the serial killer just shows up and it's like, yo, I just want to see people's reactions. Just bask in it.
Oh, did you record it? This is the modern era.
This is the modern era, so they just recorded.
The VOD reviews.
The VOD reviews. All right, now that RSG is going to be swapping in for Lexia, what's great about Lexia is he's a very vocal person in the game. He's super shy other than that.
That's good enough.
That's good enough.
That's good enough. It's all about the game.
Yeah, that's why they have Ripple to do all the interviews.
they're gonna have in the Rome role, right? Obviously more experience, just more decisive, more voice in the team. But what is going to be the difference that he brings in aside from their leadership compared to Nate?
I think it's literally just that, because I think Nate is going to be more mechanically attuned to the role rather than Lexia. I mean, we've seen Lexia transition from not only a great jungler when the marksman meta, with the marksman, especially with the funneling meta, it was happening. Then after that, it switched over to the gold, and then he decided to play marksman for the gold, and even then, he was doing a pretty good job. So going into the support position, it's man, gold laners transitioning into the support position. It's such a different role, you know? I can understand if it's like, oh, I'm in gold, but now I'm in EXP. It's still a solo lane to a degree.
Or like, I'm a support and now I'm gold, right? You kind of understand what is needed, but when you have that raw aggression in you and you wanna, and people was like, you know, calm down, you're like, no, I wanna fight. When we see the 4 bans already, 1-1, Diggy, Fanny, Lancelot ban out again, Madness Esports putting a lot of emphasis in shutting out Zayt.
Yep, they're gonna do it all over again though. I don't see the Novaria ban coming out just yet, but we'll wait and see. RSGMY making sure that the Wan is gone. That is one of Zav's comfort picks, and the same goes for Diggy as well, right? There's no reason to technically ban out the Diggy just yet, but they know that Mali is pretty proficient with it.
And I feel like Madness Esports at this point, right? If the Novaria were to be a consideration, do you ban that all the joy? Because RSGMY, they're on the blue side, right? There's so many picks that will eventually get let through because of this. I wonder if Madness Esports are willing to trade the Novaria, and if they do they take the Valentina?
Or maybe both teams made a gentleman's agreement. We're not playing Novaria, right? Right? You know, Malaysian team to Malaysian team, like, come on, let's not do this to each other.
One of us have to make it through.
One of us has to make it through.
But we don't play we don't do it with Novaria.
We don't stoop that low.
Yeah, we don't stoop that low.
Who knows? Who knows? This could all be one big ruse.
Oh.
The glue gets banned out here. Okay, very, very nice. Artillery Mages, Valentina's still open. The Franco is gone. So RSGMY recognize the impact Mali has.
Oh yeah, just taking out both the Diggy and the Franco. The Kaja is still up, right? And RSGMY, they're gonna go for the Joy. Madness Esports now, without the Franco, the Kaja looks even more juicy.
Kaja, Novaria. That's what we're hoping for. Kaja and Novaria. Kaja and Novaria.
Do it. Do it right now.
I mean, if they want to go for Minstar, that's totally fine. I think that's okay if they want to kind of omit the Novaria, but it'll be fun to see.
Or the Faramis.
Or the Faramis. I mean, if they really want to be boring. But come on, Madness Esports, come on. This is the opportunity. RSG was so afraid about the Novaria, and now is your time to actually pick it up for yourselves. You got 20 more seconds, and they're going to use that time to kind of discuss what the upcoming picks and bans, and I think they want to maximize that time.
Yeah, if you pick Novaria right now, you can discuss about supper later.
We'll see whether it's going to be that good, though.
Okay.
Kaja is definitely a great pick here. Now, what are they going to pair it with? One more second.
Novaria. Boring.
Oh, man. Okay,
now
that's
RSG
fine.
has a chance.
Now RSG has a chance. We're going to bank it on RSG.
Whoever picks Novaria wins the game, okay?
Look, at least with Novaria, if your target is standing still, it makes it so much easier to land that second ability. And I think, you know, RSGMY, they might want to consider it. Doesn't seem too bad. A lot of teams think it's OP. So, come on. Show us what's all this hype about for Novaria.
What is the way... So there isn't really much, you know, tangible solution to deal with the Divine Judgment by default, right? The Joy, you can't really dash around freely, but what can RSGMY do to kind of mitigate that threat?
They probably need something with a lot of kill pressure, right? Something that can really hurt the Kaja. You try to go for the Divine Judgment, I'm not going to let you escape. I'm going to go for those big kills. But RSGMY have planned for that, right? We see that immediately the Franco was banned out. The same went. The Diggy, probably not within the same line of thought, but at the very least, we see the counter-engage from RSGMY's options in the Kufra.
Kufra and Valentina, so nothing too different aside from having the Joy. Madness Esports, I mean, there's still an option if they want to go for the Mincetar. We've seen them somehow flex it to the goal lane, so now you have, you know, a lot more freedom, and there it is, Mincetar picked up again.
Yep. Madness Esports not afraid to show off Mincetar, especially if a Joy is on the enemy side. Plus, 3 of them technically dash, so that's even better.
Yeah, your 3 guys who want to dash around, and you have a Kaja that can drag them in, right? If you can't pull them in, you drag them into the King's Calling.
The Claude ban, very smart for the side of Madness Esports, now starting to cover the gold laners, which both teams have not. Well, technically Madness Esports could throw Zavs the short end of the stick and give him
Let's just take Mincetar. All you need is to hit level 4, get your ult, and come fight with us. All things considered, Madness Esports, huge team fight potential already, right? With especially Mincetar and Yves. You have so much zone control that you can't really run out, but if you run in, you have a Mincetar in front of you. There's no winning.
There really is no winning. I think Madness Esports need to consider banning out the Akai. Akai is a great way to kind of disengage your composition from a tight spot, which is the King's Calling. It bounces your enemies back, and at the very least creates the space required or the precious few seconds you need to walk out of that ultimate.
Now, Beatrix, Melissa, and Claude banned out as well. So we're moving down the list. Both teams, I say both teams, but maybe just RSGNY haven't found their marksman yet.
Yep, they haven't found their marksman just yet. We don't even get to see Novaria as well. I was very hopeful for it.
I want to say maybe they could flex it into the support role, but both teams already have support.
Who knows with Madness, right? EXP Novaria.
EXP Novaria. Open up the map and short thing, no problem.
Or maybe Zavs is the one that's like, Novaria is great here. Don't give me a marksman. I dare you.
Alright, here's a wild one. XP lane Kaja. Alright.
Mincetar support?
Mincetar support? No. XP lane Kaja. Mincetar gold lane, right? Eve support, Novaria mid.
Yeah, now you're starting to think like a Todak member.
They banned the Bane, alright? That's
that's a lot of respect.
Yeah, it really got to them. I mean, Sonic has done a number.
Quite the number, in a matter of fact. It's about the engage, it's about the combos that they can do with it, but more importantly, the fact that, you know, RSGNY want to dive in on their opponents, but this one hero denies them, might as well get rid of it.
Is that no? Oh,
what?
Natan! Oh, they think more like Todak than I do, okay? They're sitting on Todak chairs.
Okay. So, Natan is basically a budget version of Claude. He is not Natan is not that great, I will admit. Yes, he has a little bit more sustainability because he has access to items like Feather of Heaven, and more importantly, with the Entropy, he's able to swap positions with his clone just so he can try to juke out the Joy. But at the end of the day, it's still the same problem. You want to auto attack Joy, she's gonna pop Vengeance, and you're basically killing yourself.
What's it? Game 1 is also a marksman that can't outrun the Joy. Now we have the Lapu Lapu, who again doubles down on the dive and a carry to close out the trap for RSG. Madness still needs that jungler. Hold on, it's a Joy jungle.
Yeah, it's Joy jungle. We've seen Zai do it before. He's gonna do it again. Madness Esports this time. Do they want to just play normal? It's like Frederin. They can definitely go for it if they want to. Is there anything else that would have been really crazy? Do they want to go for a damage style? No, the composition isn't that tanky. Martis kind of does a bit of both.
Finally, a normal pick.
We say normal pick, but then again, wait.
I want to see the stats, right? But
wait, hold on.
It's a Mincetar jungle. No, Natan jungle.
They're not switching. They're not switching just yet. Okay, wait. Keep your eyes on this. Let's see how long. Right now, it's going to be a marksman in the jungle. Zav's back on the Mincetar gold lane, and yeah, with the Martis. This could change indefinitely.
It is. It is the Natan. It's Sonic on Natan.
It's Sonic on Natan? Oh boy, Madness Esports, they're really feeling themselves.
Hey man, they're called Madness Esports for a reason. These guys are, they are insane. It's lunacy, complete lunacy.
They're just wilding out, man. They're wilding out and they want to flex on RSGNY.
I mean, sitting on Todak chairs definitely changes how you see the game.
So that's why they've been drafting weird.
I want to see a stat maybe like when we are deeper into the tournament.
How many teams?
How many heroes have not been picked?
Oh, that would be a very long list. There's a lot of heroes that have not been touched so far. More importantly, so let's get into this. Match point for Madness Esports, who's currently on the red side, 1-0 against RSGNY on the blue.
I cannot believe that every single day the final series has been some sort of excitement to it, right?
Yeah. It depends.
I mean, the first 2 days we had very interesting games courtesy of MLBB. Game Lab, Zia, and here we are with Madness. At least it's not interesting in a way that we see a 30-minute game. This is just
that's a good point.
this is just I don't even know, like, so the Tan jungle. What are we expecting?
Yeah, I'm expecting it to be slow. It's as much as you want to farm, it's great that the passive allows the auto attacks to bounce forward and then it comes back. So you have 2 ticks worth of damage. He is going to require a little bit of time because he's very item dependent. So these neutral objectives won't be very easy to walk on top of. But let's not forget that RSGMY, their composition is very much to dive at their opponent.
Well, I just want to see some sick entropy swaps, you know? Push them back. The most annoying thing is that you get to push people back. It's not as big as a Bane push, but it is something.
Yeah, I guess it gets the job done to a degree, I suppose, but it's all going to come down to Zobs and this King's Calling, right? Like, to me, it is shocking to see that Zobs still wants to go for this Mincetar, and he still has the Master Assassin just to have more damage, as if he is going to win this lane.
Hey man, you remember Saber? You remember Beloyski?
Look, they lost that game, alright?
Yeah, but he solo killed someone who was 8-1 when he was 0-13, alright? Master Assassin allows you to do a lot of things.
Oh, that's true.
When the time is right.
Only when the time is right, though. Oh, Madness Esports actually looking to contest this?
How does Sonic contest this, though? I don't think he's going to get pushed back all the way back. So this turtle is going to be gone.
Yeah, I think even when we look at the draft, right? Like RSG planned out that Ripple was going to get the Lapu Lapu. They see the Mincetar for the side of Madness Esports after they had shown, hey, you know what? I'm going to. I've already have my dashers. I have the joy. It looks like it's going to the EXP lane, and they flex it. Oh, dead instantly.
That's what I've been wanting to see.
Maybe this is the way. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe Master Assassin, Mincetar in the gold lane is the answer to all of my problems.
Can you imagine if it's not Master Assassin? Well, they slam Zap into the wall. It should be an easy trade. Izanami even stealing the Decimate, so a good way to secure the kill.
Wasn't able to start stacking up his passive to get the heal to try to clutch it out, and didn't even bother flickering out. Just not enough time there. Worth dying for, but a little sad that the gold goes in the hands of RSGMY. They're building up a bit of a lead here, but expect Mali to make this happen. Ooh, this could be a full 4v4.
It's even sadder that the kill just now from Loliels went over to Mali, of all people. He's going to try again. Loliels dashes away. Alexia channeling up the lead. He's going to go in. The Spirit of Glory does miss. Sonic now shows up to the fight. Mali forced to flicker to safety. Now Sonic will get gone on instantly by Zayed. But they do pull Zayed at the last second into the King's Calling. The cooldown back in time. And Madness with the punish.
Oh man, RSGMY, they really need to temper themselves, right? It's so easy to fall into this pit trap of trying to overextend, even though you have a really nice engage, but just take the kills and walk away. The King's Calling is too dangerous to mess around with.
There's so many tools, right? The hook the spear misses, no problem. King's Calling misses, no problem. I pull you back.
No problem. I got the Divine Judgment. I have
without
Mortar
the
Coils.
Right, without the Yve in the equation.
You're right. Yve wasn't part of that equation as well. Okay. So that means that Madness Esports has even more options.
Lakeside will not be able to find an engage. He is just posturing forward to zone Madness away from this turtle. Zayed will not hit 7 in time, so Sonic does have the retreat damage. Yeah, pushing them away. Lakeside already flickering to safety. They will jump on Sonic. Sonic with the entropy. And Mali saves him. Now the RWM used by both mages. They do lose Mali. But Madness Esports gets the Natan out.
Whoa, man, Natan so low, won't be able to contest this neutral at all. Yeah, I'm so surprised that Yeah decided to flicker forward to try to open up space.
Oh, the Sonic getting a bit greedy, trying to lifesteal up in the enemy jungle. Won't punished by Loliels. The turtle goes over to RSG again. Meanwhile, King's Calling was used. Master Assassin for Zap. Nessie, see the Master Assassin. It has damage. It has damage.
He lives. He lives with like, what, 20 HP there. And Pozan put down to 10% of his HP. Zayed unable to finish off these kills. A little bit sad, but it doesn't matter because RSGMY still are at 1,000 gold lead 5 minutes into this game.
Mali's going to get basically immensely pressured by Loliels. Even in game 1, maybe because of the joy, he wasn't able to do too much. taken this game to a lesser resistance, lesser way to keep him in check. He is shredding through Madness.
Nothing they can really do unless the King's Call-in happens to be at the right place at the right time. And I think Madness Esports are trying to think how exactly are they going to set this up. It was really weird. It was really weird how they kind of managed the very first hurdle. I think there is a couple of things they could have done better. Number one, yeah, can take his time with it, right? RSG MY, as much as they want to rush down these neutrals, they are also a dive composition. So whether they get this turtle or not means very little to them.
Sonic has avoided death 2 times. And they actually also find Lakes there. Again, the King's Calling just a bit deadly. Izanami only arriving at the scene. Sonic escaping with entropy. Top side, another fight. Yeah shows up. They do end up losing Zav. Team training 1-for-1. The Divine Judgment even committed.
See that RSG really started to disrespect the space now. They're feeling a lot more confident. They have their first item power spike and they want to take full advantage.
RWM, they want Pozan dead, and Pozan absolutely destroyed by Loliaos.
That was a bit of a weird interaction there. Hopefully it happens again and then I'll bring it up. Amali. Oh!
I mean, Loliaos is snowballing really quickly, and I mean, he even has a sprint on this carry, right? He wants to just run down Madness.
He really does. He really does. But this is going to open up. He's going to open up this game wide open. All 3 turtles will fall into the hands of the side of RSG MY. They've cracked all the tier 1s from every single one of their lanes, putting them at 3.4k lead against Madness Esports. So now you're going to starve out the jungle. Make sure that Sonic never gets to that late stage of the game.
And while Madness Esports, you talked about how they do struggle when they play from behind. Okay, they are in that position. 4k deficit. You can clearly see that they're clumping up together, right? The resources not really accessible for a lot of these players. They are not comfortable to walk onto the top side. Also losing that wave on the bottom.
Looking at the items, majority of the members from the side of RSG MY, especially their cores, have 2 items completed in comparison to Madness Esports, who only have 1.5.
If finds any sort of isolated kills, that would be crucial to bring them back.
I think for Madness Esports, they have to fight as a team, right? There's just, without the follow-up, it's pretty pointless. But if we're looking at the gold right now, Loliels is putting RSG on his back in terms of just raw gold, and that's going to convert into damage.
Yeah, almost the entire gold advantage that RSG, majority of the advantage that RSG has is from him. Meanwhile, bottom side, well, we just say Loliels, him and Lakesat both go down. Do you really want to be there, Ripple? He's trying to go for Sonic. What the heck? Well, he does flicker forward. Sonic jukes it out, and again, the suppress at the very end. Oh, Sonic is just going to watch Ripple die at this point. Zav just jabbing in with the spear. They do bring it back up. Gets rid of Zav. Sonic goes down, finally. What a messy fight. Yeah, now all alone. Valentina turns into the Kaja for the kill. What is happening in this game?
The calls are really bad. Like, Madness Esports are taking this very lightly, but RSG, on the other hand, having the foresight to actually drag out the fight is very beneficial. Because again, Madness Esports highly dependent on their ultimates.
It looked good in the beginning. And then Ripple showed up, and it stopped looking good for Madness Esports. So, you know, no goal swing is still the same at the end of that.
Despite everything that happened, they basically traded even, right? But still, Loliels got to live from that. He was able to, you know, pick up a kill for himself, and now he is in a very good position to just hard carry this game. As long as he gets free hits.
Oh! Sonic, that's going to be the target. Sonic actually doesn't get hit. RWM used as well. Sonic free hitting the back. King's Calling even thrown out. Lakestar first to fall as RGMY will use that timing to secure the Lord. Ripple jumps to the back, finds Pozan, but Madness finds 2 kills.
Okay. A little bit of a messy fight there. 2-for-1 trade in favor of Madness Esports. RSG was looking to rush down the Lord, so they were willing to sacrifice the members. But I do think that at the very least, Lolios could have gave up the Lord halfway to get some free hits in, especially onto Yeah.
Massive damage from Izanami onto Sonic. And this Misata, it really does feel like he is going to start falling off, right? It's not as durable as you want him to. All he cares about is damage. Even for Sonic, in terms of the overall damage that he deals compared to Lo Liao's is just one-upping him.
Yep, he is getting... Oh, man, I mean, I'm looking at the build coming in from Zobs. He's just going for the attack speed one. He wants to make sure that he's able to proc his passive as many times as possible, especially when he goes into that phalanx formation. He's going to prevent damage from the front. He has damage reduction from the front, but as soon as these fights get really messy and all the angles can't be covered, well, Zobs, he's just going to have to fend for himself.
Good news is that they take care of the Lord.
Oh,
Inhibitors completely untouched. Hey, look at the damage leaderboard. Holy.
Yeah, Izanami is leagues ahead of everybody else right now. Like, what, a good 13,000 ahead of Rippo? Man, Lexia needs to catch up.
Hey, to be fair. Man, look at yeah.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Hasn't
He
been able
needs
to
to catch
participate.
up.
He needs to catch up with the rest of the team as well.
Hey, fun fact, Izanami has more decimate kills than the Martis himself.
We should have a decimation counter just to see how many are able to secure those kills. But RGMY currently 6k gold lead. They're in a comfortable spot.
New skin idea, right? Total decimate count. A relic that keeps record of it.
Oh, I know. Whenever you kill your opponent, the kill animation gives you a number.
Ah, yes.
And then it increases throughout the game.
Or your lifetime, right? You could get like a 100th a kill. They do drag Ripple back. And he's going to be there. The RWM used by both mages. Polar forced to flick to the safety. As Yeye dives all the way to the back, sacrificing himself. Zai runs over his corpse. King's Calling used, but Zai just runs right through it onto Poza and Mali. The double for the joy.
Finally, RSG MY have cracked Madness Esports open. They don't want to take the traditional front to front. They finally figured it out, and now going for these back flanks are great. Oh no.
Lisa around to Sonic, forcing the entropy out. Zap is going to be there. Lisa taking massive damage. Somehow makes it out with his life. The glowing one doesn't burn him down.
Oh, I thought the glowing one was going to get him for sure. That's really, really sad. Sonic has not been able to really get the free hits in. And finally, 12 minutes into the game, level 14, still couldn't close out that kill.
Now, RSG MY, 7.4k gold lead. Lord has just spawned. Lo Liao's in the brush. Basically seeing a couple members of Madness. One good thing is that Lo Liao's, he doesn't have any defensive items, right? No defensive battle spells. If he does get caught, he can't be finished off. Mali is in very awkward spot. He does get the drag back, and that is Esports now with a full engage. King's Calling multiple members inside it with the RWM. Ripple ripped to shreds. Yeah does go down. Zai has nothing to stop him. Tries to run down Sonic and will do so. Mali also dies and saves. And Zabs gets the kill also onto Lo Liao's. It's just him and Zayed is most likely going to win this. Zabs, what do you have left in the tank? And he's going to try and fight this. Holy cow, Zabs with the ace.
Look, I knew that Zabs was going to win that out because I know for a fact that he's going for the full attack speed build. I just saw him finish the golden staff as well. So he has more than enough damage. As soon as he procs that passive, he's going to absolutely chunk him out. But the thing is, right, unfortunately for Zayed, he didn't have his ultimate when he was going in. He thought he could just take him out with a couple of dashes.
I mean, just look at this, right? Everyone in the King's Calling AoE. The RWM also cutting them out from this fight.
I mean, it made it very difficult to leave the box, right? The King's Calling was already so very strong. They do it again.
Or in danger. Madness, can you get this objective? And it's going to be Poza that secures it. Mali does go down, but he didn't get to use his ultimate. RSGNY, they can clean out shop right now as Sonic, he also falls. RSG, 5 members up against 2.
Oh, that's so frustrating because Madness Esports, they could have broken this game and equalized it as well had they just been a little bit more aware of Lexia. And Lexia was able to get right on top of Sonic, lock him down, and guess who's the closest target? Lo Liao's, and he just melts him.
And Mali didn't even get to use that ultimate. He's going to try the flicker. Oh no, doesn't find a target. RGNY very aware. The Lord has left the base. They're going to flicker in with Izanami. They're going to drag back and put him to rest. Madness Esports trying desperately to defend the base, but RGNY, they're going to find a game number 3. The series has not ended.
Woo! What a back and forth between the two. There were some definite scary moments there for both RSG and as well as Madness Esports, but luckily RSG made a good call to close out the game before it got dragged out even longer, equalizing the score 1-1.
Is this a Lexia effect?
This is Alexia effect. You know, it looks like they were very clean with the direction that they wanted to go, less hesitation in terms of the way that they engage. But at the very least, you know, Rippo is getting to participate in these fights.
Getting to play the game at least.
Yeah.
He's not getting sandbag. I mean, the Bane ban, that one probably worked out as well towards the end.
At least he wasn't going Arlot into a Mincetar matchup. That's,
I mean, we went from Bane jungle to Natan jungle.
Yeah, I think, man, I don't know. There was definitely a moment where Madness Esports was about to turn that around, and I think, you know, Sonic was going to be the spearhead for that. He had the items, he had the damage, he just needed somebody to kind of create a little bit more space for him, or at the very least just tank the initial engagement from the Kufra.
And I mean, Lisa was able to find him, but the most important fight to get rid of Sonic, and it was just, I mean, even Yeah was showing his body. It's all about Sonic. It's all about Sonic and Zaps, ironically. But you know, RSGNY, they get to close out this game. Also a pretty quick one, 15 minutes, if I recall correctly. We get one more game before the night ends. RSGNY, you know, with this recovery, will this put Madness Esports in a spot where it'll be like, guys, I think we need to play normal Mobile Legends?
Well, I don't know. I do think Madness Esports had a very close moment of glory there, but at the end of the day, RSG kind of figured out what the big issue was. They kept on looking for these engages. There's only 2 times that we see RSGNY lose really, really hard in these team fights or go all the way down to a 1v1. Usually it's either they get caught in the middle of a choke point or they are just looking to play the traditional front-to-front, something that Lolias just can't afford. He's very short range, and with the items that he has, he wants to get as many auto attacks as possible.
Even taking the sprint, right, instead of the flicker or purify. This guy, he's so confident that they cannot catch him. And he is right. 7-3-3 in this game. And Zayed had a great game on this Joy, always just running down the back line. No one could stop him. Runs through the King's Calling, of all things. This guy's fearless.
He really is fearless, and that's something that Madness Esports must take into account, right? These potential flex picks, because it's hard to look at RSGNY's composition during the drafting phase, see the Joy early on, and be like, oh yeah, that's gonna go into the jungle. There's just no information.
Yeah, I got pretty close, okay, with the, at least I got the Mincetar one, right?
You definitely got the Mincetar one right for sure. But let's look at our Hall of Famers here. Zayed, Izanami, Rippo, and Izanami once again with the most assists as well as most damage.
Izanami also had a way better game than game 1. You know, he's not getting like one-shotted when he joins the fight. You know, actually doing something, able to do something, and just taking the Divine Judgment for himself. And he got some pretty good pulls.
Yeah, he was getting a lot more pulls than Ma Li, unfortunately, especially towards that late game, you know, when it mattered the most at such high stakes.
And I do appreciate how RSGNY were constantly punishing this Kaja, right? You know, the Kaja is always actively looking for something, and they just make sure that he cannot get any cash before the fight begins. Our at-match MVP for Game 2 is Izanami, 6-2-12 on the Valentina, and just a game that he can really perform in that mid lane.
Yeah, played a really strong game. It was able to scale up quite nicely. You would expect, you know, the Valentina that decides to go for the Clock of Destinies into the Enchanted Talisman will require a little bit of time, especially within the first 10 minutes of the game. But immediately after that, right, as soon as you get that Lightning Truncheon, he's going to hit like a truck. The Divine Glaive to get even more impact, knowing that Athena Shields should be coming out soon.
We do have a couple weird moments. This is one of them where it was just... I mean, look at the goal swing, right? So they kill Malaysia and Loliao. They get a 1.5k goal swing in their favor, and they lose all of it.
Yeah.
Zayed showed up.
Man. Look, there's a lot of weird disconnections for Madness Esports, like yeah, running down the lane while the rest go back underneath the turret. But this is what I was talking about, right? Madness Esports, they want RSGNY in the traditional front-to-front. If they can kind of funnel them through a choke point, that would be the most ideal. But if you're fighting in that jungle itself, man, it gets really, really difficult for RSG.
And this one, the Hall of Famer solo kill.
Look at him go! Look at him go! So much attack speed.
And even at the very end, right, when they got the Lord, I wonder if they were looking for disengage, but Lakeside just massive patience at the very end. Didn't even show himself.
Exactly. If not, Sonic would have been able to clean up all 4, well, at least 3 of the members, 3 out of the 4 members still alive during that time from RSG.
Some signs of life for RSG. You know, they've been better about themselves, especially after what has transpired yesterday and leading up to just now. I honestly thought Madness Esports are going to crush this just because they were a bit wacky Now we have game number 3 coming up. Madness Esports, they did pull a reverse sweep of yesterday, right, against Maharlika. So if anything, I don't think RSG fans, you can count them up just yet. They still have so much more to offer.
Yep, both have a very decent chance of moving on to the next stage here. RSG and MY, they've kind of figured out what they want to do now. Madness Esports, game number 1, they were playing a very a wild draft, and then game number 2, it just got goofy real quick.
How much more wilder can it get? Will we see the Novaria? We will answer this question after a short break, when we'll continue into game number 3.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Number one in the street, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Number one in the streets, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang. Bang bang, 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 bang bang.
La 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 la. Bin immer happy auf Fotos, doch im Blitzlicht der Strobo frag ich mich schon, wo du jetzt bist und vermiss dich so, so. 1000 Augen auf mir und ich schein immer zu lächeln und glücklich zu sein. Doch ohne dich fühle ich mich zwischen tausenden Leuten allein. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf den Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Du bist mein Dojo, ohne dich bin ich solo. Zwischen Tokio und Soho denk ich an dich und die Sehnsucht ist so groß. Denn mit dir kann ich Luftschlösser bauen. Wir zwei sind immer ein bisschen zu laut. Ganz ohne Ziel, ganz ohne Plan. Mit dir durchzudrehen hab ich so sehr gebraucht. Nur mit dir kann ich sein.
We're back with one final game in this elimination best of 3 at the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 3 Open Finals. RSG MY takes on Madness Esports for one final knockout round. My name is Husky, and of course with me is Kid and Q.
One of these teams will be making it through to the next day of the Swiss rounds, and I don't know, it's really tough to say which team is actually going to come up on top. We've got goofy drafts, we've got wacky drafts, but at the end of the day, there were very clear moments that Madness Esports could have completely ended the series 2-0.
Yeah, and it all happened at the Lord fight, right? Just a one fight, Lesia saving the entire game for RCMY, and that was under the premise that Madness Esports had a goal deficit, and they were kind of winning, well, almost had a chance to win the game.
I mean, we're just like kind of winning. It's like, at what point? The gold lane was winning? Like,
They were not like actively winning the game, but they had moments, right? They could have just crushed RCMY. I mean, they got an ace at the very end. Not that it mattered. That one was shut down. RCMY, they did had the swap in on Nate out for Lesia. They got the side swap, one on the blue side for game 2, and I wonder if they will stay there for game 3.
I think, you know, at least for Madness Esports, it's going to be tough, right? Because again, Lesia kind of broke down what the plan was going to be. It's all about taking down those tier 1s. Once you lose those tier 1s, you have so much more access to the jungle, and then the flanks start coming through, and the flanks were great. Such a great call coming in from RSG.
And I think they also solved the problem of game 1 where Madness Esports have so much more ways to siege turrets, right? In game 2, they don't really have the same avenue. I think the Bane was a big contributor to that as well. You don't have this random shark guy pushing away from engagers and two-shotting your tanks. 50 more seconds until we get into the draft for the final game. And well, Novaria went all the way through in last game.
Yeah.
That was a bummer.
Bit of a bummer. Hopefully this time, you know, things are going to change. Whether it's whether it's going to be good or not is going to be a different story, but it would just be good to see it here.
Please pick Novaria.
Please pick. This is what it's just a small ask.
Yeah, one of you is gonna go.
One of you is just gonna go home.
And
so
just,
like,
just show us something. Right?
Just give us something. Come on, throw us a bone.
Channel the Todak energy, right? What else is left? What can you pick in the? You know what? Eudora, right? Right. I'm pretty sure one of these teams pick Eudora.
Hey man, Team Hawk already got eliminated, man. We can calm down with the Eudora going into the mid lane. But with that being said, let's get into this draft. One final one to finish off the day: Malaysia versus Malaysia. Madness Esports versus RSG. Please pick Novaria. We're so hopeful for it.
Not seeing RCMY so stressed isn't the right term.
Stressed isn't the right term. I think there are some other
focus
glaring issues. Well, you know what? I'll go with that. Focus.
Very focused. Of course, the atmosphere from Madness side also changing a little bit. Wonder what the conversation is going to be. Mali will just be like, I wish I get my Franco.
I wish I get my Franco. Cut back to Zobs looking at Sonic. He's like, can you stop tapping my ankle, bro?
See? Mincetar.
One more time.
If I have one more item, this is how fast I will hit you.
If this was a game of rock, paper, scissors, they won't expect the same pick again.
A third time's a charm. Alright, give me the Mincetar. Madness is on the blue side, right? So again, taking priority. Game 1, they did have the Farmist. Game 2, I believe Farmist was also completely ignored by both teams, which is kind of interesting. But the bans, they remain the same, except for the Joy. That is going to get banned out.
Joy instantly banned out here. It's been quite a problem when Yaya has it, or even if Zayed has it. At the end of the day, might as well get rid of it since you are on the red side.
Madness Esports, I think RSG did ban a Diggy in both games, right? For Madness Esports, what else do we have left?
We only saw the Bane ban in the second phase, so we shouldn't expect it here. Madness Esports, on the other hand, are they even considering? Because the last time they left quite a lot of things open, but no, they're going to ban out the Eve once more.
I believe Madness Esports banned the glue in game 2. In game 2, right? So glue might be left open. Let's see what RCMY has. I mean, they can also ban the. Can they ban the farmers here? Are you worried about the glue? Probably, right?
Dude, it's hard to tell, right? As soon as you like ban out that glue and you're like, you know what? Maybe I could get the Arla, and then you remember Mincetar is still available. I think RSGMY, just get rid of the Mincetar here. Save yourself the effort. Save yourself the problem.
Get rid of the Mincetar. You know he's going to be in the gold lane.
You know he is going to crush that gold lane.
To be very fair, if he's in the gold lane, then Arla is like, yeah, I can slip through, sort of.
It's not that big of a deal.
They still ban the Diggy, right? Okay.
Oh, man.
So many first pick potential. You take the Farmist if your first pick. I think they first picked the Farmist in game number 1 for Pozan.
I don't think it's that bad of a pick as well. And again, it is Madness Esports. I want to say
Natan first pick.
That's the thing, you know. You never know with this team. You never know with this team what they are going to go for. If they go for like a blind pick Bane, I respect it.
No, they stay with the glue.
Okay. That means RSG is going to go with Farmist then. And they're going to pair it up with the Kaja? Farmist Kaja for the side of RSGMY?
RSG is going to pick Kaja, and Madness will take Franco again.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Franco is open as well.
But it's either that or you take the Valentina, right? That could also be a good, good cover for some of the bases if Madness goes for Kaja again. That's what they did in game 2.
I mean, why not both? Take both of them. You can get the Franco and as well as the Valentina. I think both have its own uses. If anybody gets Divine Judgment, at least there is a possibility of getting saved by the Franco with a quick flicker Bloody Hunt, or maybe even with a super accurate Iron Hook.
Or just pick the Novaria. Okay, they picked the Kaja and the Farmist. This does make Valentina look very juicy for Madness.
It does, because you have the defensive options, you also have the pick potential with the Divine Judgment. There's like so many things, so many ultimates that you can generally work with that it increases your repertoire or toolbox in this case.
All right, I found peace. All right, no Novaria this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, no Novaria. They're totally not going to go for it in these next 20 seconds.
100% no. You would just pick that over Valentina, you know, it's...
I think Valentina is probably going to be the better pick here, to be perfectly
way too
honest.
juicy.
It's very, very juicy, in a matter of fact. Super, super juicy. But let's also keep in mind that, you know, RSG, it's clear. Yes, let's go! We did it! We did it! We counter-cast the Kirsten!
I think we gaslighted them.
Woo! What? Honestly, I shouldn't be like screaming, shouting out for joy right after the follow-up to gaslighting.
Yeah, we gaslighted them for 40 seconds and they did it. Hey, I'll take that. You know, I'll take that.
Finally, if there was a team who's brave enough to do it, it would be Madness Esports.
And the Franco, right? Like we had this prelude yesterday. We were like, Franco mains, you know, it's just a bit juicy, and we see both of those heroes get picked.
Perfect. They work. Naturally, the synergy is so very good. Novaria increases your hitbox. Franco has a really, really thin skill shot that he needs to hit. And now RSGMY, they look at this and they're like, okay, how are we going to handle this? First, we're going to get the Beatrix. We want a team fight together. And even if our hitbox is gigantic, as long as we go front to front, it should be fine.
Get the Beatrix again for Loliao's RCMY. When did they start targeting that gold laner? I mean, both games they've targeted traditional gold laners, and the Mincetar gets picked. So now they're like, all right, let's play a proper game, okay? No Mincetar.
Yep, and this is great. It's great that they ban out the Mincetar because it forces Madness Esports to start thinking about Arlot all over again, right? And this time, they don't have a direct solution to it.
Starting about the Arla and start thinking about proper marksman picks. The Arla could still be an option because, yeah, RGNY, they haven't had the XP laner yet. Does Madness have a way to deal with the Arla? Not really, right? He can...
Not entirely.
Get the dive all the way to the back. Hayabusa taken up by Madness.
Okay, they get rid of the Hayabusa. Do they also want to get rid of the Link so that Novaria can kind of breathe a little better here? RCMI now holding on to the priority. It's tough to think about junglers. I guess you can technically get rid of the Bane.
You ban him. Yeah, it could be an option.
You either ban out the Bane or the Lolita, one or the other.
So
Ooh,
the Bane, okay. Wait, the Bane getting picked up could be a soft counter to the Arla if he dashes in, right?
Exactly. It's all about the disengage, right? That's the main idea coming into this. Madness Esports can just ban out the Arla if they want to, but it looks like the mood has definitely lightened up on the side of RSGMY.
Yeah, they probably are laughing at the Novaria. I don't know.
No, they're probably looking over at Ripple being like, we had to dedicate one entire ban just for you.
Yeah, Ripple was a Ripple, I mean, he had a rough series, okay? It's not fun when you have to deal with Mincetar. The Link does get banned out. Okay. So, again, 4 bans dedicated for Zayed.
Yeah, a lot. This is a lot of commitment definitely a lot of commitment. The Martis doesn't seem too bad here because at the end of the day, RSG MY gets the counter pick however they like, unless they've got a deeper assassin and fighter hero pool than I can think of. Oh, actually Benedetta isn't that bad as well, and I think it might actually work out in RSG MY's favor.
They do have the glue matchup, right? So
I mean, it's a flex pick at the end of the day.
It's a flex pick, yeah, and they have pretty decent matchups. It's not easy to catch. They go for the Yutong. You can still hit the back. I mean, Novaria, as new as she is, as OP as some people say she is, she's not the most mobile hero.
Yeah, you can go through walls, but same can be said about Yutong, the Black Dragon form, so you've got to be extremely careful.
Farmers can chase you over walls.
Oh, that's true. That's true. They have multiple ways of getting over the walls. Okay, so with that being said, the Yuzong gets locked in for the side of RSG MY. They're making a hard read that Madness Esports isn't going to get a marksman that's very, very mobile, and that's very punishable by the Yuzong, who can easily have that access into that back line, and it forces Madness Esports to actually take a step back, start thinking about peeling.
So they have the claw and the Boxia.
Respect it. I can respect it.
Boxia jungle. All right, let's go. It is a good way. It is a good way to kind of eat out the Divine Judgment. If anything, you frontline for your team.
Yeah, you can reduce the HP regeneration as well with the Toys Poissons.
You don't see the carry, right? So there's lesser ways to shred you.
Absolutely. They're taking advantage of RSG MY's bans. Now for the final pick, what are they going to go for?
Then you find out it's actually a Boxia, like, mid or something, I don't know.
Boxia mid. Boxia... The thought of Boxia mid is already hilarious, but I think what's funnier is if Novaria went into the jungle. No, don't do it. Please switch that off. I saw Sonic have it for half a second, and I'm like, please, don't make it right.
This is the most normal draft we have seen from Madness. We do get the Paquito last pick for Zayed. I mean, 5 of his heroes were banned now. So that's option number 6, the Paquito. We've seen 2 Paquito games yesterday by Amao. Today, Zayed's going to pull it out in an elimination match.
It's very risky here to go for the Paquito because, again, Glue generally is able to create that space for you, can zone you away. Novaria is very susceptible to getting one shot, but it's all dependent on whether or not you have that kind of information. But then again, we haven't seen Novaria very, very often, so a lot of these matchups are still fresh.
Maybe Madness Esports can take advantage of this, right? They don't know too much about this hero competitively. Maybe we can just make them a bit bigger and get hooked. Especially when Franco's hooks, they can turn things around, right? If I can hit just the right target, I don't know, a Paquito, maybe a Beatrix, the game is going to turn around really quickly. Well, game number 3, Madness Esports against RSG MY, a MPL MY rematch, and Madness Esports, right? If they win this, I think it's going to be a big boost. Some minor revenge, but most importantly, they survive another day.
For sure. Madness Esports going to be on the blue side versus RSG on the red side. Now, we have to think about the Novaria synergies, right? Especially when you're dumping down that ultimate, you get this bigger hitbox. So who really benefits from it? Number 1, obviously, it's going to go to Franco. But let's not forget about Glue, because technically the Slam has quite a wide radius.
What about the Claude?
You
get the what a hook. Okay, Ripple forced to petrify.
He hits level 2 just in time, and yeah, didn't hit his own level 2. Man, that was a missed opportunity.
That could have been a very important kill. I mean, they don't have much damage, but again, Mali, you're able to blow important battle spell from Ripple. Does stabilize this lane a little bit, elevate the pressure from Yeah.
Yeah, they got to babysit it for a while. Loliel's forced to flicker out super quickly there. Oh, Bozan nearly connected. Good sidestep from Loliel's. Going to be playing slow here. Sonic definitely is going to have the faster clear speed and more pressure across the map because of that shield unity.
We expect faster, just generally more active movements from side of Madness, just because you have the boxing, right? Because generally he has high mobility, you're moving around the map more actively compared to the Paquito, or at least you have the tools to do that. A lot of pressure onto Yeah. So Sonic will show up again just to make sure that this blue is going to be safe. I will show instantly, forcing the flicker very quickly from Yeah.
Yeah, and Sonic has just been sitting here this entire time where he could just be power farming and starting the vertical jungle if he wanted to.
He even stole the gold crab.
He even stole the gold crab.
He does have the XP advantage. At least for now over Zayed, both of them hit level 4. Yeah, coming from the side. Ripple with Black Dragon going in. And of course it'll be Zayed getting the turtle away. Bloody Hunt used onto Ripple. He's losing health. Pulls on there, dealing damage. Yeah. Back in the fight again with the split. Sticking onto Zayed. Trying to pull him back. Doesn't do so. And RCNY disengage.
They disengage. Wait for it. I'm looking at Pozan. Go for the snipe. Yep. Oh, didn't hit. One more time. He'll eventually land. He'll eventually land the Astral Recall at some point.
Moving members to the bot side. Madness. Lo Liao's in the past 2 games has been having a
rough time.
Rough time? Overall, he's been having a great time, right?
I mean, in the laning phase is where he's like, oh yeah, this is great. But as soon as he gets onto those bigger team fights, it becomes a little bit of a problem, you know? And that's when you need to be a little careful here. Zayed, on the other hand, he needs to make an impact very early on into the game, but it's tough when you're up against something like a Boxia. Generally, the rock, paper, scissors matchup is tanks beat fighters, except for Dairoth. Fighters do well against assassins. Oh,
Lakeside tries to check the bush and punish as first blood for Zaf. Claw getting a hit start.
Yeah. Okay, they managed to get out of that one. Sorry, let me correct myself. The rock, paper, scissors matchup here is going to be tanks deal with assassins decently well. Assassins, depending on whether some of the matchups are going to be, generally do okay against the fighters in the later stages of the game, assuming that they don't get that snowball because they play the same role. Pozan disappears!
We have seen this so many times from the Paquito. Izanami, he's going to be fine with the Cult Altar. Lo Liao shows up to help. And they'll pull Sonic back with the Divine Judgment. Sonic ends up going down. Yay, late to the fight. Zav realizes that this is not his business. RSGMY, they're going to run down 2 more members of Madness.
An unideal fight for Madness Esports. They need to play as 5, but that's all due to just because Pozan getting taken out super early on by Lexia. Just wrong place at the wrong time.
Zav is outgunning Lo Liao's on the bot side. RSGMY will get the second turtle of the game. Nothing that Madness could do.
The reveal is there, no way to steal it regardless, and we don't see any map movement towards the bottom side here, so, well, looks like Madness Esports just giving it up, waiting to try and punish. Well, speaking of punish...
3 members of RSG showing up. They'll go for a big wraparound. They know that Zap is going to use the Battle Mirror Image. They do pull him back with a Shadow Stampede. Lakesha can't follow up because he does not have the Divine Judgment.
But they're not going to make a call there to try and turn that? I guess not, but Zayed, currently in terms of levels, surprisingly, he is a level ahead of Sonic right now. And it's shocking to me because he doesn't have the Demon Slayer, so somehow he's getting more EXP and winning out on these retry fights.
RCNY doing the same basic moves again. Opening up the map, opening up the bot side for Lo Liao's at least. Get him out of there. Ripple having a way better time in his XP lane into the glue.
Yeah, at least it's a matchup that he's comfortable with. It's just 2 tanks beating each other at this point. They reveal the map. They get some damage onto Izanami here, but
Astro Echo does land in the hook. As much as the synergy sounds really nice, the Franco has to be there. Right? Has to be in front to make it work. And Zav, he's gonna get pulled back and he's gone.
Doesn't even stand a chance here. RSG are playing guerrilla tactics right now. You go in, quickly get the kill, get back out straight away, and then reassess the situation. Rippo is going to have to try and, well, I mean, taking this particular fight isn't going to be ideal, but he wants to proc the Shah residue.
Zayed looking for Pozan. They're going to try and snipe him, forcing him to flicker away, but Pozan is now isolated. Zayed looking for him. The Astral Recall will get him out of the fight, but unfortunately, Mali ends up going down. Sonic, 30% on Izanami, who just phased through the wall. Yay, just flicker forward. Doesn't root Lo Liao's. Do they still have damage? Zaf will try to chase down Izanami at least. It's going to be a kill for him. Izanami just buying as much time as possible. Meanwhile, Lexia also ends up falling as Rippo shows up to the fight a tad too late. Sonic, he is slowly bleeding out to the shard residue. Maybe Rippo can get rid of him. Yay, wants to help, but doesn't have the damage to do so. And Mali does land a hook, but where's the follow-up? I mean, surely Rippo can survive this slowly.
Yep,
right.
He
is. He's healing back up. Actually, no. Bursted at the last second by Mali as Zaf kills off Izanami 2 times in a row.
2 times in a row is very unideal here. I don't know what was going on there. Like, RSGMY is going on for these weird fights, but in the meantime, at least they are not wasting their time. They're being hyper efficient. Great pick.
And the hook from Mali doesn't really connect. He heals up in time with a split. Astro Echo out. Bigger hitbox, no hook to follow up though. Doesn't matter, Lixia punished.
I don't know what's up about this series, but the caster curse has been really, really strong throughout the entirety of it. You call it, we call it something instantly doesn't happen because of it.
We were like, man, this Esports has a chance. They lose the game.
Don't pick Novaria. They pick Novaria. Great pick, but they don't even get the kill.
They do get the bloody hunt and just a snipe from afar. We get Sonic picking up that kill. I mean, Izanami has that 3 times back-to-back. Zayed tries to go for the one-shot, but Zap puts himself in front of Ripple, who will claim that.
Yep, and right now Zayed is having the time of his life. Having so much pressure on the map is such a powerful tool for a jungler because now he can start disrespecting the space. He sees Pozan, he wants Pozan. Pozan doesn't want him. Gonna use that Astral Recall to hop over the walls.
Wow, that hook looked like it was going to land, but RCNY spacing just appropriately. So he's gonna open up the map. Zayed actually doing some damage to Recall Troll now. The Echo Troll now doesn't connect onto anyone. Does give Mana some info to work with, so he just walks on forward, clears out the map to work with, so he just walks on forward, clears out the map a little bit.
They got to be very aware of the Black Dragon form, right? Because again, even if Madness Esports gets a good pick, Rippo can still go back in.
Yeah, flicker forward. Zayed. Oh, he's going to catch a free one onto Split to get away. Pozan, he's going to get dragged back by the Shadow Stampede. The Astrosphere will be dead. They can't kill him off. The snipe from Lolias from the side gets rid of him. The 10 HP keeping the rest of RGMY safe. And this is a fight that they definitely walked out of. But, I mean, they are lucky to have that happen.
Yeah, I don't understand why Ye doesn't die for that, but instead Pozan's the one who gets punished for it. Like, he's barely participating in these fights because obviously it's Novaria, but like, Ye is escalating situations when he doesn't need to be there, and just because he's glue, he gets to live.
Oh yeah, he is definitely enjoying that privilege a little bit, but I'm not sure about this one. He's gonna lose all his health. Again, the Astro Echo is thrown out. You have vision, but as the follow-up, Lacey losing health. Sonic with the Status % will survive. They're not going to contest this. RGNY gets a free Lord.
They wouldn't though, right? Pozan trying to go for the snipe? Oh. But imagine though,
Imagine. Scores a goal.
2.6k gold lead for the side of RSG so far, but at least Madness Esports, as much as they want to be able to kind of poke them out here, they also recognize that, you know, you don't really need to do too much on the map, you know? They have, RCMY already has the Lord. Oh,
Lixia, just to keep himself safe. And finally we see that interaction right there. Lixia giving himself away. All things considered, I mean, Mana still got a tier 2 up top, right? Thanks to Zaz, split pushing the entire time.
It saves them a little bit, but I think RSGMY made the bigger blunder there. There's no reason to
just
fight.
run, you know?
Yeah, just back off, walk with your wave, and then if they try to contest your wave, then sure, then absolutely fight. But until then, like, what are you doing? Why are we fighting in the jungle?
Oh, the Lord doesn't even get the tier 2. That's a feels bad. Loliels will have to finish the job himself.
I mean, they got all the outer target. Oh, wait, no, there's still mid-tier 2 here, but no, the waves are not synced enough. They were a little staggered, and unfortunately, RCMY just don't have the numbers to actually make that work until just now. So it's going to be okay.
Yeah, the inhibitors will survive. That is the most important thing. Only a 3.6k gold lead for RCMY. Not as big as, you know, they would have liked, right, against this matchup, into this game.
I think they definitely would have liked to have at least a rounded number, like, you know, 5,000 would have been the most ideal, because at least then RSGMY, the neutral take would be a lot easier, and if they get the neutrals, they almost guaranteed an inhibitor.
How's the scaling for Novaria? Like, is she gonna...
Let's look at the... You know what? Let's look at the items first, right? Because Pozan is going for the traditional scaling mage build with the Clock of Destinies and Lightning Truncheon. The question is, does he prefer cooldowns or just raw damage? I personally prefer cooldowns. Other people prefer, you know, just the raw damage alone, because I'm just not confident in my skill shots.
Mari with a very, very ambitious flicker hook. That was never going to hit anyone. They did have to use the Torch Poisson. And now Rippo is going to come in right with the Black Dragon. The Astro Echo does put them in a bad spot. Rippo gets hooked back. Novaria absolutely just disappears. In a Weird spot again. Izanami is low. He's gonna fly back in with a call alter to keep his teammates safe. And now Blazing Duet comes up from Zav. He is untouched so far. Massive damage getting used. Zayed falls right back. Zav still very healthy, but not the glue. Yeah. Ends up falling, and Lexia still in the front. Madness Esports can't win extended fights. Mali also goes down.
Again, Madness Esports need to recognize that they're a very alt-dependent composition. You don't have your alts, do not fight. It's as simple as that. In the famous words of Wise, you don't have Dragon, don't get back into the don't get back in there. Just don't fight. Same applies to this composition that Madness has constructed.
RCNY will call dibs on the Lord. Fat wave on top that will be taken care of by Ripple very fast. That's low Liaos and Zayed. They will work on this Lord. I mean, look at the level. Sonic 14. Zayed 15. Hot is going to be challenging for Madness to steal this, but Madness are already walking forward. Lexia, before pool, patient with this, he's just going to use it all the way onto Sonic.
Beautiful.
Even through the ultimate, he gets destroyed. I don't think they can fight this. Yeah, has to use the split. Split pulls on, not in a position that he is comfortable with. I mean, the ultimate absolutely whiffs.
Oh, the damage is really starting to scale up, right? It's only 2 items so far. Am I wrong about this? Let me just double check the items. Yeah, 2 items so far. So he's starting to scale, right? He's waiting for the time, depending on when he got that Clock of Destinies. It probably should be at max stacks by now. So I think his next item, he's looking to go get a glowing one. No, he's not going for a glowing one. He's probably going to go for Ice Queen's wand.
Zavs, playing with fire. Sonic is back in time. This mid inhibitor might just end up going down. Yeah. Split used. And Astro Echo thrown out. Yeah. Be careful. Massive damage. Sticks onto the Ripple. He's gonna get dragged all the way back. They use the bloody hunt. And now with the Blazing Duet, Zav coming in, cutting right through the back. Lolias with the Wisdom Nation keeps himself alive, but not good enough. Still ends up falling. Lexia finally gets the pull onto Zav, who just used the Battle Image to get out. Ends up falling anyways. But RHGNY, they did lose more members. Why I say lose more members? They even Trey Zayed. Oh, he's done with this. Pops the immortality of Yeah. Ripple that end up falling. Yeah to follow. 2 versus 3 in the base. RHGNY. Looking for potential end. They want to try at least. Mali blown out in RHGNY by the skin of their teeth. They're going to find this final game. But man, a scrappy series it was.
They have done it. They have done it. Congratulations to both of these teams. RSGMY will be moving on to the next stage, and of course, Rippo's just got to let it out. But GG, well played to both RSG as well as Madness Esports. Good competitors here. We finally get to see Novaria. Didn't get as much impact as we would like to, but RSGMY, man, at least with Rippo, he finally got to play the game.
Yeah, Rippo got to play a game. Izanami having a great time. And not to forget, Zayed, game 2 and 3, basically put the team on the back in his jungle role. Low Liaos as well. Of course, some disappointments for Madness Esports, but I would say they have came further than a lot of people would have expected.
Yeah.
I think a lot of viewers would have thought that yesterday against Mahalika would be their last series.
I would agree. I would agree with the court of public opinion as well. I definitely would have counted out Madness Esports, but you know, there's definitely some moments where it's very clear that they're taking it seriously. But as soon as the situation kind of moves away and it's like, wow, there's no saving this, you can definitely see the attitude change of some of the players.
And also, I think towards one takeaway from the series was just how there were some very questionable decision making and a lot of scrappy fights. It makes you wonder, why did the teams do it? I think you see it in Madness, you also see it in RSGMY, which is a habit that I feel like wasn't present yesterday when they were up against Red. But Madness exposed something in them.
Yeah, look, Madness Esports, it's hard not to feel a little contagious when they're being, having fun, being a little goofy with it. You kind of feel like you can let go as well. And I think, RSG, with the personalities that they have on their side, it definitely kind of syncs up nicely. But on that third game, at least Lexia was able to tell them, guys, we need to win this game. We're going to eventually scale off, so we might as well take full advantage of our composition because it's clearly better.
Oh yeah, and so RCNY gets to survive in the neutral pool for one more day, but we don't have much teams left, right? We cut it down to 16, which means that tomorrow there are only 12, well, by the end of the day, there will only be 12 teams left in the neutral pool, so 6 sets of teams. The pool is getting more and more constricted, which means the teams are stronger.
Yep, they're getting stronger, they're getting better, they're getting faster, they're more polished than ever. I am still a little, I'm fluctuating my opinion on RSG MY so far. Again, their problems are still very, very glaring, but not as bad as Madness Esports, right? I like the comps that they try to go outside of the box with this one, but when you start looking at the team as a whole, the chemistry is there, but they don't put their members on a leash.
Oh yeah, and you can see it very evidently, right? Yeah, he was off the hook. There's no leash on this guy. He played Joy game 1, then he played Joy. I say Joy, but it's Martis as Joy, and he played Joy as Glue as Joy in game 3. And he got away with a lot of these instances. He should have had a lot more devs.
Look, I mean, they had a DHL courier, like Ripple at a certain point, especially in that last fight. Hopefully we get to see it in the replays itself, where we see the split, latching onto Ripple in the Black Dragon form. As soon as he went down to the inhibitor turret, he just hopped off, went away, and Ripple just decided, you know what, I got bigger fish to find.
I mean, Zayed having a perfect game on the Paquito, 6-0 and 7. Virtually, I wouldn't say he was untouched, but he definitely had his moments finding those wacky angles. Same as Lo Liao's, right? Wherever the Sonic isn't around, that's the place I want to shoot from.
Exactly. RSGMY, it was very clear that Madness Esports want to play around their ultimate, so it's all about that push and pull. How much can you maintain the aggression until you completely disengage and then look for the counter engagement? That's Rippo's job, right? That's why he's always just chilling by the side, holding that Black Dragon form whenever it's ready.
Scrappy game. We see this Hall of Fame, Zayed, most goal per minute, most damage per minute, yay. Of course, most damage taken per minute, but Lecia on this Kaja with 12 assists, just finding these opportunities. Definitely has some moments, you compare that to game 2, him on the Kufra, this Kaja, there are some restrictions to it, he was punished every now and then, but when it mattered, he did get the pull.
Zayed coming up huge this game, 6-0 and 7. I had a lot of doubts about this Paquito overall, especially when it's up against the Baxia matchup. Not very easy, especially if they go toe-to-toe, have equal amount of gold. Generally, Baxia does come out ahead. So it's great that Zayed was able to win out on this technically losing matchup.
And towards the late game when RSGMY, they realized that, hey, we actually have a lot of damage, too much damage. Don't believe us? Let's try it out on the Baxia, who has an ultimate.
Yep. I mean, just look at the way how these fights usually start. Madness Esports, they blow all of their spells. RSG look for the engage because both teams are really good at chasing the opponent down. So it's a game of resource management.
And then, of course, the last 5 poles are just out of position, unfortunately. I mean, Ripple just dived on top of him, and this one as well, right? We saw Zavs shows up. Guess like what, a 4-man blazing duet, and RSGMY didn't even care.
Here's out. This is the DHL moment.
Look at this.
This is how what delivery feels like with DHL. It's just like right to your doorstep, pop, and then he just walks away. Perfect condition.
This was definitely the closest fight, right? I mean, even for Zav, he was able to really hold RSG back until he gets jumped on by Lecia.
Yeah, once Lexia's on top of him, there's nothing much that he can really do about it. I mean, he played as good as he could possibly get here, but Zavs, he already blew all of his resources. His battle spell in sprint. Unfortunately, Pozan can't technically cover him all the time because his cooldowns are generally quite long.
And RSGMY, what, 14 minutes and 26 seconds in, and a pop-out to celebrate this victory. Yeah, he's been holding it for 2 days.
How long?
He got to patent a new taunt, because his old one was stolen. All right.
His old one got stolen, so he had to go with the new one. He decided to go for Party at the Club, Rippo. Just that's his signature move. He goes down, it's like he's about to bust the move. He's like, let me show you my robot. It's pretty dope. That's
a default get out of a Joe card. If you don't know how to dance on the dance floor,
just do the robot, man.
Just do the robot. You can never go wrong.
Yeah, even if it's bad, at least people can appreciate the attempt.
Yeah. As the more stiff you are, the more robot you are. And most people are stiff dancers, so that is the entry level.
Oh, that is the entry level. But that means that this is the conclusion for day number 3 here at the Snapdragon Pro Series so far. Wow, these Swiss rounds have been really, really tough here. But let's go jump over with an interview with our BM broadcast with RSGMY.
kekalahan RSG di game pertama, Zaid walaupun dapat link tidak berjaya, adakah dia lebih kepada kalah di draft ataupun draft yang dilakukan daripada Madness Esports itu mengejutkan?
Kita orang actually satu draft kita orang try je tadi. Lepas tu kita orang belum panas lagi tadi tu.
Belum panas.
Kita orang belum panas. Lepas tu Kiki dekat belakang makin panas, dia makin nak main. So kita orang bawa masuk dia.
Dia yang makin panas
Dia makin panas. Dia yang makin panas tengok kita orang kena bantai.
Jadi memang saja nak simpan Kiki last lah.
Tak simpan pun actually, tak plan pun. Tapi dia geram tengok kita kena bantai kan.
So macam awal-awal memang patutnya dia tak main pun, tapi sebab dia geram dia main lah tiba-tiba.
Betul.
Faham.
Dia panas kan tengok kita kena bantai. Siapa tak panas tengok tim dia kena bantai. Masuklah bantai.
Tapi semalam dia tak turun pula, Zaid.
Semalam memang actually dia memang bukan Roma pun sekarang. Dia jungler sekarang. Dia tengah training jungle balik.
Faham. Baik Zaid.
Dia masuk ni pun last minute.
Betul-betul last minute ya. Jadi saya nak bertanya dengan Zaid. Zaid memang kebiasaannya akan bermain dengan damage dealer jungler. Ada kadang-kala saja menggunakan Fredrin tapi lebih kepada macam Joy Jungle. Seperti yang kita nampak tadi, Pakito mungkin belajar daripada kesilapan ketika kalah dengan Raid. Kemudian menggunakan Link. Kemudian seperti yang kita nampak, memang Zaid menggemari damage jungle. Adakah daripada pandangan Zaid, damage jungle sudah kembali ke meta kerana ramai sudah menggunakan damage jungle sekarang?
Memang jungle damage tu saya punya jiwa lah, sebab jiwa bunuh kan. Saya ni jenis jiwa membunuh. So memang bila kalau dah ada meta jungle damage sikit tu saya happy sikit lah sebab dapat main kan. Tapi saya pun kena banyak training lagi lah. Jungle damage saya bukan sempurna lagi. Saya pun dah kena bantai semalam dengan Raid.
Okey. Sekarang nak tanyalah dengan Zaid. Kita ada 32 tim sekarang, dah beberapa tersingkir. Untuk Open Final ni saja, agak-agak siapa yang belum jumpa lagi ni tapi nak jumpa?
Open Final
Belum jumpa tapi nak jumpa. Maksudnya daripada yang semua ni lah, dia dekat bracket pemenang ke bracket yang kalah ni sendiri pun ke?
Onyx PH.
Onyx PH. Nak jumpa Onyx PH. Tak nak jumpa Raid balik sebab korang dalam grup sama tau.
Tak nak lah, bosan lah lawan Malaysia.
Bosan? 2 hari lawan Malaysia
Bukan bosan sebab memanglah kita kena bantai kan. Tapi kita nak lawan negara luar lah. Asyik Malaysia je, MPL dah Malaysia ni. Malaysia lagi. Lawan negara luar pula lah.
Kadang nasib, kadang jodoh juga. Ni jodoh sangat Malaysia ni. RSG 2 hari jumpa Malaysia saja. Okay. Akhir kata, bukanlah akhir kata, tapi saya nak bertanya. Ini adalah kali pertama Novaria digunakan. Secara jujurnya, apa pandangan Zaid tentang Novaria secara overall? Bukan Novaria digunakan Madness tadi, tapi secara keseluruhannya. Adakah Novaria ini meta sekarang ataupun Novaria ini tidaklah sekuat mana?
Novaria ni dia tak adalah kuat mana, tapi kalau dapat dekat orang yang betul-betul pakai, jaga positioning semua, main combo, saya rasa kuat je hero tu. Tapi setakat ni saya lawan kat rank, kena bantai je lah Novaria tu. Mati banyak lah dekat mid tu.
Nampak? Jiwa membunuh. Dan
sebab hero tu tak ada escape.
Betul. Kecuali nak lari je lah, kita nampak rotation dia laju lah daripada atas ke bawah. Tapi kalau penting dapat Yuzong, senang je nak mendapatkan Novaria tersebut. Jadi akhir kata, untuk penonton-penonton dan pastinya pada peminat RSG, apa kata-kata akhir Zaid untuk perlawanan yang akan berlaku pada hari esok?
So kepada peminat-peminat RSG, tak kira lah siapa pun, teruskan support kita orang jatuh bangun pun, kalau menang, kita ada permainan, kita orang dah buat yang terbaik. So teruskan support kita orang lah untuk next match yang akan datang.
Itu dia. Baik, thank you Zaid dan semoga berjaya pada hari esok. Semoga ada 2 pasukan Malaysia pergi ke peringkat yang seterusnya.
Okay, thank you.
Bye. Assalamualaikum.
Bye-bye. Salam.
Itu dia Zaid.
Well, thank you very much to our friends and Zaid for willing to talk to them. But a very interesting insight.
Yeah, this is the most I've ever seen Zaid talk in my life.
Really?
Usually during the MPL stage, he's like, "Nah, Rippo, here you go. I don't wanna have to do this interview."
But Rippo is gonna be happy. Right?
Yeah, Rippo is always going to be happy. But you know, getting the insights from Zaid, the soul of a killer. What a way to phrase it.
Yeah, the soul of a killer and a guy who doesn't want to meet any local teams anymore for the rest of the Swiss stage. And he has a point, right? Because they play a Singapore team on day 1. They played Red yesterday. They played Madness today. Well, it's time for them to meet teams from other regions. And you know, they want to face Onyx Philippines. They are in the same bracket.
Yeah, they are in the same bracket. Very convenient as well. Hopefully, you know, fate kind of links them up together, and we'll see how that goes. But overall, at least when we got some opinions from Zayed's side, he doesn't think that, you know, Novaria, in the right hands, it's good, but the majority of them are pretty bad.
Yeah, in the right hands, it's really good if you land on the big combos, but the ones that he has fought in ranked games, he kills them.
Yeah, I mean, he literally states that it's just like, you know, damage junglers are kind of my thing, you know, soul of a killer, might as well.
Yeah, I see Novaria, I just...
just want to, they're already dead. I don't know what she does because she dies half the time.
You don't have to learn it if he dies, right?
Yeah, you don't have to learn it if she doesn't exist in the game. But yes, it's great to hear, you know, Zayed kind of give his opinions. And by the way, you know Zayed is freakishly tall?
No, I don't.
Like, I'm like 6'3". This man is like, what, 6'8" or something? I don't know. He's huge. I have to like look up to him
so
significantly.
he's Yao Ming.
He is, yeah, basically, essentially.
It's good to know.
I can see it in your eyes. This is like, oh, my neck is going to hurt talking to him.
I'm considered very short among a lot of my peers. Okay?
Look, I'm 6'4", and he's still a giant.
A lot of people are giant to me, okay?
We can't relate.
I cannot relate because that has been my perception from a very young age. Okay?
Look, when you become 6'5", then we'll talk about it, right?
When I think I will need some time for the monster energy to...
Oh, yeah, because the secondary effects are to make you taller, of course.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
Of course, so I'll need a bit of time, but while I wait for myself to be taller, let's talk about the bracket recap of today. The first set, EVO's Icon, they take a 2-0 over Daewoo United Esports. GPX, they got a 2-1 over See You Soon. Rebellion Zion, 2-0 over Game Lab, eliminating them from the Swiss round. And Archive Esports got a 2-1 over Red Esports.
And that's only our very first set of matches. In the second set of matches, Nightmare Esports getting eliminated by Geek Slate. Aura Fire taking a win 2-1 against Euphoria Esports, putting Euphoria Esports in the neutral bracket. Team Hawk getting eliminated by Bigatron Beta, and TNC Pro getting the bye against Mr. Esports Pro.
Yeah, so TNC Pro team gets to stay in the neutral bracket also. Mr. Pro team, Mr. Esports Pro eliminated, and our last set, Alter Ego X, a 2-0 over Team Max. I believe this also eliminates Team Max, RCMY. They just knocked out Manus Esports. Banana Esports getting a 2-0 over Xia, which means also Xia is also eliminated from the tournament. And Onyx Philippine getting a 2-0 over Z4 Pegasus.
Man, today has just been all about Castle Cursing, where like everybody who we're excited to see ends up either getting eliminated or going for some weird picks. But let's look at the current bracket right now. In the neutral bracket zone, we're seeing that TNC, Rebellion... Oh, wait, no, that's not entirely correct. It should be full, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because it's only 1-to-1. It should be 2-to-1.
We haven't got the full tier, don't worry. But a lot of people got a heart attack. Oh, there it is, the full one. So the eliminated teams, as you can see, after yesterday, we lost 8 of them, and we just lost another 8. The 1-2 teams, so Game Lab, Nightmare Esports, Team Hawk, Mr. Esports Pro, Team Max, Manus Esports, Xia Esports, and Pegasus, Z4 Pegasus, they have been eliminated.
They have been eliminated. Another 8 teams are going every single time another round goes by. Expect to see these groups get cut literally in half. The neutral one, there's only going to be 6 moving on.
Hold on. So, with that arrangement, right, if we just add the versus wording, are we getting the Onyx against RSGMY?
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not.
Be careful what you wish for RSG. We'll check that out in just a little bit. And, oh, wow, we don't need to wait. There it is! Their wish has been granted. For tomorrow, EVO's Icon will take on GPX and Rebellion Zion against Daewoo United Esports for the first set. Second set, Onyx Philippine against RSGMY in an elimination series. Alter Ego X will fight for tournament lives against See You Soon, and Ready Sports will do the same against Geek Slate.
And finally, to finish off that day, Euphoria Esports versus Minana Esports, Aura Fire versus Archives Esports, Bigatron Beta versus TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, if you think day 2 and 3 has been hurting you a little bit, don't worry. Tomorrow is going to hurt so much more because the big dogs are going to start getting knocked out of the tournament.
Oh boy, this is stressful. This is really, really stressful here. And especially when we're talking about big dog teams like, you know, See You Soon, Geek Slate, for an example, both being in that neutral bracket, and looking at the competitors coming into it as well, just slowly being weeded out. We're eventually going to have to see those big matches.
I mean, even TNC, Pro Team, and Bigatron Beta, right? Only one of them can make it through. I mean, Euphoria, our winners of the last SPS, they are also hanging in the balance they will face off against their own brethren from Philippines, Minana Esports. So many things on the line. I mean, this Swiss round, I'm starting to not like it.
Right. It makes you feel a little sick inside, especially when you're like, man, I've invested so much emotions into these teams. But honestly, for me, EVOS Icon versus GPX, I'm so curious. Like GPX, how have they been managing to go through? EVOS Icons, how are they taking down some of these teams?
Yeah, EVOS Icon has been having a near flawless run so far, right? You really felt every time our series end, EVOS Icon will show up 2-0. 2-0 right? Every single time. So tomorrow we get to see them fight against GPX. And you know, a team from the same region, they get to test it out, punch each other a little bit and see who continues into the 4-1. In fact, right? Two teams will qualify into top 4 tomorrow. And them qualifying to challenge stage puts them closer to the challenge finals, which will be happening from 21st to 23rd July at Istora Senayan, Jakarta. Same arena that M4 was held at. And you can get your tickets right now at esl.gg/SPS MLBB tickets starting at 20,000 rupiah.
Yep, it's super affordable. You might as well put it in your calendar. If you're missing out MSC, come over and check out this event. But for those of you who are like, I want to see the big dogs fight it out, I don't want to see nothing else, then MSC has a free registration already. So just scan that QR code and secure your tickets now.
Yeah, plan your trip to Cambodia and then to Jakarta to see the big dogs fight for 2 months. Woof, that is going to be interesting. We also want to thank all the people who made this happen, starting with Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters, because they have been a very pivotal part in allowing this platform to even exist for us to witness the best Mobile Legends action.
Yeah, and you know, I ran the numbers, I ran the stats. Teams who have currently been continuously winning, like EVOS Icon, for example, have been using the Snapdragon Pro Elite Series, so keep that in mind. And if you're thinking about what phones are they using, the Galaxy S23 Ultra is the preferred choice to share that epic and level up your own game.
We've heard a lot about lane gap, player gap, team gap, phone gap, processor gap, but have you heard of energy drink gap? You haven't? Well, we have the best for you. Monster Energy, unleashing the beast within you. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Keeps you awake, makes you taller, keeps you nice and fast, just like DHL. And if you don't know, currently they are going with the FE Bot Dash Cup, and you can win up to 5,000 euros. And all you gotta do is take part.
Yeah, take part at esl.gg/FEBot. That's all you gotta do. Don't need to do anything else. 5,000 euros await you. It's been a fantastic day number 3, but tomorrow we're gonna cut down another 6 teams and find out which first 2 teams will qualify for the challenge stage in top 4 with a sweet 4-0 stat. But for now, we're gonna send you guys off to have a good night's sleep. Don't let the bed bugs bite, because tomorrow more teams will face eternal doom. My name is Husky, it's Kid and Q. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Call the priest, back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed my true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse, I will not be deterred. If you predicted